Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Mediterranean Poker Party. I'm Jay Harwood. I'm joined by Steve Warburton to take you through proceedings for the main event, day 3, 1,196 entries in this one, 96 coming back to play for $1 million. How are we doing today, Warbs?
Lovely little pictures of us.
I like the hat.
No, I'm doing good, mate. Feel privileged and honoured to be aside such a commentary legend as yourself. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the action. Day 3. It's crunch time, isn't it?
Yeah, it is starting to look a bit more juicy in terms of money. $9,500 locked up for everyone. They were already on a ladder to bump you into that 5-figure payday. There's the schedule for us kicking off with main event day 3. We're playing 10 levels today or down to a final 9, whatever comes first, and then back tomorrow for the final day starting at 2:30 p.m. local time. But looking forward to this one, plenty of notable names in the field. Azmat Lankov, last year's champion, still going strong in day 3 here. A couple of notables on our feature tables as well. Hossein, Ensan, Sam Trickett, and we will have a look at the tables shortly. But there's the information, $5,300 prize pool of 5.7 million, guarantee smashed. As always, it seems over here at the Merrick Complex, guarantees always knocked out the park.
Yeah, they've absolutely smashed this one, haven't they? 5 mil guaranteed, almost touching 6 there. I think we'll be lucky to make the final 9 today. I don't know what you think.
I think we're going to go really close. I had a little look at, I think we're coming back at a milli big blind tomorrow, so we'll go close, I believe. But there are the payouts. $63,000 if you are first a bust on that final table, 8 for 80,100. But then a 6-figure payday for 7th and above, all the way up to that first place prize, $1 million, life-changing sum for one of these remaining 96 players. I can't wait to get into things.
Yeah, that's all pretty tasty, that, isn't it, Jay? You come 7th, you still get a 6-figure score.
Incredible. So here are the tables. Luxon at table today, Anthony Spinella, top of the pack, 48 bigs. Hossein Ensan, saw a lot of him yesterday. WSOP champion back in 2019. David Smolka with 36 bigs. Andre Bidniak, Ruslan Kadartsev, Iraklos Manikaros, Marco Caraveri, and Timothy Savkin is the lineup for the Luxon table here.
That's why you do the names, Jay, not me.
Over to DTD Live, Dmitry Katiev, chip leader with 15 million, 3x the stack of second in chips. What a spot to be in for Dmitry. Wow. Alexandra Hears, Ivan Pavlos closely below, Jessica Tusil still going strong, Kongya Zhang with just north of 20 big blinds, Henrik Brockman, George Tomescu, and Sergei Tikhonov going to be completing our lineup for the DTD Live table. And now over to the Onyx, Daniel Heredi, top of the pack here with just shy of 60 bigs, and Sam Trickett, big name, number 2 on the UK all-time money list, is he? 20-odd million?
Must be behind Chidwick, yeah. But other than that, yeah, those two are pretty much crushing, aren't they?
And then Rustin Kamatsagarev, Pascal Hartman, Evgeny Ovspinsky, Nenad Dudek, Anatoly Zlotnikov, and Surah Hadadad at the bottom of the pack. So there's the table, guys. We are going to get straight into things over at the Onyx.
My pick was Dukic yesterday to go deep. He's got 27 big blinds, so he's still in there.
Right, on cue.
Playing very solidly. I think there's been an open there from King Jakov, just as the graphics catch up a little bit, or did he let it go? Yeah, he did. Did he open? Oh no, okay. It's an open from undergun for King Queen off.
Yeah, I think just graphic error there. Had the button in the wrong place. Quickly rectifying, and first hand going to go to Zlotnikov. Raise and take.
Yeah, just talking about Sam Trickett there, obviously second on the on the UK all-time. You got to remember, he doesn't really play tournaments anymore.
Yeah, that's right.
His last cash was actually March 2020. Obviously, it was a first in a 25k for 435k. But But yeah, this is the first cash for 5 years for Sam.
To be fair, Warbs, if you have it's an 8-figure score, you don't really need to play much poker after that, do you?
Yeah.
From the one drop all them years ago against SV Andari.
I think he was more of a fan of the cash game since then, but no, he's back. He's back playing. Saw him the other day, said that he was itching to play, and like Sam does, he's straight in the money. There's a Mandzukic. I feel like he's gonna have a deep run. Just seems a very solid player, good temperament. Played really well yesterday and made an insanely good fold versus Ensan with King Jack. But here he opens the Ace Jack off from the cutoff.
Interesting one here for Hartman on the button, facing cutoff specifically. Wouldn't fault the man for attacking here against cutoff opening range.
Yeah, Dukic obviously starting with 27 big blinds, so it's a great stack to attack. Cutoff versus button. Personally, I would be going for 3-bet, but obviously suited factor. Some people do like to flat here a bit more, but I just think it's a good spot to attack the cutoff range.
Yeah, agree. Like knock out some King 10, King Jack off, some Ace highs, this type of stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
An awkward one for Dukic here at this stack depth.
I think he's going to play call quite a lot.
Just keep some of this like Ace X bluffs in that would dominate.
Of course, yeah.
Difficult to get called by worse, isn't it? With a jam like Ace 10's not really loving life, calling off a 4-bet jam.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't want to be in a situation where every time it comes ace high, you can basically just get bluffed off because you have no good aces in your range here. So very interesting flop. 8, 9, 10 monotone. Obviously middle pair for Hartman. Dukic with the 2-0 was an open and the straight draw.
Yeah, quite an interesting one for Dukic here. Just playing in flow over to the aggressor does seem like a more favourable board for us as the call-up.
Sure. And we're not super deep now. 3-bet pot, starting with 27 bigs. Interesting to see how this proceeds.
Hartman going to take a freebie.
I do like the check, yeah.
To the Jack of Clubs turn. So Dukic jumps in front with top pair, top kicker, but 4-liner both ways.
Yeah, probably going to slow down the action, Jay, isn't it, for both players? Hartman can have plenty of Queen X, King Queen, etc. So, expect we're probably going to see check again.
Yeah, great Warbs. Don't see much merit in betting either of these hands for both opponents.
Was that a pun on the word merit there, or did you just slip that in?
No pun intended.
I was doing that yesterday without even realising as well.
And 6 of diamonds room. Now, interesting one for Dukic here.
Yeah, I think it's a good spot to block, really. He can definitely get value from 10x, 9x,
yeah.
8x, worse Jack X.
Yeah, and even like King 10, Ace 10 probably playing this mana one that potentially checks back flop.
Of course.
Kind of a comfortable spot to just bet fold as well, because we just have a lot of Queen X as well ourselves, like suited Queen 10, King Queen. Probably not going to be getting bluffed too often here.
See what size he goes into. 1.7 million. It goes 275, yeah, so he's gone for the block. And
yeah, 15%.
Hartman's not loving it, but I think you have to call this one. For such a good price. Maybe considering a bluff raise.
Yeah, with the king in hand.
Yeah.
We'll see. Where's the bluffs coming from here, Warbs, as Dukic? Is it just some like suited Ace X, this type of stuff? I expect like Ace 5 suited potentially to jam pre, like some of the suited wheel aces.
Yeah,
but
sure.
difficult.
I was thinking more about like the sort of small pairs, like the 5s, 4s, 3s, deuces. Is he folding pre? Is he
probably these are ones that maybe like to jam pre as well?
Yeah,
exactly. That stack depth, cutoff versus button.
Yeah, so it's quite hard to find bluffs. And that's actually a brilliant fold, really, just for 275k. Obviously quite confident that he didn't have any bluffs, really, because you know, if you fold in that, you kind of fold in everything.
Yeah, it's quite hard to assign them, though, I think.
Yeah,
when,
agree.
Like, the suited wheel aces probably actually like to jam cutoff versus button, that stack depth, so we lose a lot of the suited ace X, maybe lose a lot of the suited the pairs.
Agree. Maybe I'm a bit lazy in that spot. I just see the price 279 gets into a mill, and I'm just like, well, we got second pair. You never know. Might be playing something stupid.
Over to DTD live here, Tomescu against Katiev here.
Yeah, I saw a great bluff yesterday from Tomescu. He turned second pair with a king of diamonds blocker into bluff river check raise all in. Got a man to fold a straight. But yeah, he's at risk here with the worst of it, but anything can happen. Seems cruel to only be 24%, but obviously that's based on cards that have been folded.
Yeah, and that 24% reduced to 13. Just 2 outs in the deck for Tomescu. Going to need a king or a 9. Same story.
I am rooting for him here just because of that bluff yesterday. I liked it, but no good. GG, sir.
So Tomescu, first casualty today. Everyone ladders an extra $1,500. 5-figure score. Sorry, Tomescu actually getting the lad up. 96 left. Not out in 96. 95th. So they secure the $1,500 ladder.
Yeah, you like to see that, don't you? You obviously hate busting, but it is nice to get the ladder.
And what a stack for this man.
Well, yeah, incredible. Didn't he? He started with 15, so he's already got an extra 2 mil from somewhere. Is that right? Did he start with 17 or 15?
He just busted that
from
that hand.
Yeah, sorry,
he was the man with the ace-10.
Yeah. I've only just woken up, Jay.
All good. I didn't go to sleep. We finished at 4:15 last night. Thought I'd just pull an all-nighter back in the booth.
It was a late one for you guys, wasn't it?
So over to Lux and Ensan. Mixing in a limp here, allowing Savkin to check in the big blind. Saw this man make a deep run in the 2K earlier this week, Savkin.
Yeah, interesting from Ensan here. I wonder if this is his normal strategy or he's sort of looked at his opponents and decided he wants to play a few more pots. So he's mixing the limp so he can see more flops. And he's definitely a tough man to predict post-flop. So maybe he just thinks he has enough of an edge to be limping the queen 10 off and +2.
Yeah, now interesting for Savkin. 145 into 420 here, so around 35%. And we got bottom pair and a heart in our hand, 3 to a straight as well.
Yeah, a couple of backdoors, isn't he? It's going to be a tricky hand to navigate though. But he's obviously looking for a favourable turn card.
Always hard to assign limp range as well. Like it's difficult unless you know the opponent down to a T. Like what's in there, it could be so much stuff. Like queen 10, I probably wouldn't assign.
Agree. He'll have absolutely no idea what Ensan's limp range looks like, which is a huge advantage for Ensan.
Ace of diamonds turn. Not the best card for Savkin here. Like Ensan maybe not limping much ace-x because this is probably just going to want to steal, but we don't really have much either against the limp, I don't think, when we have 10 to start the hand.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a great card for Ensan to bluff if he was bluffing. He has just decided to... Has he just set him in? Wow. He's overbet, set him in. I'm not too sure about this. You do still want to be getting value from your hand. He's almost like made it look like a bluff, which is quite interesting. Like, he does have a hand I think you can probably go 2 or 3 streets with, but he's just decided to ship it, maybe wanting to protect.
Yeah, but
flush draws, but
just a flush draw really to protect against.
Yeah,
and like
it's a bit wild, isn't it?
Just a lot of 7x, 4x from the big blind as well. Check range.
Yeah,
just seem to lose all of these, but Ensan goes about his own business in his own way.
Yeah, I'm not sure he even gets queen jack to fold, so yeah, it's a bit of a confusing one. But you know, world champion.
Yep. Simple as that. Not just world champion, EPT champion as well. One main event EPT back in 2015.
I'm doing him a huge disservice there, aren't I? But yeah, nice to pick up that 10 mil.
Some blind on blind action here. Over at the Onyx. Does not nick off with the king queen suited. Falls behind on the 10, 8, 4, 2 diamonds for ready catches middle pair. He's going to start going for some value here. 150. Got to be check called by his locking off. Blind on blind here, 2 clean overs. King queen high can definitely be the best of it.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously a fantastic turn for Heredi. It's kind of a hard turn to fold, really, depending on sizing.
Agreed. Even king queen high.
Let's see what he goes. It's like 3/4 about. 440 is he gone? 425. Yeah, 425. These spots are just really, really difficult, and a lot of the time can be. Just gives him a little glance there. Can be opponent dependent, and I don't mind just check folding there. I think you do have the best hand a lot of the time, but you would assume the barrels are going to have like really good equity, and there's just a lot of rivers you have to check fold. So I don't mind a fold. I'd have probably given him a little glance as well, because you're just thinking, it's like a jack 9 or 6-7 or something. But well played from the big blind and small blind, both blinds.
Flip it over to Luxon. As we pick up with a 3-bet here from Bidniak. Chooses the 7s here, facing the +2 open.
Yeah, he's gone for the quite a small 3-bet, hasn't he? Spinella, I think, will work this out and find the 4-bet from the cut-off, looking to get it in. Spinella's obviously a American reg, very experienced, been playing for a number of years. Loving that shirt, very fashionable. Yeah, he does just basically play for stacks. There's not really much either of them can do here.
You surprised to see the 3-bet from the 7s?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Especially based on what I saw yesterday from Bidniak. He had just a lot of like 3-bet spots from like small blind, big blind yesterday with really good hands, and he did just flat. So I don't know if that was a product of maybe just making the money, and today's maybe said to himself, I want to be a bit more aggressive. But the problem, as we both know, Jay, is when you 3-betting 7s in this spot and you do get 4-bet, there's just nothing really you can do, is that?
Interesting choice of a 3-bet hand, punished by Spinella.
I thought you were going to say interesting choice of t-shirt from Spinella there. Very arty.
This is what I said to Demps and Picasso. They're always putting me to shame, and even you. I don't actually own a shirt. I don't think I actually own a shirt.
Own a shirt?
I don't think I own a shirt. It's just all t-shirts and hoodies with me. So I always get put to shame by the rest of the comms team.
I guess when you're in the booth, it doesn't really matter what you wear, does it? But doesn't own a shirt. Wow. That's the first thing that I've learnt about you today, Jay.
There you go.
Absolute monster here for Heredia on the button with the 2 jacks.
4-2 suited. Going to get in from the big blind, it looks.
Yeah, you'd imagine he's going to peel here, as he should do. Could get himself into a bit of trouble though, depending on if he hits a piece or not. Well, that's a little bit more than a piece.
Yeah, flop flush. Dad hit. And Heredia hates to see this board. Jack's no heart.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if he just bets range here or he does just check back. He's going to go for a small continuation bet of 150. And Haddad's there has got a choice whether to slow play or just check raise.
I think having the 2 low hearts fine to just bring it now. I know we can see Jack's probably going to go into the muck, but we're going to get a lot of continues.
Agree, yeah, for sure. Oh, he's just decided to jam. Wow, it's a bit of an overplay. But I can understand his thinking. He's thinking he wants to protect his hand and can maybe still get called from King X and the Ace of Hearts and stuff like that. But it's a bit of an overplay. Just moving it all in for 2 mil there.
I'm going to try and induce something sometimes as well from your opponent, perhaps.
Exactly, yeah.
Let them 3-bet, spew it off.
Yeah, you're repping quite a tight range, aren't you, when you check raise for value? So you get a lot of peels and things down the streets. So yeah, I would have preferred just a smaller sizing.
Back over to Luxon here, picking up on 9-4-5. A6 suited. Open on the button, defend from the big blind. Checked over to the pre-flop aggressor. One of these boards can have some bigger sizes on against big blind.
Sure, yeah. You prefer, the 9-4-5 rainbow to the monotone, but yeah, he does go for the small c-bet of 150. And this is quite a nice candidate to check raise. You've obviously got a gut shot. You've got the backdoor clubs.
Seems like a little bit too shallow to check raise this one, perhaps at like 17 to start the hand.
true.
if we get jammed on, it's just not nice. Is it? I feel like we just want to realise a lot of the time with the 7-8.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He is going to find it though, to be fair. But like in general, I think in these spots when we're like sub 18
Sure.
from the big blind, we like start check raising like the 10-8 of spades. This type of stuff becomes more viable than the gut shots, the up and downs that we just want to realise with.
Yeah, I agree actually. Yeah, thinking about it a bit more, but you can see here it puts hands like ace high just in a really tough spot, and he does have to let it go. So it's a nice play. Yeah. I think just versus 150, just a bit more likely to sort of maybe squeeze that one in even though you only start with 17 bigs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't actually notice you only had 17 bigs to start that hand, Jay.
Thank
God you're here.
It's good to disagree in the booth. Me and Picasso had a few we were disagreeing on yesterday. A bit heated, not heated, let's say, but like agreed to disagree. That's what Picasso said in the end. We had to cut it off. But it's always good to have different opinions.
Yeah. The person who usually says I agree to disagree, so let's agree to disagree, is usually the one who's decided he's never going to agree with you.
Yeah.
That's it. It's done. You've made your case, and I just don't believe you.
Back over to Onyx here. Hartman opening from gun, defend from Jukic to the 2-6-7 2 spades.
Yeah, Jukic obviously with too much of it to fold with the backdoors and 2 overs.
Yeah, between quarter and third. Seems too good a hand to be letting go.
Some interesting turn cards that could get this. That's kind of one of them, because under the gun's gonna continue bluffing. Jukic now with a very under-repped hand. So I wonder if he'll fire both barrels or we'll just see the turn back.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting one on the ace turn. I feel like sometimes need a little bit of equity versus this ace-x. We're not drawing dead, but big blind is just going to have so much of this 7x, 6x that we can fold out here.
Of course, yeah, and that's why the small c-bet is kind of good in this situation, that the deuce, the 7, the 6 will continue from the big blind, so you are now targeting those hands to fold. And I like his size. He's gone about half pot, a little bit over. And Jukic just has a mandatory call, and we'll see what. We'll go to a river and see what happens. These are definitely, the really, really tough spots, and we've seen a lot of people just sort of give up on the river, and we've seen a few great plays. If you can find the triple barrel.
Yeah, and nice river for us as Jukic, 8-9 suited, getting there for gun. But I mean, that 9 does play a little bit of relevance.
Yeah, sure.
If Hartman's opening King 8 suited, expect the 8-9 suited to be in there, even from his gun opening range.
Spades are obviously missing as well. He's going to open a lot of the Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, etc.
And I actually feel like this is going to be our best one pair catch here. Maybe ace 9 of hearts, actually. The other combo better.
Yeah, he has decided to knuckle it. Fair enough. He did leave pot, so he only really had one choice there, and that was to go all in.
And this is the other thing I find in a live setting on these type of boards against big blind. When it rolls off the ace on the turn, people just tend to double, like, over bluff turn, if you like, and under bluff river.
Massively, massively, yeah. It's I think actually being in the booth as well, you just like see it way more.
Yep.
You sort of realise there's very few players actually that will be firing the treble.
Spin over to DTD Live and first look at 2-cell today. She's going to open on the button and tick on off with the King 10 defending the big.
Yeah, standard open here, and also standard peel, and a very nice flop for ticking off.
Interesting one for 2-cell. A board that looks like going to be betting a lot here. Big blind does have one of these stacks that can go for the check jam though, and just with all this backdoor equity, maybe one that does like to realise against this stack depth.
Yeah, I think you can still go ahead and c-bet this one, and so many good turn cards to be
just all in.
Yeah, all in, exactly. But Tikhonov just goes for the check raise all in. think on those monotone ones, it's better just to check raise to a size rather than check raise jam. But you know, he wants to win the pot there and then, doesn't he? Really, that's what he's thinking anyway.
So picking up here on Queen Jack 6-3 two-tone, 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. Bidniak against Ensan. Ensan opened. There was a call from the big blind. Flop was checked through, and we pick up here on the turn. So Bidniak going for the bet with his up and down.
Yeah, this is great. I'm really looking forward to seeing loads of hands with Ensan. He's as I said earlier, he's very hard to predict, but he can really put you in some tough spots, and a lot of players just have no idea where they are and no idea what to do. And I think versus this size, you can just about call the ace high. I think, yeah, there's enough hands you're beating, and it's interesting now whether he just turn it into a bluff, but no, he doesn't.
Yeah, it seemed like a river when Bidniak snap checks. He's just going to have a lot of one pair showdown type hands. And
yeah, that snap check is a bit of a tell, to be honest. You know, if you've got top pair or 2 pair or better, there's no way you're just going to snap check. You are going to think about it for, you know, at least maybe 10 or 15 seconds. So I think from Ensan's point of view, he's maybe thought he had showdown, but I think, like you say, it's just always a one pair hand, isn't it?
yeah.
Tricky Trickett here. The easy peel from the big blind with the 8s. That's the cut-off open. Kamakariv.
That's what I'm going with.
That's what I'm going with as well, yeah.
It's a nice flop for the opener. Trip Queens. I do just expect to see small bet in position.
Yeah, and nothing much else Sam can do other than check call. Hand's just too good. Doesn't need to be turning it into a bluff or anything, so obviously a very competent street poker player, I'll call him. Very, very comfortable in any situation down the street, so let's see how this one develops.
Interesting turn. Flush completer. Kamakariv. Thinking whether to go for another street here on the flush complete and turn, or whether to check back, potentially go for his value on rivers. Feel like it's a close one. Trips, no heart.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what a player like Sam does do on this turn, facing half pot.
Feel like just has to fold warms. Don't think our combo does much.
I agree with you, but you know, Sam's a little bit different to some players, and yeah, that's just kind of why I'm interested to see. I'm with you, by the way. Yeah, I'm just pitching it, but he does. Some interesting dynamics on this table, just the way the chips are positioned. Could see some action coming up.
Over to DTD Live. Pavlov from gun, opening to 2 bigs and Zhang in the big blind. Can defend the 3s.
Yeah, she's playing 20 bigs and would just be too loose to be partying that pre-flop, so she'll just go with the peel. This is the undergun open.
An interesting board here. 7-5-5, 2 diamonds, Pavlov, king, queen, with diamond in hand. Wouldn't shock me to see c-bet. And then it's an interesting one for Zhang if we are met by c-bet here.
Yeah, you've definitely got some check raises in
here.
Yeah,
I feel exactly the same way. 3s with a diamond.
But again, you know, most players will just take the check call line.
Yeah.
But you do need to be a bit more aggressive than your sort of standard player is in these situations.
Yeah, these like load pair boards from the big blind, we do get fair amount of check raises, not just with our trips, like even some 7x and like small pairs with a diamond.
Of course, especially from this stack size as well. She's just going for fold. Interesting.
Respect laydown.
Yeah. My thinking is obviously I might be ahead now, and I don't want to face later streets maybe. So it's a very snug fold though.
So over to Luxon here. Ensan with the nines opening. Bidniak just flattened the ace jack in the small blind. And ace jack, ace of diamonds here. Feels like mandatory. Continue against this small size. 160 into 750, just north of 20%.
Yeah, this is kind of what I saw from Bidniak a lot yesterday. This one's a bit more standard, but yeah, he had these spots with like sort of ace queen, ace king, and he just flatted free from the small blinds. That's why I was a bit surprised with the sevens earlier on. He has gone for check raise.
What a feeling as Ensan, and he's already gone for the time banks with top set.
Yeah. Immediately throws one in. This is how you do it, Jay.
Sell it. I've got ace king, ace queen. Am I going to continue with my ace high?
Yeah, it's an interesting decision from Bidniak. I guess because he's got the ace of diamonds, he's decided to check raise this one. But the problem is, Ensan is very sticky, very confident poker player. So you're gonna struggle versus this particular opponent. And I do wonder, you know, some sort of diamond turn, maybe 10 turn to see what unravels here.
Is he free bet?
Oh, I don't like this.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Clickety click.
It's just, you're just basically saying, I mean, your hand just looks so strong doing this. But
especially after the time bank, after he goes for the time banks, and now he wants the free bet flop. It's. I feel like anyone that's been around a poker table in a live setting for a long time just always aware this is going to be really nutted from Ensan after the.
Yeah, and you just kind of handcuffing Bidniak to do anything really. Maybe he just thought he's very flush draw heavy and was happy to get it in, but too sure about that one.
So a quick little step away from the tables. As you see the lovely shot there of the card room. We are here, guys. MPP Main Event, day 3, $1 million up top for this one. We are playing 10 levels today, or down to the final 9. Believe it's going to go close. We will see how things go throughout the day.
My guess is 16 we finish on.
16? I'll have unders on 16.
You think unders?
I will have unders on 16.
Okay. We'll have a few beers on that one.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, we'll have a few beers for sure. Definitely. I'll have as many beers as you want here at Merit. I'll get them all warms. Don't you worry about that.
I'll tell you what, if I'm wrong, I'll buy you a shirt. Your first ever shirt you've ever worn.
To be fair, I used to wear them at sixth form at school a long time ago, but other than that, don't see me in a shirt ever. We are also keeping an eye on the YouTube chat boxes, guys. dtdplayer and the GG Poker. Anything comes up, we will attend to it.
Back to the Onyx table here. Sam's, 3 big hands. Button versus the blind. Sam's made the standard open with the ace-8 off.
Yeah, this just has to be cold 4 for her already.
Yeah, there's nothing more he can do here, really. I wonder what Sam was going to do if he did fold.
And what a sight to see for Slotnikov. The cold 4 comes in and we're sat there with the Cowboys.
Yeah, it's a very, very easy touchy toes. In it goes. And he's going to be a very big favourite to double. We've seen a 10 folded.
Yeah, we done this earlier and never have I ever thought about a hand for when I already knew what I was going to do.
Yeah, it's one of those in it as well. You kind of know that he's committed. So very unlucky though so far for already.
Yeah, it's just a caller. Literally, that's all it is. Button, small blind, big blind dynamic. Have to cold 4 to get it in versus small blinds. Stack here, 27 for Zlotnikov.
Yeah, and these pots now are so big, over 7 mil in this. Oh my word. The case 10. Cool game. It's a cool game, Jay, isn't it?
It is indeed. So 2 outs available for Zlotnikov now. No runners.
Just like that. Barring a miracle, already does double.
Takes it. Good spirits. Unfortunate run out for him, but 85th place for $12,500 for Zlotnikov. That's the leaderboard you see on the left-hand side.
Yeah, increasing his chip lead on the table. He's got double what second does, which is always a nice spot to be in. Back to the locks on table. Cut off open with the king queen off, and the defend with the queen 6 out.
Yeah, Kadartsev, another one that made a deep run in the 2K earlier on this week. Battling still in the main here. Going to be in a bit of trouble. Top pair versus top pair, cutter versus big blind. Potential to do a few streets.
Tempted to get you a shirt like that one if I do lose the bet.
No chance you'd see me in something like that. It would have to just be like a plain black one or a plain white one.
Just let me know your size and I'll get one ordered. Yeah, there's not much else you can do here. Bar check call. $1 million in the pot, 2.6 back for both. These are the spots now where it gets tricky.
Yeah, and there's Manikaros here. Feel like second barrel in order, especially against big blind. A lot of these like 10x, Queen X picking up gut shots now. 10x and 8x of clubs a thing.
Yeah, absolutely mandatory. You've got so many bluffs here versus the big blind. You've got to have king queen in the value. Expect to see a big size as well. Yeah, he's gone 3/4 pot. It's just a really tough spot.
Yeah, it's grim because we just know all this ace jack, king 9, even like jack 7 suited from the cutoff, like they're all just mandatory barrels on this turn.
Yeah.
And then start dipping into like king 3 of clubs upwards, ace x of clubs as well. So much out there for our opponent to have as a bluff. And Kadartsev agrees, having to continue with his top pair. And the 6 is actually kind of a nice card to have here. This 6 of hearts, just removal to some of these. Now it's a great card to have.
The reason you were saying the 6 of hearts was totally different, but I like how it's just popped in there. And this is so hard not to value, but I think he just has to he has to go all in here.
Yeah, especially when 9-7 folds turn other than 9-7 of clubs specifically.
Exactly,
so
Jay,
only that one combo completing.
Yeah, it's a great point. The 9-7 off 100% would fold turn to 3/4 size. So it's like you're not even really worried about 10-6 as well, because 10-6 probably is in the bin.
8-6 of clubs.
Yeah.
Improver.
Yeah, it's quite brutal. I think it would be a mistake to check back, but I can understand, certain players in these situations, they are a bit more cautious. But I just think it's a mandatory all in.
I agree.
1.9 to 2.5 is quite nice for the bluff sizings as well. So I think he has to go for it.
Yeah, like you said on the turn, if we're going to have all this ace jack, king jack, jack 7 suited, king 9 as bluffs, like we do need to start eking into some top pair for value and second nut kick up.
Yeah, and even though he is behind, it's a good play. He's just very unlucky with this river, and this is your classic. So a big blind like, well, I'm not really loving it now, but I think he's gonna work it out and realize he has to call because he does beat value.
Yeah, that's the problem always. So when you start eking into this part, beating value, just not going to be able to let it go as Kadartsev. Like even from the cut off here, some 2 pairs we beat, 10-8 suited in there.
Yeah. King Queen off, I think he's probably ahead, but he's going to get the bad news. And yeah, that's probably the face that I'd be pulling as well, mate.
Does leave himself 145k back for just north of a BB to try and spin, but Kadartsev, good bit of fortune on the 6 of hearts river there. Sorry, 6 of spades river, 6 of hearts was in his hand. Talked it in for him.
Yeah, it's like commentator's curse, that. But back to the DT live table. Cutoff opens the boots, 240k. Couple of nice hands in the blinds. The king-queen suited has gone for Peel, which I don't mind at all. Big blind is probably going to come along, you'd imagine.
Yeah, queen 10, fine.
He's on the tighter side, Brockman. I saw a few hands yesterday where he was kind of reluctant to get 10s and jacks in pre with sub 20 big blinds. So he's a little bit more cautious, but the queen 10 off is still more than good enough. Something for everyone.
Yeah, could spell trouble for Pavlov here, and even Brockman with a hand that could have some ideas. His stack depth, I guess, just always going to be calling free weight.
Yeah, we'll see.
And Katiev here just got to bet the aces. Small blind going to have plenty of king X. Stuff like jack 9, 10-9 suited to get some calls from.
Yeah, no spade in his hand as well, so nice flush draws are out there.
Goes for quarter.
Yeah, this will probably bring, as you said, Brockman along as well, providing Pavlov doesn't go for check raise. It looks like he is.
Yeah, I don't mind it against cutoff. Like when you think about our value range here, like we've got hardly any 2 pairs and set combos, so we do need to start eking into some of these better top pairs to go for value.
Yeah.
Don't mind this at all from Pavlov.
And you can obviously balance this with all your spade combos.
Yeah.
Even maybe a hand like queen 10 off, you know, if he had Brockman's hand in the small blind, maybe he would peel that pre and check raise. And as Katiev here, you're just absolutely loving it. You can do nothing else but call.
Yeah, like our opponent's probably going to 3-bet 9s at decent frequency. Not always. King's always 3-betting. Deuce is going to be in there, but
yeah,
just literally 3 combos of king 9 suited, 3 combos of deuces, and then some of this top pair stuff that Pavlov's going to have for value.
Yeah, exactly, Jay. You called it. He doesn't know it, but he's rooting for a spade.
Or a club. Give us a little bit of extra equity.
I know the aces, I mean.
Oh.
The aces need a spade to maybe slow it down. Oh no, what am I talking about? I'm talking rubbish. Yeah, ignore me. Too many black cards for me, Jay.
So Pavlov going for the second street here. And like, once again, cutoff should open like king 3 suited upward. So all this worse king X to get called from. Yes, he's got ace king, aces in range, but he also has all these suited kings and king 10 off and king jack off. 10-9, jack 9 suited. Lots of stuff still to get paid from. So don't mind this at all from Pavlov. It's just a bit of a cold deck. Cutoff versus small when we flop top pair, second nut kicker.
Yeah, he's gone half pot. I would like to just see a call again, yeah.
Big river coming up.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if it did come a blank, if Pavlov does, does value bet river, but the spade river is going to slow down, you'd imagine.
Yeah, I feel like always, well, not always check from Pavlov. Maybe there's some like 10%, 400k going on, but don't think we'll see anything more than that if he does elect to bet here. I'm going to have a little mull over his decisions.
Yeah, and I would like to see the value bet from Katiev when it's checked to him. You'd imagine that the 2 pairs and the sets you mentioned earlier would still be going all in here.
Yes, yeah. King 9 suited would jam, deuces would jam. So
yeah, so once checked to, I think you can value bet the aces.
Pavlov thinking whether to potentially block or check. Goes for the check over to Katiev. Thing is, for Katiev, it's so hard for us to have bluffs, right? It's got to be like queen jack, jack 10, queen 10 of clubs as like our bluffs here.
Yeah, exactly, and obviously he's holding those blockers, isn't he?
Court chair raise on. Yeah, I can't really come up with anything else just looking at it. So maybe Kataev thinks we can't really have many bluffs here, so we're actually not getting called by the strongest King X if we're up against a thinking player.
Yes. Ace 10 of clubs, ace 8 of clubs. It's a bit dicey. He is going to value that. Looks like none all in. And it's for most of Pavlov's remaining chips. It's 1.8 of his 2.3. A snap fold, nice. He's worked it out.
Yeah, well played, Pavlov.
I like that. He's obviously been thinking about the hand whilst he's been whilst he's been in the tank there, and just snap folds when the bet does come in.
We only beat Queen Jack, Queen 10 of clubs, Jack 10 of clubs, and he's got the Queen of clubs. So we beat one combo literally. I couldn't come up with anything else. I was really turning the cogs in my head trying to find other bluffs, but just couldn't find any.
I did wonder what that noise was. It's the cogs turning. So hijack open here, back on table Onyx. Blinds peeled. He's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, this is going to be a really rough spot. LP versus big blind when we flop top pair, and probably one of the best kickers we're going to have at this stack depth. Ace Queen going to be getting it in pre. It's sub 20 effective. Ace Jack is top 2, so literally the best one pair ace-x we can have here is Olvinsky.
Yeah, that's a great point.
King of spades on the turn. Queen 10 does complete. There's Hartman here. We are going to be wanting to get this over 3 streets. Yes, the 16 combos of Queen 10 get there, but once again, a lot to get called by it. A lot of these pairs are picking up a gut shot now to go alongside it.
$560.
Just shy of 2/3.
Yeah, no real choice here, as you've mentioned. Hand's just too good to fold.
Yep, way too good. Could be a grim river spot though on most rivers for Olvinsky. Wow! Just gets out of there?
Amazing. I did not see that coming.
That's a pretty insane fold facing the turn barrel from LP when we're basically got the best one pair we can have in that spot.
Interesting.
What a fold. Back over to Luxon, pick up on 6-5 deuce here, open gun from Ensan and Caravieri defending the big blind. And this is potentially one we could have played some donks on this Caravieri, but maybe he's just thinking check jam is going to be a lot better versus this opponent.
Yeah, definitely.
Ensan probably heavily c-betting most of his range regardless of board. And top pair just going to be too good here as Caravieri. 12 bigs in our stack against this big size, 60%.
Yeah, he's having to think about it. He's thrown in some time banks, so I think he's going to come to the conclusion he has to go with it.
Thing is, like, flat in here, comes an ace or a king on the turn, check, they jam. Like, we're not loving life, are they? Potential to get bluffed off our hand.
Exactly, and there'd be, if he just flats, there's 1.6 in there, he's only got 1.5 behind. So he'd have less than that, he'd have a million behind. So yeah, you just have to go with these spots. You're not super comfortable about it. You know, you're versus under the gun, but it's not like Ensan's a tight player or anything. So having a little look at the clock there. See if there's a ladder.
We are playing 60k, 120k. Just picking up with the chat box. Not sure what the blinds are. We are at 60k, 120k level.
Yeah, 79th is the jump. So that's probably why he's thrown the time banks in here. He does want that extra pay jump, or the chance at it at least. Just being 2 off. I'm guessing that's the reason he's taking his time.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Probably mentally already all in. Fancy sunglasses between those two, isn't it? Oh no, he's contemplating the fold. Okay. Okay, fair enough. He's given the EPT and World Champ a lot of credit there.
Defend 86 off, flopped up pair, and just want to check fold versus Ensan. I'm not sure about that one, Warbs. It's,
yeah, I mean, it is obviously a lot easier to say in the booth, and I'd say in poker in general, if you're not comfortable doing something, then don't do it.
Okay.
You know, you can get in situations where you've maybe had some advice and things, and you are doing things you're not comfortable doing. You know, I think maybe as he plays more in the game, he'll be more likely to do that spot, but he wasn't comfortable getting it in, so he's decided to wait for a better spot.
Well said.
Here we are, blind v blind. So limp pot, I believe. Yes, it is.
Yeah, Trickett here. Just going to check back the ace high.
Yeah, I imagine it's going to be a bit of a bluff here.
Has to be.
Blind, you know, if you end up with 8 high, you can get so many hands to fold.
Don't even need to go big. We can just go one big blind if we want to, as like Kamakarev here.
Yeah. I don't think Trickett should do much other than fold, really. Especially to that size.
Let's go for the 3/4 pot. It's Kamakarev and Trickett.
Yeah, I'm actually not a big fan of this sizing, Jay. You want to
still have some like 2 pairs and stuff
sure,
around
exactly,
you, like even on the 4-liner to a flush like blind v blind, like we still want to eke into like some 2 pairs for value.
Yeah, you want your value range here to be as big as possible, and that size is kind of
probably
narrowed it.
Yeah, like 6 of diamonds plus maybe for that size, so it's
sure. But it has got the job done.
Yeah, against a6 off, always gonna be getting the job done. Would be some hero from Trickett thinking about flicking it in with that one. Spin over to DTD live. 8 deuce 3 2-heart flop after an open from Zhang and a call in the small blind from Yart.
Yeah, do you think that's short for something, or that's just his name?
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Got to be short. Emergency room?
Emergency room, yeah, essentially.
It's potentially where he sends you when he busts you out the tournament.
These two probably happy just taking their show down here.
Now, I actually like this spot as an exploit. When someone checks back twice, it's so ace high heavy, and just try and get them off of chops. Like every pair, if it doesn't bet flop, it's going to be betting on this deuce turn when check 2.
Yeah, I agree.
So our opponent just has so much ace high here, and we just get them off a chop so often. Yeah, some of the time we run into the one combo of quads, but the rest of the time it's just ace high. It's a good law.
Yeah, if they've got, 4s or 3x, they are definitely going to bet the turn if they've not bet the flop. So you can be pretty confident your opponent does have ace high. I think you can actually go a lot bigger than this.
Yeah, I agree.
Has decided to go for 300 in 7.
Like one of these ones, just make the person's price horrible.
Exactly, yeah. And they're going to chop it up.
What a spot to be in for Katiev here.
Look at that chip lead. Wow. That's absolutely insane. 4 times second on your table.
He could double up second, the very next hand double up third, and still have the chip lead at the table. That is pretty mental.
That is a license to do whatever the hell you want.
So And Dukic with the Queen Jack opens the 275 from the cutoff.
Hello.
Trickett. Boots in the small blind.
Yeah, interesting enough. 40 bigs. I think he will just go with 3-bet.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be doing any flatting at 40. Probably not going to be getting any action from the Queen Jack offsuit here.
Yeah, Dukic, I imagine, will just pitch this, but you know, again, it's very, very easy to say in the booth, isn't it? Let's use a time bank. Interesting. Trying to work out, is he thinking about a 4-bet spot here, or is he thinking about the peel?
No, I can't 4-bet this combo. Like, cut off, small blind, need an ace, I think, as a 4-bet here.
He's thinking about something, though, Jay.
Yeah, I guess he is. And this is the other thing we don't know, like, if they've been playing together the last couple of days, if there's that dynamic there. With Trickett's been 3-betting him a lot.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
There's, like, been a couple of hands yesterday where Trickett's got to showdown in 3-bet pots and he's shown some spanners, all these variables that we can't take into account from the comms booth.
He's 3rd on the England all-time money list.
Oh, who's...
I'm going to have to see the second now.
I know.
You got it?
It's got to be Heath, right?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Of course, it's got to be Ben Heath.
Yeah, these blimmin' Tritons, they're just propelling people up, aren't they?
Yes, that is Sam Trickett for the chat box. I wouldn't say out of retirement because I feel like he still plays from time to time.
Yeah, it's certainly his first tournament for a few years. Obviously, his last cash, as we alluded to earlier, was 5 years ago. Nice to see him back.
So, Manikaros, we saw him get unlucky. 6 on the river against Kadartsev, left him short, and now puts all his chips in. Butter chip, looking for potential ladders.
Yeah, just stalling for the ladder, isn't he?
And it's an extra $2,000, guys, if he can outlast another opponent. So makes sense why we would use all our time banks. Some of the times it will make us $2,000. I know it can be quite frustrating when you're sat there and you see someone tanking when you know they're always calling it off. But if someone said to you, wait a minute, and some of the time you make an extra $2,000, you would be doing exactly the same. I like what he sees. Spinella with the ace-10. 2 live cards for us, and that's a nice window. It's a good start. Now fading. 6 outs, ace or 10. Oh, that's a sweaty one. Now aces, kings, and 8s all working.
Yeah, 9 outs to get there. Can he do it?
Manikaros starting the spin up, got unfortunate in the hand against Kadartsev, but is still in this tournament.
Not had much table chat so far. I have definitely found it like the start of the day, everyone's just very quiet, really, aren't they? And then by the end, everyone gets a little bit more chatty, makes it a bit more entertaining.
Well, the 2K final table was like a home game the other day. It was.
Oh, really?
Poker took a backseat. Table talk was the. We didn't have to do much in the comms. We just let them chat.
I like that. It is nice to listen to some table talk every now and again. Very easy 3-bet spot here for Mr. Trickett on table Onyx. Matt Grieve, I imagine we'll just let this one go, but
yeah, we have to.
We'll see.
Not the one we want. +1 versus button. Thinking about a 4-bet bluff. Just got to hit the muck. Yeah, no one too out of line so far. It is early days, but
I'm more of a commentator that likes to see the blow-ups, Jay. I like, you know, the big sort of rushes of blood to the head. I love it. But today everyone's been fairly in line, playing well.
Yeah, payouts. I see the chat asking for payouts. They will flash up every now and again, but we are playing for $1 million. Everyone locked up 12.5K. Yeah, we were saying Ben Heath is second on the UK all-time money list, with Sam Trickett being third. When that little pop-up come up, I think everyone aware old Chidwick is top of the shop for the UK all-time.
Yeah, the top 7 in this tournament will get the 6-figure score: 113k for 7th, 162 for 6th, 229 for 5th, 316 for 4th, 444k for 3rd, 635k for 2nd, and the big Millie up top. Would be nice, Jay, wouldn't it?
Oh, would it?
You know, casual mill in your back pocket, leaving Cyprus.
Based on the button, fine to open for Haredi, and Haddad here. 5-3 suited. Nice, easy defend from the big blind.
Yeah, we had this spot before, didn't we, when he peeled the 4 deuce of hearts, flopped the flush, and just decided to check raise all in. We'll see if he can do it again. Totally different spot now. He's flopped a decent flop for him with bottom pair on the 993. Curious to see how he does proceed based on what he did with the flush there.
Yeah, quite interesting, this one. The 993 feel like a board people just naturally see bet wards, but we're actually meant to do like a fair amount of checking versus big blind, just because they have a lot of this offsuit 9x, like 9-6 off upwards every suited 9.
Sure.
But whereas if it comes 9-3-3, we actually bet a lot, because a lot of the offsuit 3x is out of there. So just little adjustments need to be made sometimes, depending on the pair on the board.
Yeah, I think you can have a tendency to think paired boards, less likely they have it, keep betting and things, and sort of oversee bet. But yeah, no, it's a great point. And he has been counterfeited it, which makes it very hard to bluff here as the 3. He does have 5 high, so he is gonna do it. The problem with this size is, you know, if you are going to try and rep a 9 or a 10, would you really go this small? I think it makes it a very, very trivial call for ace high. Maybe his thinking was just to try and get some better hands to fold. You know, 7, 8 high, jack high maybe, but...
Need to go big, right?
Yeah, sure.
Like, the thing is, we can still have flushes as well. Doesn't necessarily just have to be 9x.
True, true.
Good little 20 minutes for Haredi, just putting some leeway between him and second in chips.
A bit of a similar dynamic in terms of he's got double second in his table as well. So we've got 2 big chip leaders on both tables. Pavlov here opening off 20.
Yeah, real close one, 6s. I guess we're low jack. Yeah, feels like just gets in. Oh, we lost 8% of the field.
Brockman with a very, very easy all in here. I did allude he's on a bit of the tighter side, but this hand's just too strong. Wonder if Tussle knows it's on her. Or maybe she's just stalling for the pay jump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say it's $2,000. It's not like one of these little 10-quid ladders or something like that. It's
true.
It's a decent amount.
Next payout is obviously 14,500. We're on 12.5k currently. During this stalling, Joe, we're going to have to talk about football, aren't we? 'Cause, my team and your team are in the Europa League final.
Yeah, somehow. I don't know how. We're both there, but we are.
We both slipped a place yesterday in the league, so we're now 16th and 17th.
Yeah, it's all good. We're safe. We're safe. We're not going down this season.
Yeah. It's a sorry
I would
state. At the
like
moment,
to
isn't it?
point out as well, we actually finished in the top 6 last season, top 7 to qualify for the Europa League properly in
Yeah.
league position. You had to win the FA Cup to get there as well, so
We did. We came 8th, didn't we, and sort of nipped through the back door.
that will actually like be a literal moonwalk into the Champions League if you get there. I'm not going to lie, but
I agree with you.
Pavlov finally letting it go with the 6s.
When
Seems
we
actually
get there,
close.
you mean when we get there? Not if we get there.
I think we're going to turn you over. I feel like it's going to be not comfortable, but like like Spurs -1 is probably what I'm going to bet.
It's only Spurs, mate.
Spurs -1 will be the bet. Back to the poker over at the Onyx.
Interesting.
Hartman from gun, ace queen, opens to 240, starts the hand with 24 bigs.
Yep, already the big chip on the table. We're very surprised to see. Oh, okay, interesting.
I
Does go with the top fold.
When we cover everyone, I think fine to get in, but I'm a big advocate at this stage. Last 8% of the field, just not really get involved too much with these small pairs.
Oh, you think just fold though? Okay, interesting.
I feel like actually when we cover this heavily, 2x second in chips like probably does need to get in, but by general, we're not loving live calling these type of hands versus EP Open from MPLP.
Dukic getting after it here. Choosing the King 10 off as a 3-bet candidate to put pressure on Hartman's stack.
Yeah, this is a interesting choice by Dukic here. Making it 7:20 to go.
I don't mind it. I prefer, you know, your King 9 off, your King 8 off, King 7 off, something like that, than your King 10. But maybe, I don't know much about Hartman. I don't know if maybe this is sort of big for him and he's worked out maybe he can put more pressure on than other opponents. But it's obviously very standard to peel here, but he has gone for the 3-bet.
Yeah, like usually in general, the idea is we knock out pips higher. Like, yes, we fold out King Jack off, King Queen off, but the suited varieties of these hands should be continuing.
Sure.
Just a snap fold faced with the 4-bet jam. I like the snap fold there from Dukic as well, because now it also just lets people know like he can have bluffs gun versus big blind, because I find in a live setting this is one of the most under bluff spots. People don't take many bluffs from the big blind pre-flop against gun specifically, so just sort of advertisement to the table there with a snap fold that he's capable.
For sure.
And we got a 4-bet here. Oh, okay, it's only small stacks. Manicoris in the big blind looking to spin his last 4 BBs.
Yeah, looking for the double to survive. Still hoping for that pay jump. I feel like he's been after that for a while. Not a great start though. No spade, no pair, just the jacks and 7s working for him.
Still no help on that turn card, so 4 out are needed for Manicaros. It's not there.
GG, sir.
Good run from the Greek. Unfortunate hand with the King Queen when the Queen 6 rivered 2 pair, left him short. Couldn't manage to spin and just misses out on that 2K pay jump as well. 80th for 12,500. Everyone now laddering to 79th place payout.
Yeah, he couldn't do anything with that King Queen. He definitely had to bet the river value. Just very unlucky against that Queen 6. Made 2 pair. The chips there quite ticely bunched. Very different to the other 2 tables that we're featuring today. Back to the DTD live table.
Pretty clear one for Tikhonov. Well, I say pretty clear. He's gone for call here. Button open, 11 bigs, ace jack not wanting to send.
Yeah, that's just way too tight, isn't it? And also, it's even worse because the big blinds, you know, the big chip leader, you don't want to be going 3-way with this hand.
Exactly, and the BB just gets the call so wide when they cover everyone this heavily, like just going to be splitting equity 3 ways. We're in the worst position, acting first on every street. And we're also in that sandwich spot as well. When it's checked for the aggressor, they c-bet. We still got the big blind behind to act.
Exactly. But maybe he'll get a favourable flop. He hasn't. And this pot should have been his, and now it's going to be very difficult for him to win.
Yeah, not too much going on for Hares' combo here. I feel like he's just going to wave the white flag already freeway. Queen 7, no diamond. Not the most attractive prospect to continue.
Yeah, you can't just be over c-betting every board here. It seems like a check back. I expect to see the big blind lead here after small blind checks.
Yeah, just making the assumption that Tikhonov never has a better hand than us once he checks twice, and Ayres checking back in position, expecting to bet all better 10x and over pairs freeway. So that's the green light for us as Katiev.
$20 million just feels just an absurd amount at this
Ridiculous,
point.
isn't it?
Must be loving life.
Yeah, like when he wins this pot, he's going to be, what, like near 22 mil, nearly 2.
Yeah.
180 odd picks at this stage of the tournament.
It's mad, isn't it?
At 21 mil, there it is.
Hares obviously there did have an overcard and a gut shot, but it's just impossible to continue there, really. So he does let it go as he should do.
Jump over to Luxon. Under the gun open from Kadartsev and Spinella here with the ace-jack in the big blind. Pretty clear call against gun.
Yep.
King-jack 7 mono here. So nice looking flop for Kadartsev with the top 2 pair. Spinella with middle. Going to have to be sticking along for a street. Let's see what size Kadartsev finds here. Generally, we want to go small on this board. 30% is the size of choice. Seems like an always call for Spinella.
Yeah, not much else he can really do there after he's done his stare down routine. Loving his posture there. It's just like so upright compared to Kadartsev, who's not.
It's hard though, isn't it, to sit up straight all day at a
so
poker table.
mate.
You try and do it in your head, like I'm going to sit up straight today, and then half hour in, you're like, I'm already slouching over. It's
You don't even realise you're doing it.
Yeah, I know,
you're just focusing so much on the hands, and all of a sudden you're just in one of these positions, you know,
Yeah.
just arms and legs are in 4 different places almost.
Kadartsev here, got to go for another street. Plenty to get some value from, like all this Jack X with a spade, King X with a spade.
Yeah, definitely.
Even just the dry ace of spades can be in there from the big blind. 625. Good for just north of half, shy 60%.
Yeah, and there's plenty of hands and Spinella still beating, plenty of bluffs with all the spades and things, so expect to see him call. He's giving him a hell of a stare down, isn't he? Oh wow, that is quite a tight fold. I know he's versus under the gun, but
yeah, I guess from gun, like maybe more inclined to fold when like they lose a lot of this offsuit ace X with the ace of spades. It's probably just ace 10, ace queen, ace of spades. It's going to be the like ace of spade bluff ones that want to triple off.
sure.
Against MP, against LP, then you start having like all this ace 8 off, ace 7 off, like a lot more potential bluffs in there.
Yeah.
Could be what he was thinking.
Still, yeah, versus half pot, I just, yeah, seems a bit tight.
As we take a little breathe up from the thick and fast action, so nice it's been here at the MPP to have 3 tables ongoing at once. Great work from our production team, keeping the hands flowing thick and fast for us to cover in the booth.
Yeah, those guys don't sleep, do they?
They do not sleep.
They're just working 24 hours a day.
We get the 4 hours on, 2 hours off. They're just 12 hours on, and credit to the production team and what they do and what they put together for us, because we are loving the 3 table coverage and being able to switch between tables.
Yeah, doing a cracking job.
And it's just nice when we get to the FT, like you would have seen all the players that are at the FT. There's not like that random person that's turned up with like 10 bigs at the FT and no one's seen him or where he's come from. Just get to see the journey of all the players to the FT for when we eventually get there.
Yeah, it's nice. I have thoroughly enjoyed going from the one, maybe two tables to the full three. And as you say, you just get to see so many more players, and you've seen at least a few hands from them.
Back to DTD Live and chip leader, Katiev on the button with the 10s. Big hand to wake up with on the button here. And Zhang, blinds just going up. So only 13 now with the Queen Jack off. And Katiev with the chip lead. He's probably going to be opening a lot of hands when folded to him.
Yeah, maybe a few pips more than he should be. So she has gone with the Queen Jack off. You can't blame her.
Cannot fault Zhang at all for taking this one against the chip daddy.
Very easy call, and we're off to the races. We have hit that pay jump, so if she cannot find a double here, she will get 14,500. Next jump is 71. She'll be 16.5k. She has hit a queen. Good start.
A few backdoors there for Katiev. Only 110 remaining in the deck. Speaking of backdoors, there is one that brings the sweats in.
Strawberry's working.
Deuce of spades, meaningless on the river. Zhang, but a much needed double. The blind's just going up, puts her just south of 30 BBs.
What's the stack that you hate playing the most? Like, do you hate super deep? Do you hate 10 big blinds? Do you hate like 25, 30?
I think it's probably like 40 to 60. Like
okay.
that sort. I feel like I'm pretty good like 30 or less these days. And
sure.
I was always a cash game player when I started for years, so I feel like I'm pretty comfortable like super deep stacks.
Okay.
But I feel like the spot I'm most understudied is like 40 to 60. I feel like that's sort of the remit.
But at least you can play more hands. Thing, you know, when you're short, it's just like you might know what to do, but it's so boring just folding for 4 hours, isn't it? But no, I can understand that. Sam here back on table Onyx with the ladies. Little 3-bet to 900k after the Dukic Open with the 9s. What's Dukic playing here? 20.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Here we go.
He's been saved. I was a little bit worried for Dukic. He was at least calling pre, but this is going to get in.
Yeah, ace king suited. Here it comes.
It's going to be a big flip. If Sam can win, he'd be over 10 million. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, but that is quite exciting to see Sam have over 10 million and see what he can do in this tournament with only 76 left.
Yeah, these are big flips to win though, and pretty easy fold for Dukic with this action occurring. And Trickett's already seen already, although slightly different scenario was LP versus small blind when he cold 4-bet the 10s, but I think Trickett will be aware this isn't a player that's just always got aces or kings.
Yeah, sure.
Like against some, we hate this, don't we, Worbs? Against certain opponents that go for the...
Yeah. And in some, I mean, if you had like 40 or a bit over, there is a case for flatting here, keeping in, you know, the ace-5 suited and the bluffs. But I think with this stack, you should just be jamming. Does come to that conclusion. No way Heredi can fold, and so off we go. Huge pot, Jay.
Big pot, and once he gets snap called, Trickett will like what he sees. 40 may have run into the aces or kings.
Yeah, interesting the cards folded though. He is actually a dog. 58% the ace-king suited here.
A big flip at this stage. Nearly 100 BBs in the middle.
Ooh. Good start for the queens.
Great start for the ladies.
$13 million, wow. This is a big pot.
Clean as you like on the turn.
Needs a Barry.
And it's clean. 5 of hearts and huge flip to win for Sam Trickett. Puts him chip leader at the table. Working with about 85 big blinds now, and he is certainly someone who will put these to work.
Yeah, it will be a force to be reckoned with. Incredible, just one hand has changed the dynamics of the table. I can't imagine anyone's too happy about that, seeing Sam with 13 million.
It's a tough spot anyway versus 3-bet, but I don't think I would fold, but...
Oh, yeah, Jukic just piped in, said he has nines.
Interesting, though. Was he saying that he wouldn't 4-bet, he said?
Yeah, he said he would have just called.
Yeah. So, yeah, he'd have doubled there, wouldn't he? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, 30. I would probably call it, I don't know.
Oh, he's saying he's not sure, but whatever he'd have done, if the ace-king wasn't in the hand, he'd have doubled, I think. Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
That's it.
It's a dreadful way to think about things, isn't it? You know, when you're folding and just looking at the board.
If he didn't have ace-king suited, me and you clap it. But if he didn't have ace-king suited, he's got two different cards.
It's fun though, Jay. It's fun to do it though. I like it. You shouldn't play like that, but it is nice in the booth just to be like, oh, imagine this, this, and this. He'd have won in a second.
Back to Luxon. Ensan opening cut off and Spinella 3-bet into 1.1 million. Should be getting the work done versus King 10 off specifically at this stage of the tournament, but we have seen Ensan show a tendency to get involved from time to time.
Yeah, I think, wow. Spinella knows his man here. I like his size. Pretty surprised to see the peel. I just don't think you're deep enough here at all. And he does now only just have pot behind.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Warp seems a bit of a dicey pill at this stage.
But if I was a multi-millionaire, I feel like I wouldn't be folding pre either with any two cards. But it's just so hard to navigate. You just can't. It's just so hard to even sort of bluff your opponent. You know, it's very, very difficult. And obviously, you're just so dominated a lot of the time.
Yeah, now an interesting one for Spinella here. Ace-king, ace of diamonds.
Yeah, it is interesting. But he's not. There's just no way in his head that he's just folding. You know, there is only pot behind, so it's just a case of how's he gonna
jam?
How's gonna play it? Whether he does bet call it off or go for the jam, which looks like, as he said, he's gone for. And this is, you know, also another reason you just can't repeel pre, just because with only pot left, he can just move all in, and it's a case of you just need to hit something to carry on. You know, there's just no maneuverability. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice find from Spinella. Like, not a lot of people find these jams here. They just bet small or check, but when you actually look at these spots, there's actually a lot of like over pot or pot jamming going on, and 3-bet coups with like the 2 overs with the dry diamond on this occasion.
Yeah,
it's a nice little find from Spinella. Like that a lot. And Ensan takes a little bit of a hit to his stack, nearly a third of his stack going over to Spinella there. Optimistic pill pre.
Yeah, that's the other thing, you know, if you don't win the hand, all of a sudden you've like kind of burned 1.1 million, haven't you? It's you've got to be very careful what you're peeling there. Nice pick up though from Spinella. Is he barefoot? He's barefoot. Wow, strong.
And we're going to stick at Luxon for the very next hand. This time Ensan in the hijack with the Jack 10 suited.
Yeah, this feels even bigger now after that. After the King 10, the King 12 fold. This probably looks like aces to Ensan. If he is faced with 3-bet, I can't imagine he'll be folding, even though he's a lot shorter.
To be fair, like in general, we are a bit shallower than we want, but like some of these suited broad bays, LP versus LP, even LP versus blinds, love to like 4-bet send.
Sure.
Like anything up to 30.
I wonder if that's what Bitnuk's thinking about. Whether he chooses a candidate, he is going to do it. Wow. I mean, I guess it's fine, but you do have to be aware of your opponent, and you know, it's just not a particularly good
And I think that's
candidate of play. Yeah. He's gone quite big as well. He's gone 950.
I think that's a good point you make, Waters, about opponent, because general at this stack size, like we expect hijack to just play all in or fold. We don't expect any pills.
Sure.
So like taking the ace-5 off seems fine because we're never going post.
Yeah.
But against Ensan, he is the type that will potentially pill. So then we've got to go post with this hand, reduce playability.
Yeah. He could also be the type to be jamming some hands that he shouldn't be as well. So, yeah, I'm not sure about this. Ace Jack of clubs there just has to go in the muck. But yeah, this size as well, he's just gone a bit too big, really, hasn't he?
Yeah, when Ensan starts to hand at this stack depth, what's starting with 18, 17 bigs? Yeah, we can literally go like 650 here as Bidniak. 950 seems a bit extortionate.
Yeah, and if he can find the jam rather than the peel, it's going to be a nice pickup of $1 million. $1 million on top. Over $1 million. I'm curious in these spots whether he's aware of, you know, you can just jam this in. I did think he was going to go call whatever happened. And all of a sudden this pot's ballooned to 2.3 million. And Sam with just less than 1.7 mil back, we'll be looking for a piece of this flop. Queen of Spades is a lovely first card to see.
Yeah, that's a piece all right, up and down at this SPR, but this is the sort of problem I have with Bidniak's 3-bet against this particular opponent. Like, I feel against most who aren't going to be playing any flats can get behind it, but against this particular customer, like Ensan is one that will be playing some pills, even though maybe we shouldn't be.
Yeah, he needs to be careful he doesn't go too big as well, because he has gone 550. I was just thinking, you know, if he goes like 7, 8, 9, he's going to be priced in somehow.
A snap jam from Ensan, and he is going to absolutely love picking this one up. Yes. That is a huge pickup there.
It's incredible, isn't it? There's 4.5 in there, and he's just won it uncontested.
And half a Bidniak stack over to Ensan.
Yeah, very interesting two hands there. The King 10-0 and the 10-Jack suited. He's back to crushing.
There we go.
You can't keep a good man down. What's his t-shirt say? King something. Curious what those two letters are. We're back to the action at DTD Live. King I know there with the open from the hijack. An easy peel from ER.
Maybe one that 3-bets once in a while.
Sure.
Offsuit high-low against the LP open at 25 seems like a nice little take at a low frequency, but happy to just call, which is going to be fine as well.
Something for everybody. I'd like to see quite a big size here from Zhang on this board.
Yeah, just all this 7-8 down to deuce 3 suited, and even ace deuce ace 3 as well. You think of all these straight draw combo guys, all the club draw combos defending from the big.
She has gone about a quarter though, and he is going to take one off. I mean, I wouldn't have minded a check raise there either from the ace 3. Top 2 now for Zhang.
And now Zhang already thinking about getting this over 3 streets, but forget that. ER reaching on a turn that we should probably never be leading on here. Much better turn for the opener than us. They're going to have a lot more King X.
Yeah, I think he's made the mistake of thinking that the flop c-bet size was just quite weak. I think that's how he's interpreted that. It's not correct, but he's using that thinking, and now he wants to try and take control of the pot. But you know, even if she was c-betting the flop with nothing, the king's just such a great card for her range.
Like any most suited kings from the hijack, king 10 off in there plus. So interesting lead from ER and Zhang. Surely we just have to flat here.
Yeah, and I actually like using the time bank here because you know it is quite a confusing line. So with many marginal hands, you would need a time bank.
Yeah, very nice. Just call in, keep those bluffs in. Like if our opponent does have value, a 2-pair or has turned a king, we get the money on the river anyway. But just keeping some bluffs in.
Yeah, Yeah, and it's not a particularly good card for ER to keep bluffing, but looks like he's gonna go for it. And he's going quite big. It's like just south of half pot. And she's just got a very easy call here. The hand's too weird to be raising for value. You just can't really put him on a hand. It's very confusing. And she does call, and going to see the bad news. Nice pick up there, over 2 mil.
Yeah, good little 15 for Zhang. Gets a double up and wins a healthy pot there against ER.
Yeah, some of these, marginal spots that people don't take, I think they do. They do in their minds, they think, well, I could just wait for a spot like that.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? So yeah,
this is the thing in this particular place. I don't know. There's something in the water, but here at Merit, it just seems like if you just wait sometimes for your big value hands, people will just give it to you.
Yeah, it's true.
I've seen it a lot over the past 7 days we've been here.
It's true. Dukic here with the button open, and Trickett, as we said earlier, is now up to 13 million. It's peeled from the big blind with a 10-9 off and flopped well.
250 to kick things off. Just south of 30%, and Trickett here with the top pair. Could go either way against button.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he does go for.
I feel like both fine here. Check call, check raise.
Gone for the raise.
Against a competent player like Dukic, raise going to be nice as well. Like, he's going to continue some ace highs, good enough to know that like ace queen, ace king, going to have to continue this spot. And then all this 4s through 8s, even some stuff like ace 3, ace deuce suited. Even wider than that on the button open as well. A few more deuce and 3x.
Yeah, and Sam has a sort of tendency to sort of know where he is in hands as well.
6, right?
Very comfortable playing down the streets. A little bit of a technical hitch here, but I'm sure it will sort itself out in a second. Turn is a king. Dukic did decide to float. Obviously with the 2 overs and the backdoor club. And this could be an interesting poker hand if he does now decide to rep the king, as I think he should do. Sam can have a wide range, lots of gut shots. Maybe check raise a 3, check raise the 9. The king does seem a must bluff card. He does go 5-2-5, which I like the size. Setting up a potential all-in on the river. Sam won't be going anywhere on the turn.
Yeah, when Sam thinks about where he is in his range, not going to have too much king X at check raise flop. So like 9x going to be some of our best hands we can have here. So not going to be folding. Dukic, capable player.
Yeah, these are my favourite hands, Jay. Oh, it's a shame. It's a shame he's hit a pair. Just because I really love watching these spots on the river to see which players take it and which players don't. Because it's so difficult. You sort of heart's pumping. You're on the river with Jack High, and you have to go all in. It's not easy, but I think now he'll just take his.
Oh, of course,
he'll just take his showdown, yeah, and win. But I was really rooting for the sort of like deuce of diamonds river and
7
just see
like
if it goes
offsuit
for
7,
it. Yeah.
yeah, something like that.
I'm surprised he's taken so long here.
Maybe he just thinks Sam's always got a 9. Maybe he just feels like Trickett always has a 9 here.
Yeah, this would be a sick value bet. I think it is too thin.
Jack, actually.
I agree.
9?
Like once check raise flop.
Jack, Jack. Yeah.
I know what that face means.
Well, you think you got them, they're barreling the turn, you're
Yeah,
like, okay,
yeah.
you're just hoping for the check back.
But I think overall, well played both and just unlucky. I'll keep Sam on the river there. I also tipped like Dukic from the start, so I've got a root for both of them.
Okay, Savkin all in here for his last, just shy of 4 BBs. Gets looked up by Ensan on the button. Safkin making our 2K final table earlier in the week. Gonna need some help here though.
Yeah, I feel like Ensan's about 95% to win this hand. That's how you become an EPT champion and the World Series Poker champion, Jay. You've got to be 90-odd% when you have these, 60-40s.
Well, we picked up some chop outs. 7 or deuce would chop it up. 10 of hearts on the river means we are going to lose Safkin from the tournament.
And by the way, I have just seen what it says on his t-shirt, Ensan. It says King OG, which is fantastic.
How did we not guess that?
I know, yeah. It was like 2 letters. It just went straight over my head. King of the OGs.
Timothy Safkin, 71st, 16,000 at $500 means 70 remaining in the field. Next ladder is worth 2.5K. That comes at 63. Spin back over to DTD Live and Tussle with the ladies from +1 here. Pavlov, Ace Jack in the big blind just defended. So
yep.
Effective stack here. Pavlov starts the hand with 9 BBs.
The first we've seen of Tussle, and I like that Pavlov's recognised she may be on the tighter side a bit, and he's gone for the peel with the Ace Jack in the big blind.
Yeah, I feel like it's actually pretty close at 9 because I know that Ace Queen would definitely shove even versus EP. Sure. Ace Jack seems kind of close.
Yeah.
But if you feel like Tussle's playing a bit on the tighter side today, I can get behind it from Pavlov, and that's worked out well on this occasion.
Yeah, and he just had the Ace of Spades in his hand. So he's got a couple of the back doors. I do expect to see call here, even though he's only playing 1.25.
Yeah, we don't really have another option, do we? Still ahead of some of this worse Ace X, King Queen, Queen Jack suited, opening from +1. Agree as Pavlov, not much else we can do but play cool to the 10 of spades turn. And now there's Tussle with the ladies. Like if we are deeper, yeah, we're going to check this turn back a lot, but at this stack depth now, working with like 0.8 just under SPR, maybe she just feels fine to jam.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what she does.
Exactly.
And now, as Pavlov here, like there is some worlds that we are in front of some King Queen, King Jack with a spade, although only a few combos in there.
This is the thing, isn't it? It's counting the combos of the times you are ahead. How many are there? Do they exist?
Yeah, like, do we think like Tussle's going to take like Queen Jack a heart, something like this on a flush completer as well, which potentially won't versus big blind when they have a lot of flushes and can be dead versus that hand. So
yeah,
feel like it has to be King Queen, King Jack with a spade.
Yeah.
And how often is Tussle opening like King Jack off as well from +1? Do we feel like she's always going to open this type of hand here?
Yeah, it is hard to know. I did see her open a couple of Queen 10-0s early position yesterday, but that was near the bubble, so it's completely different spot. I think you do have to flip this in, to be honest. I just feel like she does have the King Queen off and Queen Jack off and things. And yeah, but it's a tough spot, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Nice little pick up for Tussle, but just can't stop looking at Katev's stack. It's
it's outrageous.
Unbelievable spot to be in. Bidniak against Schmolka here. Here we go. Although it's Ace Jack versus Ace Jack.
Yeah, 150 big blind now. I can't imagine he's going to be folding here. This is big blind shove. I think he is genuinely considering folding, but I just can't see it.
Yeah, 19 cutoff versus big. I don't think there's a world we get to fold. I don't love it if it's an EP open and big blind wants to shove on us, but cutoff opening range just too high up with Ace Jack. Like Smoker should have some worse ace-x and king-jack suited perhaps in there. A lot of pairs, like he's going to shovel the deuces upwards that we flip against, the king-queen potentially. We have 60% against. Yeah. And like in some worlds, the aces and kings just go for like 6 big blinds here. They don't necessarily always jam, but he is going to fold the ace-jack.
And he's going to show it as well. I'm not a fan of showing it.
Smolka happy to get his man off a chop, but interesting let go. It is difficult this stage of the tournament when you see you are getting closer and closer to the big money.
Sure, and I think a lot of situations people overestimate, oh, you shouldn't show, you should never show your hand, but I feel like that one specifically, you don't want to be showing your opponents that you're folding, you know, ace-jack off sub 20, because it just means later on they can put so much...
big as well.
Cut versus big as well, yeah, they can just put so much pressure on you in the exact same spot, next round, round after, etc. So if you do want to fold there, I think just quietly muck.
Yeah, these are interesting ones here. Dukich with the king-queen suited in the big blind is going to bump it up in position. And
yeah, we're playing 30 effective, right?
Yep. Just north of like 31, 32 to be precise.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Like, it's so annoying, like at 25, like we're happy to just stack off, but it's kind of, well, here we go, even still.
He has gone for it.
Kamatagarov sends it all into the middle, and Dukich with the king-queen suited here at this stack depth, we probably don't expect jams from ace-king, ace-queen. These are probably just going to free bet not all in blind on blind, so...
Agree.
Queens, kings, ace is the same, so it's a situation where I don't think we're ever dominated here as Dukich. Worst case, we're up against like a hand Kamatagariv's has, and we got 40+%.
Yeah, I think you are just flipping off 45 a lot of the time, aren't you? But it's one of these situations where that's definitely the breakdown I would be thinking in game, but also you can also just run into the guy that does have ace queen here.
Yeah.
So you know, it's a very frustrating spot. You can look at all sorts of things here. You can look at chip EV, you can look at your table. You know what I mean? It's I don't really begrudge any decision here, fold or call.
Yeah, I feel like in Theory Land it always calls because the ace queen, ace king isn't meant to shove, it's meant to free bet not all in, and same with the queens, kings and aces. So like in Theory Land it always calls, but in a live setting, as Warp says, makes a great point, like there will be some people that show up with ace queen, ace king here, although they're supposed to free bet to like 7 BBs. But there we go, Dukich gonna let it go.
Future game as well, you might think you've got a big edge on your table and not want to take that marginal spot, even though you might think it is slightly plus EV. But very frustrating as well, by the way. Just opening queen suited and have to fold blind on blind.
Blind on blind, it's a grim one.
Yeah.
And I always find like king queen versus like ace jack ace 10, although the equity is better for ace jack ace 10, it doesn't seem that way. It seems like king queen just seems to win those ones more often than it loses.
I'm with you. Back to the Lux on table. Ensan doing Ensan things. Flops 2 pair and I decided to go with check call on this flop. I like it.
Yeah, nice check call, not losing his customer, just recognising a lot of hands, drawing very thin versus our big.
Yeah, protecting the times he has, you know, the weak 7s, weak 8s. Maybe even the ace highs, under pairs, etc. So
interesting one for Kadartsev, does have this 10 in hand, however, maybe we need like king 10, spade to potentially barrel off some spade rivers. There's Kadartsev here, but we've seen already is capable of putting in some barrels and once again reaching.
Yeah, you can definitely just check back here. You don't need to always be barreling the hands that have good equity and things, but I've decided to go on with it.
And it's one of these, like I feel like it's one of these spots, if we barrel turn, we need to follow through on a lot of river, because once again, like 8-9, 7-9, 6-9, all this stuff that has a pair likely to pick up a straight draw, which isn't going to be folding turn. So
yeah, you unblock spade, so you do need to bet river as well, which can get very dicey against Ensan, who's fairly sticky.
Ensan setting the trap.
Yeah, really like the just call.
Oh, he's not going to like that though.
Yeah, interesting now.
Counterfeit central for Ensan, dropping behind Queen X now.
I can't see him going for it though. So I think this is going to be check-jack. It's quite hard to pull the trigger here, but as you said, he can have a lot of straight draws.
8-9, 10-8, 7-10, 7-9, 7-5, 8-5 suited, 8x and 7x of spades, 9x of spades. There's a lot of stuff we do fold out as Kadartsev. Yes, sometimes we run into 6-9, we run into 10-6 suited, 5-6. But there are a fair amount of combos we are going to fold out with this river barrel and Kadartsev finding it.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting you said there, about folding the X. I'm not sure Ensan does fold. If he has something like ace-8, I'm not sure he does just
well this is better than ace-8. So we're going to get our answer, Wolves. We are going to get our answer.
Yeah.
Because the problem Ensan's got, like all the queen X, like king queen, ace queen, just got a nice clean value bet on this 6 river.
Yeah, very easy value bet for those queens. Yeah.
So bit of a predicament here now for Ensan with his counterfeited 2 pair.
I'll put my neck on the line that this isn't being folded.
Okay, you've seen this man play probably a lot more than I have.
Yeah, we've had a few battles.
Well, great shout, Wolves. Great shout.
He didn't really look like a man who was gonna.
I didn't think he'd be. I thought he'd be folding on that counterfeit river, but fair play to Ensan. Great call, sir.
Up to 8.7 million.
Not a call that everyone finds, and Kadartsev down to 14 BV. He's just shy. Ensan on the move.
King OG. I love it.
As we take a little 60-second breather, guys. Been a great start to the day, to be fair. Been some hands ongoing. Ensan on the move. We got Katiev, who's basically got the old table covered by 3x, but decent start to the day, Wolves.
Yeah, some really interesting play. Not we've basically seen everyone play pretty well, haven't we? Sort of a bit of a misstep with the
ace jack not reshoving for 11.
Yeah, a little bit one there, and the big blind lead is running to the king 9. But other than that, it's been pretty solid. Some big names, as we know. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the action.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the Dukic Trickett battle as well when them two get involved.
Nice. Yeah, it's a real nice one.
So Katiev with the 6s. Brockman decides a7 good enough to go with for just south of 9.
Yeah, blind's at 150 now. He can't really be waiting any longer.
To the flop. 10-9-4. So Brockman needs to find his 6 out up with 2 in the mark, so just 4 outs. No help on the 3 of clubs turn. One last shot at it, but it's a 3 on the river as well. So we are going to lose Brockman from the tournament. And Katiev takes out another.
Yeah, nice run from Brockman. He's very solid yesterday. Picks up 16.5k for his efforts. We'll assume he's in for 1 bullet and he's made a nice 10k profit.
I'm liking the bet we had this morning. I've got the unders on 16 left at the end of the day and come back with 96. Almost lost a third of the field already this first session. We're still 20 minutes or so to go.
We're flying through, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
But it'll slow down. I'll send a few messages out, to people still out there, just to slow down a bit. I'm kidding. All my mates have bust this tournament. There's no one really left. So. A few Brits in there. I'm sure we'll see them later on.
Kamakharov with the ace-7 suit. It opens on the button.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Dukic just think about it with the 8-7 off. Easy fold and king queen off in the big blind here. I'm sure we'll see appeal, I think. With 20.
One of them stacks that maybe does some jamming. Doubt he takes it though, to be fair. But I feel like it does.
He could do possibly,
when we start getting north of 20 versus button specifically.
He has. You called it, Jay. I was gone with it.
Yeah, but now A7 suited of Kamakari just going to have to get out of the way. Why it's such a powerful jam when we got more as well. We fold out so much ace-x, and like you think of a button opening range, it's only actually such a tiny percentage of hands that have us dominated ace-king, ace-queen.
Sure.
Blocking this heavily as well, same as the kings and the queens, and really nice find there from Hartman. Like, it's hard to stick in like nearly 25 bigs, but when you think about the spot here, like we've just really got to fade a few select combos that we're in bad shape against, and then we just fold out all the ace highs down to like ace 9. Even folding out some of these small to middling pairs. Don't want to call off that hefty amount.
That religion.
Yeah.
We stay at the onyx table for the next hand.
Things look like they're slowing down a little bit, just as we were talking about it there. It's not as quick to muck. Obviously, the pressure does build. The more and more you lose, each pot becomes so valuable. My dad here decided to go with a king 6 suited.
Yeah, I think okay for 5.5 bigs from
Yeah,
hijack.
5.5.
Does fold out some stuff that dominates us, but not going to be folding out this for 5.5 here of Trickett. Trickett will be aware all the ace-x that we dominate in there, stuff like king 9, queen 9, jack 9 suited.
Yeah, no need to isolate either. You just peel here, and he has run into it though. A great time to wake up with the butchers.
And exactly why we don't isolate here. There's Trickett, and Hartman, after just getting a tidy little reshove through, gets his reward the very next hand.
Ali Malou would have isolated there.
Ali Malou, UK poker legend.
Shout out.
So Hartman just trying to sell this a little bit. He's not as high up as he is.
Yeah, it's just very suspicious to do anything other than shove, isn't it? You can't really make it 1.6 when you're playing 4.5, so he just puts it in as he's supposed to do off 30.
Yeah, Trickett now. Nice, easy lay down.
He's happy he got a bit of protection, but he won't be happy to see what he's up against. He is on for the treble if he can find the miracle.
You cannot buy a set. That's impossible.
Any sweats? No, nothing at all. It's as bad as it gets.
That's as bad as it gets.
Less than 1% on the flop is pretty brutal.
Going to need a 10 or a 6 to have some live outs to survive, but it's the queen of diamonds.
What's the worst shape you can be? Is it kings v king 6 off or something?
Nope.
Kings,
Keep going, you're nearly there.
is kings v king something off?
Yes, it is.
King deuce off?
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
There we
okay,
are.
Yeah.
Sit open table 1.
Worst possible shape you can be in pre-flop.
Those are the payouts. A few more to go till the next jump. 19k. All playing for the 1 million up top. Huge first prize. It'd be a cracking heads up, won't it? Was it 630 per second and 1 mil for first?
Yeah, 660, I think. Yeah, so 340k heads up is going to be a bit mental.
Big heads up.
As they are here with the reshove, sends in his just sub 9 and a 2 cell on the button here.
Yeah, it's a nice time to find it. He's in good shape for the double. This is a big flop for Jess as well. She'll only have 1 million left if she can't find a lady. A Lady Gaga. You're not living that, Jay? A Lady Gaga?
I've spent enough time with Ren Lin at a poker table in Vegas to block it all out, to be fair.
Fair enough. He does say that every time a queen is mentioned, doesn't he? No help so far for Tussle. 10 now, working for her. No dice. Nice double 3R.
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago now, PLO at day 2, and he was on my table all the time, and the amount of times he said Lady Gaga, I just started zoning the word out, honestly. Like, when someone said it, would just go through one ear out the other.
It's even worse in PLO because he's seen the Lady Gaga way more often.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that.
It's not on his hand or on the flop, on someone else's hand. It's amazing here with the butchers in the small blind. He's only playing 2 mil. It's a very nice time. I'd like to see the flat, and yes, he does. Will the 10-5 off? Get after it a little bit. It's not a bad candidate.
Yeah, I can see it for sure. Once in a while, a small frequency is already hit.
Yeah.
And let's see if Tamasian can potentially find the flat here.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of players in this situation, they do just put it all in because they're a bit scared to...
Yeah, the thing is about this spot, the great thing at 13, ace deuce all the way up to like ace 10 just jam. So
yeah,
like
exactly.
We don't need to protect against much ace X other than like the nutted ace queen, ace jack suited that's trying to raise call.
Agree, yeah.
And a lot of people miss that. They're like, oh, I need to jam now because potentially it comes ace high. But when it comes ace high, there's actually reduced ace X in your opponent's range. So
yeah, and it's great that because they might continue to rep the ace
yeah.
and you sort of have it, but...
I do feel like in game a lot of people jam, but it just plays so much better as a call for the reasons we just stated.
Also, a lot of people get a little bit more nervous playing on the feature, and they don't want to, in their eyes, look silly. So I can't fault him, but it would have been a nice play there, just a flat, and let Hedley continue with the betting lead.
Just need to assess the range that makes raise 2.5 bigs. It's
yeah.
not going to be any of this like ace 9 through ace deuce in there, and it's going to be either a lot of trash or the potential nutted holdings that potentially we get the money from on streets anyway.
Sure.
And it don't happen that often. It doesn't come an ace too often.
It always comes an ace, Jay.
When someone's got kings, yeah.
It always comes an ace, 100% of the time.
Kadartsev with the reshove here against Gun, and it's going to be a snap call for the jacks of Caravieri.
Yeah, we're reaching a bit of the point now, seeing a few flips. Haven't seen too many all day. There's been a lot of play. But yeah, all these shorties now, they've got to get busy. And these hands more than good enough. No help so far. Jack still holding. Just the aces and queens working here for Kadartsev. We're right on the ladder as well. He does hit the queen.
Well, Kadartsev, the riverman today.
Yeah.
Once again, finding what he needed on 5th Street and back north of 5 million. Caravieri going to be shallow at around 7 big blinds after losing that one.
La la ba, Lady Gaga. I'm going to be in your ear with Lady Gaga now the whole time, just to try and break you.
I actually remember, because I didn't know him at the time. I'll come back to story time after this all in, because it's queens for Pavlov. And Zhang has made the call with a suited ace from the big.
Yeah, I said there we'd be seeing a lot more all-ins, and here's another one.
That's a good start. Just don't want to see a low card or a diamond on the turn. That will lock it up.
I feel like all we're seeing nowadays is just ladies.
Now, after you said that, 10 of hearts will seal the deal, and Pavlov doubling through Zhang. But I remember playing that tournament. I didn't actually know Ren Lin at the time. I think it was 3 years ago, WSOP, maybe 2 years ago.
Right.
And they knew Ren Lin, and I was like, there's this guy on my table who will not stop going on about Lady Gaga. Like, every time there's a queen, they're like, oh, that's Ren Lin, mate. He's gonna be doing it all day. It's gonna
Yeah, you'll get to know him.
It is going to continue into the night, which it did. I think this was like first break as well. Dave, I was talking about. He was like, he's not stopping. And then 10 hours later, there we were, still both sat there, and Lady Gaga's galore.
I made profit a while ago.
Back to the action here on Onyx.
Just kidding. Would be
Ace
awesome,
8
yeah.
suited open from the
Alright,
cut-off here from
9,000.
Freddie, and the easy peel with the king deuce suited.
Yesterday,
Little piece for both.
like this guy on my table, and he's like, I'm not even going to look, and then he just automaxes.
Big blind obviously with the backdoor clubs as well.
I know a couple
Nice
of
1-2
guys
C-bet
also,
as
they
already.
play a satellite of 10 bucks or
Yeah, it's just
something,
a
and they
great
make
board.
here, and then, like, it's
A great range advantage as well, really.
it's awesome. It's how they
275.
Yeah, great fun. I mean, it should be huge for us too, but we're DJs. It is huge. If you think about it.
Interesting turn, 5 of hearts here for Heredia, and maybe we do choose a junction to check our hand. Difficult to get 3 streets from worse. Maybe the way, once picking up the nut flush draw, check turn, go for our value against some potential King X, 10X on rivers.
Yeah, you could do.
It's one of these, I feel like if we bet turn, we check back basically all rivers other than an ace or an 8, and
Sure. Betting obviously fine. It's gone for, looks like half pot.
it maybe feels like he gets the calls from like Jack 10, Queen 10 on the turn, which don't call river, could be the idea here from Heredia.
Yeah.
Now the King do suited in a pretty grim spot here. Like, it's a board that does tend to be overbluffed by the opener. Like all the Jack 9, Jack 8 suited, Queen 9, Queen 8 suited, just going to be barreling here. And as well as stuff like 4s, 3s, deuces, the bluffs that people kind of miss.
Exactly, yeah. There should be a lot of those pairs continuing here and betting 3. But again, it's, you know, it's not every single player is betting, you know, deuces to 7s here and just keep going, but it's a good bluff if you do. The king deuce there, yeah, I think you just got to fold. It's a little bit annoying that you are ahead sometimes, but very hard to get to showdown.
So we pick up over at Luxon. King 10 off opens. Ensan defends, and Spinella c-betting the ace high board.
Yeah, I was wondering why we were seeing that one then. I was thinking maybe he's just going to go for a sort of cheeky check raise or something, but he does let it go.
And we are going to make our way over to Onyx as the first break approaches, potentially the last hand of the session for us.
Yeah, maybe an interesting one. He does go for the 3-bet bluff here. With the king 4 suited, he has run into it this time.
Yeah, I don't mind it from...
I like it, yeah. He's attacking the, you know, 20 big blind stack.
I think it's a nice little choice. Knock out a lot of better King X, knock out some ace highs.
We've just seen Tamazian have a flat option with the kings, and I was about to say I just love the flat here, and he has gone for it.
Yeah, when we got position as well, makes it a bit more viable.
This is just a great spot. Ooh. It's not what small blind wanted to see.
One that potentially may go for some check-in.
Yeah, I think
Once we get here, like worst King X we're going to have, good to have some top pair checks once in a while, just to protect our check range, as they say.
yeah, I agree. Check or small are his options. He's gone small.
Yeah, we are going to bet like this choice of size, just shy of 20%, nice and tiny from Kamakariv. And Tamazian's just going to continue setting the trap, like don't want to lose something like an ace 10 and ace jack that's going to be drawing to less than 4% equity. Just keep all of these bluffs in. Going to get the money off ace king, king queen anyhow.
Yeah, I agree. People kind of over bluff these spots as well, thinking, you know, that undergun 2 never has ace king and things. So you do see some punts here sometimes with total air.
Yeah, not the most appetizing turn to continue barreling on here though. Queen of clubs rolls off, and now they slow it down over to his opponent.
Been position.
Tamizin here.
I think I actually quite like check. Yeah, you know, you want to. Bit of an annoying river for him, but you want to. Is that graphic right, or is it 3 clubs?
4 clubs.
I'm sure we just had a look at the actual board there, and it was 3 clubs. Could be wrong. One to look out for if we do see the actual flop. But yeah, imagine small blind's just going to go check here either way.
Graphics right, just confirmed. Definitely the 6 of clubs on the river.
He's gone for block. I'm not sure I like this.
Yeah, we never really get caught by worse, do we?
Yeah, Tamaz is going to have a load of clubs. I wonder if he's maybe going to level himself when he sees the raise to paying it off. We'll see.
Well, I hate to disagree with you, Wars, but I was just thinking about this. Hard for Tamizin to have clubs, right, at this stack depth pre-20. Ace-10 off folds. Ace-Jack off should probably fold.
Yeah, I guess so.
So,
Actually,
like, it has to just be, like, the Ace-Jack suited, Ace-10 suited. Like, Ace-9 off through Ace-Deuce off isn't in there, right? So,
yeah, it's a good point.
Is it just like aces with the ace of clubs that he can have, and then turn flushes, Ace-Jack, Ace-10 of clubs, which... Because I just don't feel like there's going to be Ace-10 off, Ace-Jack off in there at this.
Yeah, I was almost assuming in my head that, you know, if he did have a 10 of clubs, he'd definitely raise, or the 9 of clubs, but I think he'd probably just call, wouldn't he? So yeah, it's actually quite hard to have just the ace of clubs, yeah, as you say, but he has found the fold.
Yeah, either way, when we're that low down, as Kamat Garif has to get out of there, and Tamizin going to take the last hand before the break. Quick roundup of the tables from us, and we will take a short 25 minutes. Picasso, Andrew Hedley going to be back in the booth with Warbs for the next session. A nice little starter here at the main event for day 3, as you see that trophy there. Someone going to be lifting that along with $1 million at some point tomorrow. We will be playing 10 levels today, or down to an FT, whatever comes first. A quick roundup of the tables, and Sam Trickett now leading the way on the Onyx table. As we look down the pack, Jukic has been active, 23 big, still plenty to work with. Rustem Kagartsev been running nicely. Daniel Thola with 71, hasn't got involved too much, but going along nicely, just north of 10 million chips. As we look over here at the most ridiculous stack distribution you're going to see in a long time, Dmitry Kateev at the top, near 150 big blinds at this stage, and 50% of the chips on the table.
Yeah, literally got more than everyone else put together.
And then the rest scattered amongst everyone else. Jessica Tusel going to need some help with her 7 big. Sergei ticking off short as well with 11. Kongya Zhang, good session for her, up to 5 million. And finally, before we head out the Luxon table, Aaron Benzinyang, who was day 2 a chip leader yesterday, bagged up for day 3 and still going nicely on 64. Marco Caravieri, saw him get out unlucky in that spot about 20 minutes ago, down to 5 bigs. David Schmolka, been involved a little bit. Anthony Spinella, been impressive. Some of his reshoves that we've seen seems like a clued up guy. But we are going to be taking 25 minutes, guys. Make sure you return and join us at DTD Player. We will see you in 25 minutes.
I think it's a flip, isn't it?
I open in the winds. Two people like the Italian teams.
You are very brave.
I open out which is the chance. Congrats, good luck.
Good luck.
Planning to share.
Who's gonna be the coach?
We will see.
Do you volunteer? Or
Yes. Chris, yes. See.
I think Rafa has to deserve this. You are not doing it yet. No, you are not. You have to be tested. Nothing will change.
Different, right? Like the secret culture is today, yesterday and today. Our accountant from Monaco was here with her husband. She went back now after lunch. She said she's going one christening and one wedding today afterwards. She said she has this month 8 more weddings. Cyprus is a different culture. There is 800 people and more.
My wedding was before
1,000 people. Oh my god.
I was coming to celebrate graduation for 3 hours. After it was the dinner, plus 400. It was exhausting.
You didn't enjoy it.
It was very exhausting, but it was
Welcome back, guys. Whilst the action is on break, it's time for a little game. Myself and Warbs are going to play a little bit of Guess Who. Steve, do you want to talk us through the rules?
I didn't really listen to the rules, James. I was just so focused on beating you, so you might have to tell me the rules yourself.
Fair enough. We're each going to put a card on our head, Indian poker style, and then we're going to ask each other a series of yes/no questions to ascertain which player the card applies to. Sound simple?
Simple enough to beat you. Yeah, let's go.
All right. Well, I've got our deck of cards here. Free shuffle. Do you want to count the cards or anything like that?
I don't trust you, so.
You don't trust me? A little
do a few
riffle?
shuffles, yeah, do a few shuffles.
I mean, it's a very shallow deck. I can't riffle that often. But what I can do for you, and only for you,
Okay,
you're such a good customer.
sure.
You can choose your card.
Okay. 15 to choose from, right?
There are 15 in there. Yeah.
Never go the ends.
Never go the ends. He says. Never at the top tip. That.
Okay.
Got that. Now you got to.
Yep. Okay.
I don't think you were supposed to look at it.
Oh, you're not?
You're supposed to bash it on your head. So we'll put the back on the deck.
Oh, is that not right? Okay.
You're supposed to be guessing who you are.
Oh, I thought I was guessing who you were.
Christ. Huh?
I'm right. You're wrong.
Oh. Turns out
Yeah.
Steve is right.
So
I am wrong. We'll do that again. I thought we were whacking it on the head, but apparently not.
let me pick the card I had, so
Okay.
it's fair.
Oh, you like the card, do you?
It's an okay hand, yeah.
I wonder who he could have. If he's got himself, he's the vainest bastard on the planet.
Do you not know the rules?
Turns out I don't know the rules. We'll try this again. I guess. Do you want to,
Yeah.
you know, give me an opportunity to choose my own fate?
Just do a quick cut. Yeah.
Now I have form in this game. Never been beaten.
Yeah. Happy with that?
Not really.
Okay. Ready to
Who have I got? Okay.
Who's gonna go first? Who goes first?
I'll tell you what. You're the newbie. You can go
Try
first.
first.
No, remember the rules are.
I remember the rules.
Yes, no questions.
Shut up.
And once you
Is
guess
your-
a player, if you get it wrong, you lose. That's it. Like bang, one and done.
Okay. Is your card American?
My card is American. You get to carry again. Carry on.
Oh, I go again.
You get one right, you carry on. Not really fair, but
Does the American have more than 8 letters in their full name? Having to count?
no.
No. Okay.
Does your player come from North America?
No.
Well, that's bollocks.
Does your American player begin with the letter P?
No,
Okay.
they do not. I haven't really got a follow-up question just yet. Give me 1 second. So they're not from North America. Is your player an MPP commentator? Oh.
So specific. Trying to think of previous MVP commentators that might save me here. Yes, he is.
Oh, and it's a he. Didn't give away that. It's mine.
Oh, is it your go
I
again?
got it. I got that right. Thank you very much.
Damn, I was just going to guess then. I was just going to have a go.
Does your commentator come from England?
Yes, he does. You win all the flips, don't you?
Has your commentator won in a WPT heads up end of a tournament? Does he have a title as opposed to a second place?
No.
Oh, I
Okay.
wonder who it could be.
So it's now my go.
It is your go.
Okay. So I'm going to have to guess now.
You don't have to.
No, I'm going to have to.
Why do you have to? You can narrow it down.
So it was less than 8 letters. Less than 8 letters American. It's not actually that many. Is your player Maria Ho? Yes!
Bollocks!
Yes!
Bollocks!
Yes!
Bollocks!
And you got mine, but you were showing off.
I know.
You were showing off.
I will show back in a bit.
I'll take
Wow.
it. I'll take it.
Wow, wow, wow.
I'll take it. Not
Nice
no
thing.
Not so
I
snug
even said
now,
it was
are
you before.
You
I even
did.
said you've gone back and chosen yourself at the deck.
You called it. But by the way, the card that I picked was the card that I picked again. It wasn't like it's a new card. So
Well, all right. Well, I have to admit, Steve, you got me. I mean, if you'd won a heads up in a WPT, maybe I might have won because of the questions you asked. Like,
you knew by that point though you were trying to show off.
I did.
So
I
it
was
cost
trying
you.
to show. I was trying to mug the man off.
It cost you.
Anyway, that's it. Steve wins. I'm going to cry. See you guys shortly. All right.
Okay, happy?
Welcome back, everybody, as the music booms in the background. We're getting down to the business end. MPP Main Event, Day 3, another beautiful look. Really is a gorgeous setting out here in northern Cyprus. As we pan towards the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel. Ocean next to you, mountains in the background. What could be better? All right, let's get into the mix. Let's look at the Luxon table, guys. Blinds now 100, 200k. Getting steep out in the chip lead. We have Aaron Bizanyan with 48 big blinds, good for 9.6 million. Well, second place, Hossein Ensan. That's a man we know well. He's got it done before on the biggest stage. Anthony Spinella, another name I recognize, 7.5 million for him. David Smolka, online crusher. Kadartsev in there, who we've seen earlier in the week. Tulip Bergenov, who I know well from the Merit streams, so that's a very strong table. Over to DTD Live we go. Samantha Lake out in front. 9.7 million for her Warbs as we scan down. Azamat Lamkov, I believe, is the defending champion. You can quote me if I'm wrong.
He is,
That's pretty sick. He's in the mix, trying to go back-to-back, which would be a world-beating achievement. Scanning down the chip counts, Sergei Kovrig with work to do on 12 bigs. Nobody too shallow apart from him. Over to the Onyx we go. And we've got Daniel Thaler. Saw him last night, 10.7 million. And what a story developing, Warbs. Sam Trickett in the mixer, 10.6 million for him. He's going to be dangerous with a big stack. Continuing to scan it down the board. Heredi we saw earlier in the week. Tamazian. Lots of good players in the mix. Nenad Dukic, he's going to be dangerous if he can get hold of a stack. And bringing up the rear, Evgeny Olvinsky, work to do, Warbs, just 7 bigs for him. What's been happening in the first frame that I missed that you and Jay took us through?
Yeah, I was just saying before break that Sam Trickett's last cash was 5 years ago.
It's so sick.
He won a 25k. Hasn't been seen since on the tournament scene. He's obviously been huge in the cash games, of course. And now he just comes back and he's just straight in the mix, 60 left, loving life. Just won a big flip there with Queens against Ace King.
Very nice.
Got a little bit unlucky in a hand afterwards, but I've been more enjoying watching the world champ, EPT champ, Mr. Hossein Ensan.
He's always in there, isn't he?
You never know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
You know, lots of these regs these days, you can kind of predict roughly what they're thinking and things, but he's very unpredictable, very hard to play against.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught it last night. Probably not, because we were in the wee small hours, but he just defended an ace-king from the big against the king-10. It came like king 9-4. He check called. The turn was the queen of hearts, completing the front door flush. Check called again. The river was a 10, and he led.
Yeah,
and we were just like, what is this? How can you lead? And he got his man off to a pair. Because like nobody's bluffing here, right? So you got to keep an eye on him. Right, let's go.
He finds a way.
He does find a way. Right. In the cutoff, Thaler raised to 400k, working with 55 bigs or so. On to Hartman. These are tricky ones, Warbs. 30 bigs effective, ace-3 off.
Yeah, you can definitely use this as a 3-bet bluff, but I also don't mind the peel. I'm guessing that's what he's considering. Thaler was a guy I tipped yesterday, actually, but he was very short, so he's had a big comeback.
Nice. Yeah, I like these as a potential 3-bet bluff against the big stack, who, especially from cutoff, right, is going to be pretty wide. We can see he's opening the suited 9x. Looks like Hartman might be agreeing with us.
Yeah, he's going to take it. I like it.
I like this a lot. It just puts a lot of pressure right on Thaler, and it's not really appetizing to call 3-bets, right, when someone starts the hand with sort of less than 30 bigs.
Sure.
This is really nice. Nice find.
We were just talking about a similar spot against our man Hossein, and just how much, you know, he's really sticky. He is gonna peel things he shouldn't pre-flop. So against him, it's you need to make an adjustment, not make that play. But I feel like you can see enough of Thaler over the last few days to realise, you know, he's going to play pretty in line, and he's basically going to have to fold here, as he should do.
Yeah, I like that. Certainly something that I found myself. I've got to play a few main events out here, and there are certain villains that don't be going into the, I've got king 4 off. Let's use this one. Don't do it. Don't do it. As we go to Luxon.
I feel like a lot of live poker is that. It's sort of knowing when to go by the book and knowing when to sort of deviate, for sure.
Right then, over to Luxon, open from Bizanyan. Has Kadartsev pipped here? He elects just to defend with the suited ace-8 of clubs. Almost too strong a hand to consider anything but call. Flops the nut flush draw, Warbs, on the 10-6 deuce.
Yeah, Kadartsev played very well so far. Seems a very solid player. Looks like a Merit Poker hoodie there.
Oh, yes.
The flames.
Like it.
He's
Well,
going to go for the C-bet.
He might be setting these chips on fire, Steve. It's 375k. Decision on Kadartsev immediately, Warbs.
Yeah, I do like call. You've obviously got ace high, which could be the best hand a lot. You're not really looking to check raise, get it in, are you?
Is there like a tipping point for you in stack depth? Like if we had 3.8, you might decide,
Yeah, for
okay,
sure.
like now let's just activate, and if I run into, you know, an overpair or a top pair, we'll just run it.
Sure. It's also very nice when you can check raise. Oh, he has check raise.
Yeah, it has raised.
It's also very nice when you can check raise to a size where all the smaller flush draws kind of just go with it, and then you can run it.
Right.
You know, against the king high flush draws and everything below. But he has decided to go for the 1.2 mil check raise.
Of course, the main benefit, right? We can get hands like this that do have us pipped to fold. You know, if we check call here and it comes an ace on the turn, can be problematic. You might clean up your ace outs on the turn. Oh,
he has decided
I'm
to get
very
sticky.
surprised to see this. You don't normally see people find this, but thinks his man's going to have too many draws, and he is right.
Yeah, it's just he's sort of figured out, you know, he's probably got the best hand, but it's still so hard to navigate, isn't it?
Right.
You know, if he was up against sort of 7-8 of clubs now, 9-7 of clubs, something like that, they are just going to jam, and there's just not really much you can do. So sometimes thinking you have the best hand, it's not really enough just to be peeling. You've got to think down the streets here.
Sure.
As it turns out, I'm interested to see if he does find the all in, goes with the small size, or does check.
Right, yeah, he does have pop back. It's one of these, isn't it, where when we jam, we're sort of just targeting the floats, right? Like the kind of 2 overcards, backdoor flush draw type stuff.
Yeah.
A sticky ace king or ace queen with a club in hand, potentially.
Yeah, possibly something like 6x and 7s as well.
Right, because he is in cutoff, right?
Yeah. I wonder what he's going to go with. Can never be that bad, can it? Just a jam here.
No. Like checking feels not much fun, right? Because you're just sort of then, when they bet, we're like, all right, do we have any fold equity anymore? I think he has jammed.
Yeah, he's going jam, which is just, you know, it kind of confirms our point on the flop of just flattening the ace-9. It's just tough.
I was a little surprised to see it. I'd personally rather have like a queen jack of hearts or something even here, right? That can just improve to the top pair and have backdoor equity. Well done, though, Kadartsev. He's impressed us all week.
Yeah, nice pickup. Still undecided about the shirt, but we'll see.
Come on, I can see you. I can see you lounging around by the pool or in the whiskey lounge in that.
Your predecessor,
number.
Mr. Harwood, Jay Harwood, has never ever bought a shirt.
I know.
He doesn't own a shirt.
What does that mean?
It makes no sense to me.
That's serial killer-esque to me.
It's incredible,
Not
isn't
one. Not one. You never been to a wedding or a function. What is he doing? Roll up in the black tee and shorts.
It's very bizarre.
Right, Mr. Trickett. Pocket fives in the small blind. Facing a 34 big blind open from the button of Hartman. And yeah,
Let's just rip it.
I like it.
I like it too, yeah.
Just one of those, right? Like calling's not the most fun. You don't close the action. It's going to be a very wide opening range from the button, and sometimes when we get called, we're going to be flipping with the best hand.
Yeah, it's plus chip EV.
Yeah.
He's not scared to put chips in the middle, and he's just going to take these spots, isn't he?
Is there a tipping point for you in terms of number of players left or percentage of the field where you start flatting here or you start even folding potentially sometime? Like probably not as the covering stack, but you know what I mean. If there's 20 left, are we still just ripping it in?
Yeah, I think
It's tricky, right?
I think tricky, like it, tricky. Yeah, I mean, when you get 20 left and 5k, the jumps, you know, they start to get a little bit more meaty, don't they? So you can definitely be a bit tighter. I wouldn't say I have a specific number in mind, you know, 20 players left or 15 players left or anything, but certainly with 60 left, I think we're in there, aren't we?
Yeah, right. Off to DTD Live we go. First look at Samantha Lake in the big blind. Queen 10 of hearts defending against bottom of range open from Lamkov. Neither player likes this board as such. Both turn top pair, but of course, 4 flush board.
Yeah, let's see if Lake can see a river here. She does.
Yeah, it seems like one that Lamkov is just going to want to try and get to showdown, and he can beat some hands. I think I like this as just to check it down. Some other hands we can bluff with.
I can't believe you've missed my Lake River pun, but we'll gloss over
Did
it.
I miss it? What, just now? What did you say?
I can't repeat it.
Yeah, you can, please. I'm obviously off my game. Too much sunshine.
I said, let's see if Lake can get to the river here.
Oh
You know,
my
Lake
God, that
joins
was
the
so
river,
good.
doesn't it?
That's actually really strong. 50, you're a natural.
Yeah, I've been doing this for 2 hours a day, so I'm, a little bit more on it.
Right then, Spinella has opened from the button with King 9 suited. Tulip Bergenov activates with the 12.5 big blind jam, and Spinella's going to run it.
Yeah.
Figures he's up against enough kind of low pairs, Warbs, some ace-x.
I think that's his thinking, yeah.
It's pretty thin though, right?
Kind of is, yeah.
Has to be bottom.
I thought he had more chips than he did as well. I thought maybe, 8, 10 million, you're throwing in 2, you're not risking too much of your stack, but yeah, it just does feel a bit thin. King 10 suited, I'm in there.
Yeah, I think it's got to be stone bottom.
Yeah.
Well, comes up fully empty on the Queen 4 deuce, no diamonds materializing.
But having said that, most of the time he's not running into a monster like this, Ace
Right.
King, and he's going to be doing okay. Just a bit unlucky to find himself dominated here.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, Tulip Bergenov with a big hand. Very timely double up for him, up to 5.3 million in chips.
Maybe the product of his opponent as well.
Right.
We've not seen much of his opponent. Maybe seen him before and thinks he's a bit looser in this spot.
This is the thing out here at Merit. We call it MPO, which is Merit Poker Optimal, and you can just occasionally see someone have 7-8 off here and be like, right, I've had enough, I'm in.
Yeah. Yeah, there are definitely players that if they're continuing the hand, they're just going to be moving all in. If they're continuing with 5-6 suited and things like that, they're just piling it.
Tulip Bergenov, by the way, like deep all the time in events out here, so it's not his first dance.
Oh, okay.
And no mistake, all in and a call here then over at the Onyx. Olvinsky at risk with King 9. It looks like a blind on blind shove, so pretty reasonable to call off for 9. He's going to need to find a 9 or a king, or his day is done.
Yeah, Heredia had a huge chip lead on this table. He was the one that lost the flip to Trickett. He had the ace-king suited in a cold 4-bet pot against Sam's queens.
He's going to get some of those chips back, Warbs, up to 8.8 million.
Over in the 10. Oh, no, he had the ace anyway.
Yeah.
Ignore me.
Unlucky Evgeny. Blind on blind there, King 9. More than enough hand for 9 bigs. Out in 60th place for $19,000.
Yeah, not a bad payday.
Yeah, we're like creeping into the sort of... when we play these tournaments, there's certain cutoffs, right? When you get to the sort of 25k, 30k payouts.
Yeah, that's when it starts to get interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's 40 left. You're like, okay, there's $1 million up top.
You sort of crossbar territory, aren't you?
Scary. That word. PTSD. Right then, Samantha Lake opening with Pocket Jacks in the cutoff. Very intrigued to see Kanmei's stack. And well, top set, Jack 9-6. Potential trouble here for Kanmei.
Yeah, I like to see a C-bet. Obviously, there's a temptation your hand serve big to check back, but it's a coordinated enough board. You can get some check raises and some check calls from lots of different hands.
Like maybe check Warbs on the Jack 7 deuces of this world.
Yeah,
right,
the sort of really dry
to protect.
texture. Yeah, super dry textures you can do. But yeah, she just goes with 300k. And
yeah, looks good.
Interesting to see if he does continue here.
I don't think we can fold this one personally. Bottom pair with that 7, like maybe a queen 6 or not a queen 6, like a 6-3 suited or something becomes less appetizing. Feel like we need to take one off.
It's a spot, isn't it, where you're supposed to call and there's just so many players.
Yeah.
I'm just like calling, knowing that I'm just going to get blown off my hand every time if I don't hit a 6 or a 7. So, do you think she checked that? Did she even know?
She was reaching and then it was a bit, hang on a minute, let's have a think about how much we're putting in.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't matter in this instance. Ace of Spades, very bad card, of course, for Kanmei to see.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he does anything other than fold here. Just has so many good hands on this board.
Yeah, it's one of these, isn't it, right? Like, even if we are ahead,
exactly, yeah.
Often against like a king, queen, king 10, queen 10,
yeah,
flush draws, hands that have a lot of equity often.
You need no more bets and to hold. It's just, it's not a good one, but he's thinking about it.
That seems very reasonable.
Just let it go.
Always a little disheartening. You can see Lake there. Little twitch of the corners of the mouth. You're just hoping, aren't you? Have ace 9, buddy. Come on.
Yeah. And if someone has turned the ace there, they would do very rarely fold. So
yeah.
it's a pretty sick spot.
But she's very healthy. Up to around 10 million in chips. As we shoot back over to the Luxon. Caravieri has ran it here, Warbs, for 4 blinds.
Yeah, interesting that.
Perhaps a product of the big blind ante, right?
Sure,
Even still, I would fold, I think. I think there's still
I think you can
some
fold,
latitude to spin it up.
Yeah, you can fold here.
But he's picked up 2 callers. What do you make of this from Kadartsev, by the way? Overcalling jacks? I'm quite shocked.
It's
I mean, okay, Spinella can have some traps, right? Sure.
Sure, but it's just a very clear 3-bet, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I'm just all in every time with...
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the small blind stack was, but with Smolka with just 3 million...
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah. Everyone's
pretty shallow.
Spinella's got, what, 25? He's
Yeah.
got 30 bigs. Yeah, you can just rip this, can't you? Rip or open, whichever you're thinking. Interesting spot over the ace-2 suited. He's wondering whether to complete 4-way.
It's just, like, we're going to be crushed so often, right? And we don't really have fold equity here.
Yeah, for sure. It's a good price, but as you say, you are crushed so often, and it's 550k is a healthy portion of your 3 mil stack.
Okay,
He does like the price, though.
Maybe thinking, Steve, that they were into, like, dry side, that there may not be many bets post-flop, and we might get to realize across 5. I'm sure it's something he'll be thinking about.
Possible. He might also be thinking, because of the pot size, if he does flop the nut flush, he can just maybe open jam, but...
Sure.
It's a little bit dicey.
Yeah, he does flop a gut shot to the wheel and backdoor diamonds. Really intriguing one for me, this from Kadartsev. I must confess I'm surprised to see it. Must be concerned about Spinella's flat. It's the only reason I can think that we would want to quote-unquote slow play jacks here.
Must be the reason, yeah.
And like Spinella now is in a grim spot where just hoping to get somehow to showdown and be winning, which is going to be tough.
Very tough 4-way, yeah. I think Kadartsev does have to bet his hand here.
Yeah, I'm with you all day.
There's 3.3 mil in there. Sure, there are times that Spinella might be trapping you, but you've got to just value bet this.
And the additional wrinkle of Smolka also being in there now, who can connect with this board, right?
Yeah,
you can have some 9x when it was only 550 to call, some flush draws.
It's a good size actually.
I like it.
Yeah.
Multi-way, quarter pot.
Sort of giving Smoker a bit of rope to think that he may be bet folding and doesn't have a hand as strong as he does. And if he did have a 9 here, it'd be quite tough to fold.
Yeah, I wonder how he ranges him, because when he overcalls this Spinella call, hard to give him 10s plus even, never mind jacks. So
exactly, yeah.
Sort of looks like a king-queen of clubs, maybe something like this, right?
Yeah.
That we would do okay against, but nothing much to be done.
What do you think he does with 7s, Pre? I think he might just flat 7s, but...
Yeah.
Isn't
I mean, if he's flattened jacks, it's very surprising to me. But it's worked out beautifully. He's got extra money in this pot. And if he can fade one of the remaining queens or a backdoor straight, he's got max value, and that's it. Jack of hearts on the turn. GG's to Caravieri. Ace of hearts inconsequential on the river. I'm going to have to study these spots a bit more with the big blind ante. Like, this seems still too thin to me.
Yeah, oh,
like
you mean
for
pre-flop?
4.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, just, okay, fine, we're going to be in the big, but we could wake up with something or potentially fold and still spin from the small. It's hard to be too critical.
I think people can get a bit confused and just think, oh, I don't want to pay the 2 big blind, but yeah, I think you can let that one go.
Yep, great result for Kadartsev. And that shirt looks more and more beautiful as we go.
He wasn't too far off the jump as well. 55 is the jump, yeah, so...
Well, there we go. $21,500 then for the remaining 55 players.
Did he get 55th then? Or
I'm not sure. We didn't get
that,
confirmation. So, but the pay jumps are starting to get substantial. 24.2 then the next ladder. And onto the main sheet. Well, everybody with their eyes on that first place payout.
It's meaty.
$1 million to the winner of the Mediterranean Poker Party main event this year. And yeah, some big old payouts there. Top 7, all going to be in the 6-figure club.
Yeah, that's what you're after, isn't it?
Absolutely.
The old 6-figure score.
Yeah, big old heads-up match. Look forward to it. 365k difference between first and second. Now then, back we go. Kovrig. I thought for a second he had 25 million. Certainly does not. Just has 25k back.
Yeah.
And Lamkov finds a hand that can run it against the +1 jam. And off to the races we will go. Going to be relatively happy when he sees 8s, I guess, when he gets called here.
Yeah, he's loving it.
Just kind of hoping, aren't you, for a middle pair or a king-queen type holding.
Yeah, he's just saying there about the pay jump. That's why he's kept the chip
Well,
behind.
He's found middle pair on the King 10-6. And you can see in the top right of your screen, Lamkov is drawn to 1 out or a backdoor straight only.
Now, do you ever just keep checking here?
Yeah,
Using your full time, just keep checking.
for sure.
Yeah.
Like, this is not going to change anything. I don't think Lamkov is folding any two.
Yeah.
And there is a universe where you somehow check down and don't get put in against a hand that beats you. Seems unlikely, obviously.
Yeah.
But we could spin up that 25k.
We're going to need some chat here. I feel like it's going to be a long hand. He takes the full time.
All right, let's have some chat.
Has he got any time banks? Yeah, he's got a few time banks. He hasn't used them, though.
Well, we have got something to chat about, don't we? We saw in the ad break the first ever promo advert for exciting news for us coming in October, the World Series of Poker Super Circuit Series, Steve.
Yeah, incredible.
I think it's 9th to 21st of October, 18 ring events. First time the WSOP Circuit Series has been in Cyprus.
5k, 5 mil.
Yeah, 5k, 5 million main event, mirroring, of course, the MPP main. And I can tell you, you're going to be able to qualify for that series on GG Poker. So details will be announced in due course. Definitely one to keep your eye on. Just such a fantastic place to come and visit, right? Even if the poker goes poorly.
Yeah, the weather's still good in October.
Is it still good?
It is, yeah. I've been here in October before. It's just still okay.
Happy days. Right, back to Onyx we go. Looks like an open from the cutoff to Heredi, from Heredi, excuse me. Dukic in the big with ace-5 off.
Yeah, he's check called here on the 7-4 deuce.
Yeah, I kind of have to. Was there a chance this was a 3-bet pot? 1.5 million in their pre. Seems a strange one for there to have been 1.5 without a 3-bet. In any case, 7 deuce 4-4.
I think no, there was a appeal pre from the King Jack suited as well, which is folded.
There we
folded
go.
Flop.
That makes sense.
But yeah, very astute of you, Andrew, to realise pot size. It can't just be a single raise pot.
Yeah, this is a strange one now. So Heredi was essentially bluffing on the flop with those 2 overcards, backdoor flush draw. Very bricky kind of 4-turn.
Yeah, it's a nice check on the turn, recognising he does still have the best hand a lot of the time.
Yeah, this is real tricky now for Dukic Warbs. Like, we can beat some of the kind of suited broadways of the natural ones, right, that started bluffing. Somewhat problematic that an 8-9 suited, 9-10 suited type hand has got there. In this case, we see ace-9 suited. So Dukic does try and show it down, thinks he can beat enough of the sort of queen-10, queen-jack, king-jack suiteds of this world. And Heredi, River in a very strong disguised hand, Warbs, here with this 9 of spades.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for Dukic really to be.
Yeah,
bluffing. Oh,
I was about to say I really like jam. I feel it's unlikely that a 4 checks the river. Like, there are some misdraws, right? There's the natural ones, 3-5 suited, 5-6 suited, 6-8 suited, all of these that Dukic is going to feel compelled to bluff. May even block like a hand like a 7 himself, right? So can have quite often something like this, Warbs, like an ace-high, a deuce maybe, that doesn't want to put money in the pot on the river.
Yeah, he has asked for a count. Obviously, in his head, he's targeting the range, as you said, you know, the queen-jack, queen-10 off, king-queen,
Yeah.
have given up and are now trying to make him fold an ace-high or maybe a small pair.
So what's the bottom of Heredi's value jam range? Like, is it a 9, or if we have ace-7 suited, could we, like, are we a little worried about the 4 for Dukic? Like, could be, right? And pot control it, but then it seems
the problem with having a 7 here value is that you obviously want your opponent to have a 7, don't you? So you take one of those combos away.
You think that people quite often just bet the turn themselves, and like set the price to check back, maybe?
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if a 9 wasn't the bottom of his range.
Right. And occasionally here, problematic that we can lose to a bluff sometimes, or do you think ace-10 suited, for example, will just try and show down?
I think ace-10 just shows down, don't you? Yeah. Seems pretty unlikely.
Yeah, it's very sad if you call off here and somehow the guy has 3s or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I really like this from Heredi for what it's worth.
Yeah, nice, really nice, really balanced, I think, as well.
Yeah.
I've just worked out who he looks like. Looks like Mr. Beast. Do you know who that is, Mr. Beast?
I do know who it is. Is that Heredi or Dukic? Heredi.
Heredi, yeah.
Right, and I need another look at the man.
Yeah, he looks. Is that his first time, Michael? Second time?
He's got a bunch there, and I'd imagine
Yeah. You can definitely see his thinking here.
for sure. Just thinking what bets flop, checks turn, and then jams a river, and it's mostly 9x, right, for value.
Sure.
The occasional trap orbs, like a quads or something, literally pocket 7s, right, for top set on the flop.
Yeah.
They're the natural kind of traps.
The only thing I'd say is I don't mind a bit of a trap with something like 10s occasionally.
Okay.
Like, you know, you can have the 4x. You want to disguise your hand. You want to balance, you know, when you are checking back ace high
Yeah.
and things. So it's not a case of he must bet the turn for value every time.
Sure.
I think it's quite a nice board to be checking back 10s, especially at this stack depth. And then you know that you can just do what you've done now and just go all in on the river for value. So I think Dukic needs to consider that and not just think, you know, it is.
Yeah, going further down the
Something
sort
like
of
that.
rabbit hole, Dukic thinking to himself, what are my best kind of bluff catchers here, right?
The longer he thinks, the more I do actually think he will call.
Okay.
At least, yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Good discipline.
It is. It shows the caliber of the player, I think. I think a lot of players just turbo muck their hand. And think, all right, I
100%.
can't call this off.
Yeah.
When he understands that Heredia is going to have enough hands that fall into the bet check, bet river bluff
Yeah.
node, even though it doesn't happen too often.
He's definitely a deep thinking player. You can tell. You can tell that you're not burning 2 time banks there unless you're seriously considering the call. The
Right.
take's already up to nearly 11 mil, along with Mr. Trickett.
Yeah, Dukic now on the short stack, but still sort of 14 bigs to work with. Back to DT Live we go then. Larabi opening under the gun with ace deuce suited. Round to air in the big blind. Gets to defend off 9 blinds with the suited queen and flops a queen high flush draw orbs.
Yeah. Okay, he has decided to play in flow and check this flush draw with the overcard. Larabi we saw a lot of yesterday.
Faces min bet. Decision whether to immediately activate here. I think I quite like this. Let's
Yeah,
just
it's nice.
let's just run it, right?
It's nice. I feel like a lot of players here, you know, they just move all in. It's not very balanced, is it? You know, when you want to check raise maybe a 5 and an 8 and things. So it's a nice size, and it's got the job done. He's got a worse hand to fold,
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, people
a better hand to fold. Sorry.
often just when you jam, right, they're just like, okay, it's always clubs or
Yeah.
always 6-7.
Exactly. Yeah. They'll
He's-
sort of do like a small raise with an 8 and just jam a flush draw. So yeah, I like it.
And a nice pickup for air, keeping himself afloat. But there is the man Steve was referencing, Mr. Ensan. As we see,
Oh, he's running.
oh no, blind on blind.
He's not
Goodness me.
He's not looked yet. Looks at 1 ace.
Oh.
Tries to squeeze out the seconds.
This is the old tilt and spot warps, isn't it? Where a guy leans over and goes, the first one's really
Yeah,
good.
He's taking his time. Oh, and then he's
Wow.
doing it. Like it.
The first one's really good. And you're like, oh no. Oh no. Yeah, very unlucky here for Bazanian. Super standard stuff here. 14 big blinds. Very reasonable to jam King 10. And he runs into number 1.
Yep, you're going to put the offsuit in here and see if you can get lucky.
14% of the time he'll send his man to the rail.
Would you be standing up with aces here? I feel like that's negative thinking.
Oh, King 5-3 then. Rays of light appearing for the man with the flame shirt. Needs a king or a 10. 6 of diamonds on the turn. Bidniuk remains stationary and stood. Kings intends to fade then. One more chance. No good. 8 of hearts on the river. Little sigh of relief.
Yeah, sweating that.
You see that king in the window, right? You're not exactly loving it, but we find the hold.
A lot of the time he's going to be dead on the flop, isn't he? So, yeah. It's not ideal, but you have cooled him, so.
Yeah. Great result for Bidniuk just in time. He was getting short. That catapults him up to 3rd in the chip counts at the Luxon table. Kadartsev and Ensan with the 2 biggest stacks. Spinella and Tulip Burganov on the medium stacks, and Smolka. I recognize that name. I believe he's an online crusher. He has some work to do with 12 bigs. Back to the Onyx we go. Heredia back at it. King 10 off in the hijack.
Yeah, 6s for 15,
Yeah, this is
16
nice.
bigs here. Yeah, you just got to fire this in. You could just get so many folds.
One of those, isn't it? Against certain player types, you're just like, right, excellent. I can comfortably put this in, and if we run into it, we run into it.
Yeah, and picking up 900k is just massive when you're playing 3 mil.
Loving that.
I think I would call that one if I
Tracksuit
wasn't
top.
drugged.
Yeah, I was trying to work out what it was.
Figured I can
Like a
trust myself to work.
Germany, football,
Spain, maybe?
Oh, is it Spain? Might not even be football. Can't really tell.
Back to the Luxem we go. Kadartsev getting after it. Spinella finds a big hand. I believe he's just jammed.
Yeah, looked him directly
27.
in the
You can never really fault it, can you, Orbs? The offsuit version for sub 30.
eye. Yeah, especially 55 left. You know, you don't want to be messing around. I think sub 30 here and just pile it in and run it.
I mean, I suppose on the flip side, it means when you 3-bet that you're like bluffing almost, not almost always. Well, yeah, close to always, right?
Yeah,
If
you're more polarized, and obviously you
Sure.
have way more bluffs than you do aces and kings, queens, don't you? So yeah, you are definitely bluffing more
It's
often.
hard to pick up aces and kings.
It's one of those, you know, opponents they're not watching streams and things, not maybe paying attention. You can get away with things you shouldn't.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be.
Nice timely pickup for Spinella as we shoot back over to the Onyx. Another look at Sam Trickett, already opening here to 400k.
Yeah, the two biggest stacks on the table here.
Yeah,
So I imagine they're going to proceed a little with caution.
Above-
It doesn't
above
really
50.
incentivize anyone to get too deeply involved.
pretty innocuous looking Jack 3 deuce board. Pretty good flop for sixes.
Yeah, I think versus under the 1A, you can just fold a6 high here to the C bet, but let's see if Sam agrees. He has gone pretty small. Has he gone a quarter? Yeah.
Yeah,
quarter
these
pot.
aren't fun spots for
Nope.
sure. You
Nope.
don't really have many hands naturally that want to raise for value. And, you know, when you check call in an ace, it's the turn and your opponent keeps launching money in, right? It gets a little bit dicey, but it does feel like ace high. But
Yeah.
that backdoor straight draw is a little bit too strong to fold.
Sure. Sam can be very creative at times as well.
Mm.
So sure, if he does pick up on anything, he's not afraid to go for it. This is actually a nice turn card, isn't it, for Heredia?
Yeah, it's not a bad one, is it? Like, intriguing decision now is that we do block some of the natural draws, right? The 6-4 and 6-5 of this world. Can just bet and target a deuce and a 3, right? The ace highs, pocket 4s, pocket 5s type hands are going to be in there. Probably not going to get raised, Steve, by maybe 7s through 9s. Might just check callers so we can
Sure. He's gone
just
quite
go for value.
He's gone quite big as well. 1.3 into 1.6 million.
Yeah, that's interesting.
He's obviously recognised it's a 2-street hand, and he's basically going for the max, really, isn't he?
I think you are actually supposed to bet large here, so it's a
Yeah.
nice find.
I like it.
I think people typically bet the sort of half pot to 60% type realm.
Yeah.
Heredia, we've already seen some nice adjustments from him. He's now got the chip lead at the Onyx table, 11.4. You said he was impressing you. Impressing me so far, and they're really going to this frame. Here we go then, Mr. Ensan. Finds a nice flop on the Jack 6-3-2 club board. Kadartsev with a decent flop of his own, bottom pair. Backdoor nut flush draw.
Yeah, he's peeled the open pre. Ensan doesn't tend to miss too many flops, Mr. Ensan. He's managed to find the second nut flush draw here, and he's going to get a call, as the ace-3 of hearts should do.
Well,
There's lots of interesting turn cards here, Andrew, isn't there?
the Hollywood director of me wants the King of Hearts, but it hasn't materialized. 7 of spades on the turn. Pretty good card for the big blinds range.
Agree. I wonder if Ensan will pick up on that and take his equity, or he'll continue to barrel.
Yeah, these are these ones, right? We can barrel, you know, just target the sort of queen sixes of this world, right? Stuff like this that just has a pair and no draw. Problem is, hard now to fold out a 5-6, 3-4 even, 7-5. But he is going for it.
1.3, I think he said.
Yeah.
Applying that pressure to the hands you said, the 3x and 6x.
Yeah, like I don't think you get jammed on too often, right? It's
No.
one of those where like even like a turn 2 pair will probably check call.
Yeah, I agree.
There's not that many hands that want to semi-bluff at this SPR, I think. So I suppose you've got that going for you, right? Your opponent might just like there's nothing worse than when you get check shoved on and you don't get to realize your equity, of course.
Yeah, definitely. Nice bet. And,
Yeah, well
nice pick
done.
up there. It takes him to 9.5 million.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of playing at Ensan's table a few times, and he's like a dog with a bone. He never gives up a pot.
Me too. I've had some good battles with
He's
him.
a fun guy as well. He's a gentleman. Up to 9.5 million then for Hossein.
Yeah, he's always very nice to everyone on the table.
He is, isn't he? He's a gent.
I like that.
Right, but to the Onyx we go. Open from Trickett on the button. Trickett versus Haredi, round 2.
Yeah, a bit of a battle between these two. Obviously, don't forget that it was Haredi that had the ace-king suited against
Right.
Sam's queen.
Round
they've
3
played,
then.
Yeah, they played a few pots before that as well. It's
Okay.
turn card for Haredi here.
Yeah, you would imagine goes check.
Yeah, you think
It's
so?
the sort of natural way for this one to progress. Sam can still beat some worse Jack X, some of the 4X of this world, and some of the missed King 10, Queen 10s of the universe.
Yeah, I'd like to see Haredi go for a bit of value here.
Yeah.
Kind of a tough spot for Sam, depending on size. He's gone a third. Sam's got to decide what are his bluffs here.
Yeah.
Calling flop, check, turn. It's quite hard to find loads. It's like the Queen 10, which he blocks. Would King Queen bluff here?
Yeah, you kind of want your opponent to start dipping into the 4X, right? Which
Yeah.
makes some sense. Like,
The next thing he does.
you know, there's nothing worse than if you check here with a 4 and lose to a river like 9-10 off, right? Because Sam is on the button.
Yeah.
Does flick it in, and Haredi, he's on the charge.
He probably did decide he has enough 4x, but
Yeah, I mean, it
I'm
makes
not
some
sure.
sense.
Not sure he does.
Another one of those, probably a respectful call, I would suggest, that
Agree. Yeah.
Sam thinks already is capable. And we can see that he is more than capable, up to 12.8.
Yeah, chipping up nicely after that. Massive hand earlier.
Isn't it funny how it can all change? One coin flip and off you go. Now then, Mr. Smolka, decision on whether to jam Warbs or just open. Just decides 11.5 bigs.
Yeah, would you ever have a limp strategy here?
I don't think I would limp from under the gun much off 11. Maybe like some later positions, I have a few more. I just don't want to share equity with the whole table. Again, though, it does depend on the lineup behind. I would suggest if there's, you know, like sometimes here you have 14 and you have ace king off.
Yeah,
And with respect, if the whole table is in there with 5-6 suited and the like, might just jam my hand.
Yeah,
Whereas in
yeah,
theory,
fair.
I would always just min raise it, right?
Mhm.
Have
Yeah.
you got a limping strat here off 11?
No, but I thought if anyone might, you might. So I thought I'd ask you just in case.
Thanks,
you
mate.
know. I like to keep my ear to the ground with these things. Things change so fast in this game, don't they?
Yeah, I wonder that. I think this is pretty close actually to the decision between min raise and jam. But you could mix in a limp.
Sure. He does go with jam.
I always feel like people are more likely to limp in the modern game with like the Jack 10 suiteds and stuff of this world rather than a hand as strong as Ace Jack.
Yeah.
Hard to balance it with the good hands.
Yeah.
He's happy to pick that up with the big blind hunting him. As we jump back over to Onyx, Trickett in the mix again. Pocket fours from the cutoff. Round to here's is going to defend off the 15 big blind stack. Jack 8 off. Ace 7-6 then with 2 hearts. Intriguing one under pair to the board for Mr. Trickett. And here's with one of those kind of combos, Warbs, that wraps around the board.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see a C-bet here from Sam. Lots of runouts as well. He will treble here. But yeah, that gets the job done.
It feels like one of those ones that you do see some real sickos find check raise still here, even off like 15 with these sort of wraparound type hands, but it never feels comfortable, does it? You kind of want to have maybe 30 bigs to start doing some spice.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of the elite guys will do it on the ace-high boards, whereas
Yeah,
a
they
lot of
find
people just see an ace-high board and they're like, oh, just never check raising here, but
yeah.
No, you're right.
All right then, back to Luxon we go. Bidniak, fresh off that full double up with the aces, has a sort of bottom of range candidate here from Hijack with the King 5 of clubs.
Yeah, he has been on the tighter side yesterday and today. I'm curious to see if
Yeah,
he does. He does
I
go
like
for it.
it.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, nice. Certainly an open in the hijack.
He also has the longest sort of peel hang time I've ever seen of any poker player.
It's a very slow peel, those aces, wasn't it?
Legend has it he's still peeling them now.
Especially when you've seen the first ace and you're basically in there, aren't you? It's like...
Yeah, round to small cut. Wants to defend, obviously, but this one, Jack 6-0. Into the muck it goes. We are down to 55 players from the 1,196 that started. Sort of 5% of the field remain.
Yeah, that's a pay jump as well. 21.5k now.
Oh,
we're up
very
to.
nice. And we did smash the prize pool. It's been a very successful week out here at Merit. Every tournament that I've seen, Warbs has surpassed expectation. 5.8 million ended up being the final prize pool here.
Yeah, they've all been doing well. As we've been saying all week, it's a great place to play on and off the table.
Yeah, see, but like people never believe me, you see, because I'm contractually obligated probably to say it's great, but
Yeah.
it is gorgeous and they take care of you really well.
They've not sorted my contract yet, so I can just say it. Say it because I think it.
So Bazanian here,
Yeah,
sixes
very-
under the gun.
very tough hands play, isn't it?
Yeah.
This stack depth. There's definitely an argument for folding, you know, 5s, 4s, 3s, deuces.
Yeah, even these, it's so tough, isn't it? Because like whenever you face aggression, you just almost always have to fold.
Yeah, you kind of want to have the blocker, don't you, rather than the Diddy
It's
cards.
those, isn't it? But like you just feel compelled. Okay, it's kind of bottomish of range at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah.
He is in there, and you do have Ensan in the big, who doesn't like folding. Does
Just-
have Queen
just-
4-0.
I was just going to say, it's the Ensan big blind, so if you did have a marginal spot, I think I'd probably lean towards fold, but he does let the Queen 4 off go.
Yeah, Hossein reluctantly
Yeah, he's laid it down.
slides his blinds over to the man on his left.
He's sitting on 9 mil, he's quite comfortable. Chip leader at the table, of course. 45 big blinds. King OG on his t-shirt. I don't know if you've seen that, yeah.
Takes confidence. He is an OG, you can't argue with it. Right, look out into the ballroom. Still busy, booming out there. There are still side events going on. There's the $1,100 EAPT event in the mix. Alongside that MPP Main Event Day 3. Myself, Andrew Hedley, and Mr. Steve Warburton calling the action. Jay Harwood will be back in a little while. He'll be off perusing the buffet down at the pier, buying a shirt. And should we buy him a shirt? Should we club together for Christmas?
We've had a bet, actually, that he's got the unders that we finished the day below 16 players,
Okay.
and I've got 16 and over.
I was thinking 18 last night in my head.
So that's kind of what I said, but
Yeah.
he's actually run the numbers, and he's kind of cheated by seeing what the blind level is tomorrow, which is 1 million big blind
What a
tomorrow.
nerd.
So he's kind of worked it out.
You
but
don't get to run the numbers.
Exactly.
Isn't it a gentleman's bet?
But I have said to him, if he wins, I'm going to buy him his first shirt.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Plus, you get some artistic license. Love
Yeah.
to see it. Right then,
Very
Thaler,
interesting.
small blind, setting a trap here of sorts. Steve against the 21 big blind of Kamat Gariv.
Yep, certainly is, and obviously looking for one of the trash hands
Yeah,
like
this
this
is
one
nice.
to open. Yeah. 9-3 off, 5 deuce off, jack deuce off type things. Yeah, this is a good. This is a good open.
I'd imagine Thaler's gonna spring the trap now with this combo.
Yeah, the offsuit combo here. You've just got to put it in, haven't you?
It's interesting. Myself and Jay were talking about this last night, and it seems like a trend in the kind of modern game where people now know, okay, I need to ISO the sort of trash stuff, but you're probably supposed to ISO it like 30%, and it seems like people just like
Do
you.
too much.
They do it 100% of the time,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
With the
yeah.
5 deuce off, they're just like, all right, well, I'm supposed to raise.
Yeah. I think this sounds a bit weird, but it's like a product of when you're playing live, you don't get the spots like that much.
That often because you don't
Do you know what I
see
mean?
so many hands.
And you can sort of be playing for 8 hours, and maybe that's the first time it's folded to them. So they think, well, I kind of have to take this one because I might not. But if
Sure.
you're doing it 100% of the time, even though it doesn't seem that much,
Yeah.
it is too often. So yeah, it's quite a good spot to randomize, really, isn't it? And
Yeah, like
just you know, however you want to randomize, you can look at a clock wherever, can't you? And just essentially take 1 in 3 times to do it, and you're around about correct, aren't you?
Just take it every time, whatever. Solvers be damned, right? Bazanian now, he's going to raise. Interesting. Maybe thinks the same as you, Steve, that Bidniak's on the sort of tighter side.
Yeah, possibly. The other thing I'd say about that previous hand is, you know, the later the later you are, 30 left, 20 left, there is
Mhm.
so much more on the line, more pressure. So maybe you should be taking that spot more than 30% really, and just not every time, but you know, a higher percentage of the time, just because people are going to find it so much harder to find the big hands and actually move all in. So
Definitely don't mind it.
Yeah.
You know, not to be overly critical. We were just talking about how it seems that everyone just takes it every time.
yeah, and it works the same the other way. You know, level 1 on day 1. It's like, it's not the best time to be doing it. You know, obviously the guys will have 20 big blinds still, but people are more prone to gamble and things on a day 1.
Agreed.
So yeah, he does.
Interesting from Bidniak.
He does just pile.
You can see he was wrestling with the decision. Personally, I prefer call in this spot,
same.
and is it like you can't fault jam? I prefer to take the offsuit kind of variety. Nice to have some ace-x, right, so that when it does come ace high, you allow the small blind to potentially tee off, but you can't fault him.
Yeah, of course. If you jam in every ace-x there, then it gives the small blind license just to punish you if you do peel and it does come ace high.
Right.
Or the turns an ace, you know.
Yeah, Bidniak perhaps just deciding chip preservation can be nice here. I'm going to get so many folds.
Yeah,
Let's just
it's
stick
fine,
it in
isn't
and take down the 900k or so.
Yeah, which is there's a lot of merit to that play as well.
I agree with that. Right back to Luxon, Tulip Bergenov into the muck. Now then, Smolka. So I'm jam ace jack of hearts. Slightly different here, Warbs. Now we're in hijack.
Yeah, I like the open.
You do still want to give your opponents a chance to make a mistake, don't you?
Of course, that's the thing. That is the
No,
thing.
he's just going to send it.
He's going to remain balanced and just put it in. Fair enough.
It's nice to have some strong hands, isn't it? Obviously, when you just open jam.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's that.
Or some of the strongest hands.
That's the main reason I'm doing it. You know, not everyone behind you is playing perfectly. So just sort of give him a chance.
Ooh.
You see this, you know, I'm not saying saying if he'd have opened, he'd have definitely gone all in with ace 3 of spades, but
Sure.
you sort of give a player a chance to do it. Now he might end up folding.
He's going to at least call, right? And then we can, if it comes ace high, we probably double.
Yeah.
I hear you, though. It's not out with the realms that he
Yeah.
could 3-bet jam this hand.
Yeah. Oh, he has gone with it.
Yeah, I think this might be a sign of respect to Smolka.
Yeah, I think
Knows that Smolka's going to find the sort of Queen Jack suiteds of this world. Spinella gets it in bad again.
Yeah, he wasn't loving it, was he? But
No.
He felt he had to go with it.
Looking for a 3 as the initial get out. Over to the 8-8-6 board. 1 spade, 6s and 3s. What he's looking for. Through to the 7 of hearts then. No change. Smolka going to find a double if you can dodge. 7s and 6s and 3s.
Something small. It's no good.
No good indeed. And nice pickup for Smolka. Not a guy you want to give chips. Unfortunately for Spinella, has to slide over 2.1 million. This hard-earned graft. Tough spots, those, right? Like, I think I would fold in most of the time versus for 11.
Yeah.
But obviously, you can be ahead.
I think, like you said, though, if he knows his opponent and knows he is jamming the correct range, he can maybe lead into it. But I'm a bit maybe too tight in those spots.
I might be too. It is 40% of our chips, and unfortunately, they have gone to Smolka. Over to the Onyx then. We see hers. Open jams.
Whose?
Hers.
Hers.
His? Hers. 13.5 bigs then, and Dukic, you've seen him have some really, really awkward decisions. This one's pretty grim.
Yeah,
but he also decides, I want to win the tournament. I think this is a little different from me. Also cut off, you're going to be a bit wider.
Yeah, for sure.
And he does make the right call. But they're essentially flipping. Tournament defining spot potentially here for the two of them. Dukic will be on fumes if hers can run him down.
Yeah, I always think in game when you sort of make a, in inverted commas, great call, you should always hold here, shouldn't you? There's just no justice
If
when
there's
you lose.
justice.
You know, you're like, I've called, I'm ahead, I'm a genius.
I'm not going to lie, I quite fancy that king-queen in this.
It just comes king 3-2 and you know, oh, God.
No, I hear you.
But yeah, it is for pretty much all Dukic's stack as well, so it's a big pot for both of them.
That's the problem, right? We make a big call and we're a 2% equity favorite.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, these are huge swings.
Off we go then. 5.6 million chips in the middle.
I don't appreciate being made to wait as well. You just get it over with. No, the dealer's just sorting out the pot there. I'm sure the...
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it, that when you're playing, you always just say, well, look, just run it. And then I suppose they have such a close stack that they want to figure out who covers who. I'm talking about the ones where a guy jams 6 bigs and you have about 80.
Yeah,
and they're still counting out and stuff. I'm like, just run it.
There are 2 types of dealer, aren't there? The dealers that will just bang, bang, bam, sort out after if you lose. And the ones that like it perfect.
Oh, wow.
And there you go,
does
Andrew.
come
You're just dead.
King, Queen, 8, and yeah.
That's what I mean. There is no justice.
Dukic, 4%. Needs runner.
How about the 8 and then the ace?
Yeah, it's basically one of the only ways to get out of this. Oh, wow. There is the 8. This would be filthy.
If this comes, by the way, I had no idea. This is not a prediction knowing.
Dukic, 2 outs, 1 chance. Oh my goodness me.
What?
Oh.
I swear I had no idea.
Oh, no.
I swear I had absolutely no idea.
Do you
that
promise?
I swear on my life. How have I just called the 8 and the ace?
Oh, wow. What a horrific way to go.
That's unreal. That's unreal. Wow. I wish I could do that whilst I play. That is brutal.
Wow. Commiserations to Alexander. That is nasty, nasty business.
Dukic was my pick, baby.
Okay. He's still in the mix.
That is, yeah.
That's got to feel good, right? You're going to be down to 2 bigs. Oh, wow.
That was
GG's.
uncanny for me. It's just absolutely blown my mind, that.
What a horrible way to go. Right, Smolka back at it. King 10 suited. Kadartsev decides just to defend with pocket 5s, and what an action board that is. 8-7, 6-2 diamonds. Some potential warps that we can lead this type of board.
Yeah, I
from
was
the
just
big.
thinking that, yeah. Just getting over the last hand, and now I'm trying to take this one in. Yeah, he is going for the lead.
I would lead here.
Yeah, it's a good standard to play all around here. People are sort of seeing these spots and taking them. Very easy in the booth, as we say. Just know what to do. But yeah, I like the size as well.
Yeah, very intriguing, these spots. Smolka does, of course, have the type of hand that would be happy to realize across 5. But you can almost slow play this hand too. It's a very interesting one.
Yeah.
Like if we call and a 9 pings off, the big blind's often going to go after it, right? If a diamond comes and he's semi-bluffing flop with some kind of 9x of his own, he might bluff.
Yeah, I actually think it's a much better call than it is raise. But he has decided he's got enough equity just to raise, get it in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just think there's no turn card you have to fold. There's so many cards that the big blind can bluff as well. That obviously hit your hand. Like you said about the 9, you might bluff diamonds. You know, it's obviously fine to raise, get it in. You can get it in against all sorts, can't you?
Yeah, one thing that always intrigues me about these spots is, and I'm by no means throwing any shade at Kadartsev. Lots of poker players, us included these days, go, okay, well, I get to lead this board a fair bit. But when you are met with the raise, it can often be like, okay, now what?
Yeah, exactly.
Now what are we doing with pocket 5s? With that sort of open-ender, what type of hands can Smolka raise fold? Does he have hands that will raise fold to shove?
You might have,
it's really tricky, right?
You might have studied the boards, what to lead on, but you're not necessarily...
Oh, he's jammed, I think. Did he say jam, or was it
call?
Okay.
But yeah, you're not necessarily well studied versus raise.
It's hard, right? And all of a sudden, Smolka with pop behind. A 9 would be a disaster here for Kadartsev. With just pop back, and there it is. It's the 9 of diamonds.
You called it.
Oh, wow. This is going to be a fun one to dissect.
7 of diamonds, River? Just for the full...
I'm trying to think what the likely outcome is. Like, he may lead again here. Like, you could lead small.
I don't know. Not sure about that.
I think he's going to do it.
I think we pop behind. I think he's check it.
He's going to lead. Fun ones for us, though.
Yeah, it's a really interesting hand, this.
I mean, if Smolka just has the overpairs, right, that we're trying to get it in,
sure.
I think they check back. There are going to be some flush draws, right, and nut flush draws. What about flop sets, Warbs, right? He's going to have all those that all could check back.
True.
I hear you, though. It's not a fun one.
Yeah. I was thinking... I guess you basically...
Oh, he's just basically put him in.
Yeah, it's a great spot now. He's
What a dream.
Is he dead? He's pretty much dead, isn't he?
He is dead.
I'm not sure what he's thinking about here, but yeah, he's done it.
Yeah, and it's turned into a disaster for Kadartsev. Sees that he's drawing dead.
Certainly a nice hand to see.
And all of a sudden, Smolka, 10 million in chips. That's not good news for the rest of the table. Really tough, right? Like, even if we check this turn, Warbs, are we...
Yeah, I'm just...
It's so difficult to play.
I think it is best to check, but...
I'd like to have a look at that one later and see what the computer overlords say. Great result for Smolka. Kadartsev stack cut in half and a little bit more. Down to 2.8 for him.
Yeah, down to just 52 players now as well. Has slowed down a bit. We lost a hell of a lot of players early on. But things have slowed down as they naturally do the further into the tournament you get. Moving on here to the DTD live table. Lake has opened the A7 off. And Canmy has peeled the big blind with the 8-6 off. Nice looking flop for Lake. Could go one of two ways here. Can have some ace-x checkbacks, or you can just bet for value.
Yeah, intriguing ones these, especially against the shallow stack, right? Where Canmy can have quite a lot of whiffs, Warbs, that we don't mind just keeping in.
Yeah.
She does decide to keep it simple. We saw him with bottom pair against her before. He's getting put in these awkward spots where we feel compelled to have to call one with a flop pair.
Yeah, she didn't go super small. She went 400 into
yeah,
1.1.
like 33.
So, yeah,
33%.
33. So I think based on that size, you can just be folding here.
I wouldn't mind it. No kind of backdoor potential.
Exactly. And he's only playing 2.7, so you can just let this one go. But maybe he thinks down the street she might not be as aggressive, but she's wrong.
Yeah, an intriguing one for Lake about whether we can potentially sort of pot control / trap turn. But it can never be bad, I think, just to bet again. You know, there's going to be some Jack-X that are really going to struggle to get away. And the occasional worse ace-x, and Samantha with very tidy spell so far. Everything kind of going her way from the pots we've seen. Back to the King OG then, Mr. Ensan +1. Makes it 400k with the Queen Jack off.
Yeah, pretty standard open here. Here's chip leader on the table.
Yeah, Spinella forced to get out of the way with ace-8.
And the Jack-5 suited here, definitely going to peel from the big blinds. Playing 21 big blinds.
Yeah, these get tricky the closer we get.
Yeah, and again, as we've mentioned, he
yeah,
has just
I
let it go.
actually
Yeah,
don't
fair
even
enough.
mind it with 5% left. Like, I think the book will say let's peel.
Sure.
Like, Ensan's so aggressive, right? He's not really the guy that shuts down often. We may feel we won't get to realize equity.
He's going to have a tough time, yeah, especially on the later streets versus him. So, yeah, it's a bit of a tight fold, but yeah, it's fine, I think.
So we are getting there as we tick down towards 50 players. Welcome along, guys, if you are just joining. This is day 3 coverage of the MPP Main Event 2025. Hope you're enjoying it. We're certainly enjoying bringing the coverage to you. And we do have the various chats open. We have the GG Poker live chat open. If you have any interactions or questions for Warbs or myself, please don't hesitate to get in the mix.
Yeah, keep it clean.
Keep it clean, family show.
I was just going to say, Andrew, what do you think about poker players being barefoot at the poker table?
I think it's disgraceful and should be outright banned.
Okay, there is.
I don't want to see your nasty snaggle toes. When I'm 3-betting you light and I look over and you have this horrible crusty toenails.
The man on your screen now
right.
is currently barefoot.
Shocking.
Yeah, it's obviously
I won't anti-rail him, but Anthony, you're a disgrace.
Feels more comfortable, clearly.
To be fair, that's a level of zen that I would like to achieve. I'm a little too tightly wound, I think.
Yeah, I don't think I could ever get my trotters out.
Reminds me of a good story where Mr. Danny Tang rocked up to one of Feraldo's tables, and he was very short. He had about 4 bigs, and he started getting a massage. And Feraldo was like, "Grow up, Danny. You're about to be out the door, son. You can't be that relaxed."
Let me guess, he trebled up next hand or something.
Quadrupled, I'd say. Right, Smolka finding a bit of heat. Defends with 9-10 off versus the cutoff open of Mr. Spinella. Remains best through to the ace-king-king. In comes the small c-bet. Should be hand over and is. Nice pickup for him. Every pot, of course, so critical at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, easy c-bet there and does take it down.
Are you get a massage at the table, man, Warbs?
I should do. I have insane back problems.
Have
when I
you?
play poker, but I find it quite distracting and also embarrassing. You know, when you bust and you have to like stand up, pay her, and you don't have any cash. You've got to ask a friend for the money.
Oh no, that's the
Yeah.
worst of the worst.
It's not ideal, is it?
You're like, "I'll pay you back when I get my payout."
Yeah.
It's all very clunky.
I always seem to find like the sort of chatty masseuse as well. It's like you're in some big hand and they're just having a combo with you.
Oh,
and
no.
I don't want to be rude, but you're just like, let's just shut up for a sec.
Or like when the waitress brings you a drink
Yeah.
and just stands looming over you while you're
Yeah,
sweating,
yeah.
being all in.
£3.75.
Well, speaking of someone who's not sweating, Dukic finds a really big hand. Pocket queens in the cutoff. Thaler, who we've seen get 3-bet a few times, once from Hartman now, once from Dukic, does have 10-8 suited. Again, one of these really tricky spots, Steve.
Yeah, Dukic.
30 big blind stack, 3-betting us from cutoff.
Dukic will definitely have some 3-bet bluffs here, just sub 30 big blinds. I think, yeah, the 10-8 suited, you've just got to throw that one away, haven't you?
I like how Thaler's playing, just very composed, knows what hands he can continue with, out of position. Good lay down, I'd say.
I played a lot with him in 2022.
Okay.
He went deep with me in this main event, which was a shameless plug that I'll throw in there. But yeah, he's a very solid player. Played very well. Certainly had some 3- and 4-bet bluffs in his arsenal. So certainly not ABC.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Warbs, of course, chopped this event. Got the most money, right? 3-handed of 2022.
Yeah, Mr. Dempsey likes to ask me repeatedly if I won, which I didn't. But I did take third, yeah.
It's all in good fun.
Yeah.
Whatever, you just...
I'll take it, mate. I'll take
Say,
it.
listen. 3rd place, pal.
Paid the
MPP
bills.
Main.
Paid the bills for a few months, so yeah, all good.
Absolutely. We see Ensan there jamming blind on blind.
He does love a chat at the table. He's a very, very friendly guy.
Very cool customer.
King OG.
I reckon one of us wears the King OG and one of us gets the flame jumper.
You
We'll rock, paper, scissors for it.
You can have the flames, please. I'm not loving wearing the King OG, but I'm hating wearing the flames.
I could pull off the flames, I reckon.
You could pull off the flames. Maybe we get Jay wearing the flames.
Oh, wow. That's his first ever shirt. Right, round 2. You would imagine Mr. Smolka. Tulip Bergenov out of the way.
Tulip Bergenov, what a great name.
It's a great name. Well, Hossein very quickly gets out of the way with the 8-9. Does have a re-jam stack behind him in Bizanyan. We've seen him come off worst here in these blind-on-blind confrontations versus Bidniuk. Again, a very dusty combo, Warbs, 8-4-0.
I was going to ask you, would you complete this one, or are you just binning it?
I think you kind of need to complete it. Again, it all kind of comes down to who's on your left. There's certain players that just won't isolate appropriately, and I think I'm going to get potentially to overstab flops and, you know, maybe run over my opponent, but it kind of depends who it is, I think.
I think you're definitely going to realise more equity versus Bidniuk versus a lot of players, aren't you? So, yeah, I don't mind the complete
Well, it's going to get him into a little bit of trouble, at least through to the turn. Ace 5-4, bottom pair versus middle pair.
Yeah, kind of a nice flop for both, really, isn't it? Expect to see a 1 big blind c-bet, and Bidniuk's going nowhere.
Imagine a very easy continue. It's one of these, isn't it, where I think this is very overstacked, for example, this type of board. Like the big blind, okay, probably has less ace-x, but he has all of the kind of 4-5 off, deuce 3 off, lots of 4x and 5x, lots of straight draws.
Yeah, for sure.
And people just sort of tend to bet this one big. Through to the 6 of clubs turn does improve both players.
Yep.
Zanya now with a gut shot straight draw, and that very small 4 of clubs. Bidniuk now open-ended.
Can't imagine he's going to do anything else other than check call mode, really. He's got some showdown. He'll beat some king highs and things.
Decision on Bidniuk.
Yeah, similar sort of reasoning, really. He's got showdown. Wants to realise his equity for the straight draw as well, doesn't he? So can't imagine he'll be betting here.
I'm with you. I don't think it makes sense to put money in the pots. Through to the river, and Bazanian does get there, makes that baby flush on the river. Decision on him, whether he wants to reactivate here or not. Let's see what he lands on.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think here if it's better to check or to block.
You can kind of get on board with both.
Yeah.
Like maybe if you think your opponent's not the type of player to raise thin here.
Sure. Yeah.
Like you kind of want them to turn something into a bluff is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Also, maybe just best to check and decide. That's what he lands on.
Yeah, I agree.
The problem is, right, against some people there, if you block, you might have to call a raise, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It gets tough.
We are at the 200k big blind. Just a little question in the chat there. You can see that in the bottom right-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, Steve, pick out the best interactions. Absolutely. we do love it. Please do engage with us, guys.
There's a lot of love for Romania.
Okay. I heard someone saying the other day, the year of Romania could well be. We saw Mihai Nist make that generational nut flush fold versus straight flush.
I feel like every year is the year of Romania.
Could well be.
Yeah, that was an insane hand, wasn't it?
I'm waiting for the year of Scotland. It's coming back around, I promise.
Yeah.
Right, Kamat Garib is all in. We've seen him very tidy, finding these 3-bet jams already. Just has to get out of the way with King 5 suited.
Yeah. 20 bigs there. You've just got to send that one in. What do you think about a lookalike there for Leo Worthington-Lees?
Which one?
With the glasses.
They both have glasses.
On the left.
No. I was only messing. I was saying whether Kamat Garib could have potentially been a bit more of an exotic Leo.
I think that's a good shout, no?
Big love for Leo. It wasn't the worst. I'll let him know. Right, guys, look at the schedule. We're approaching the end of the festival, of course. Main event day 3 today. We're taking you through. We'll probably get close, we think, to maybe 2 tables left. Little side bet between Warbs and Jay. And, of course, tomorrow, the final day of this year's edition of the MPP Main. And we'll be taking you all the way through to crowning a champion who will get that magnificent trophy and a little $1 million bankroll boost. Can't be bad. Back we go to Onyx then. Tricky ones these for Kamat Garib.
Yeah,
21 blinds, pocket 4s in the cutoff. Blinds are up.
Yeah, blinds are up to 250. So yeah, it makes it even more tricky.
I find these spots to be incredibly difficult, especially with someone like Sam in the big.
Yeah.
Like it feels like too many chips to jam. If you feel like you have to open though.
We were saying the other day, weren't we? You just much prefer to have, you know, the ace x, king x, even queen x, than the small pairs that basically can just face no resistance.
Yeah, and look at this, and this is the problem. Sam now sticks it in.
This is exactly the point. Yeah. Yeah. You may as well just have, you know, the 4-3 off.
Right, it's just such an annoying spot, isn't it? What, we have 17 blinds to start, so you don't really want to open jam 17 from cutoff.
Yeah.
But then you do feel compelled that you have to play this pot, and
yeah,
whenever you face a raise, you're gonna have to fold. Whenever you face a big blind defend,
there's
so many boards. It's so tough, isn't it?
A little bit more playability, but yeah, 4-3s deuces, they are very hard to play post flop, especially on the Sam big blind as well. It's not like he's short of a few chips, so you can definitely peel the correct range from the big blind.
Absolutely. You see Mr. Trickett, very stable stack, 10.5 million for him. Heredia still with the table chip lead.
He was barefoot as well, I just noticed.
Oh, what is going on?
It's going round.
I'm going to get a pedicure and I'll head on down to the next event. Kadartsev then, we saw his stack get decimated in that confrontation versus Smolka. He's all in from under the gun, deciding just to open shove for 11. Tough to fault it.
Just having a look at your feet.
Oh, I know, they need some love, I know.
You would have to book a double appointment.
I'm a
for
new
the
dad, all
pedicure.
right? I don't have time. I don't have time, mate. Believe me. It's a miracle that they're still attached at all. Bazanian's asking for a count.
No more feet, chap.
Yeah, I'm not a big feet guy.
So yeah, with those blinds going up to 250, 2.7 million, it's sounds a lot more than it actually is now. It's only 11 big blinds.
I mean, you're not calling this, right? Okay, he's folded already. That makes sense. Can't call this one versus under the gun. Bidniuk just gives you a sweat every time. Uh-oh, you can call this one, though.
Another wakes up.
Finds pocket queens in the big. All of a sudden, Kadartsev has gone from very healthy to being 1 foot out the door.
Yeah, they've had a few clashes, these two. It's a bit of a rivalry today.
And we did see an ace folded, which is, of course, very bad news for the Russian. Does find the jack high board, followed by the 9 and the deuce. Opens up a couple more avenues. Aces and jacks required. Wrong type of paint on the turn. King of clubs. So just like that, 4 outs, 1 pull. Or Kadartsev is out of here. No good.
GG.
5 of diamonds. River did look resigned to his fate. Unfortunately for him, that confrontation with Smolka decimated the stack and then runs into the queens of Anthony Spinella. GG Kadartsev, you have impressed us all week, and it was a very tough spot, in all fairness. 21.5k for him, Steve.
Yeah, good for 49th, as you said, 21.5k. Next jump, it's 47th.
Yeah, so that looms into view. Imagine the experienced players at least will be taking a little bit more time. It was nice to lock up these pay jumps around the realms of $3,000 now if you can outlast 2 more players.
Yeah, sure. And the action slowing down a little bit compared to the fast start, let's say.
Yeah.
We came back with 96, did we? They all just fired off in the first couple of hours.
Yeah.
But
It's
I'm
one
not
of my
slow
favorite
now.
things about Merit in general is that people don't seem to really care.
Yeah,
Like,
sure.
I've never seen a bubble last longer than about 8 minutes, which is quite humorous.
Yeah, it's very different to a lot of the other tours.
You see there, 48 left, so we are on a money jump bubble. Action on Smolka, Jack 9 suited under the gun.
Definitely opens now. He's got 9 million chips.
He's you know, I wanted to say sleeper pick, which is kind of ridiculous because he's got a lot of pedigree, but he's been short for ages. Once he gets chips, is somebody I would have my eye on to really try and start to leverage the pressure.
You described him as an online boss, did you? Before?
He's a really good player.
Nice.
Bidniuk, nothing to work with. Spinella in the small.
Loves that squeeze, doesn't
He
he?
does. Nice. Now then, decision on Tulip Bergenov, pocket 7s.
Yeah, I think even versus under the gun here, more than good enough, isn't it?
I'm all in with this against, like, specifically the profiler player of Smolka.
Yeah.
There's definitely some player types, Warbs, right, where you just don't feel compelled to put this in.
Sure. You want a sort of proper range, don't you, to be opening it? If you're up against someone who's just very tight from under the gun, it's a bit dicey. But versus someone who's opening correctly here, off his stack size, this is more than good enough. A print, I believe the young kids say.
Printing. Yeah, Tulip Bergenov perhaps trying to make that pay jump here before
Yeah, it's possible. Has
Okay,
gone
no,
with
I
call.
think he's gone with call, which isn't unreasonable, of course.
It's
Nice
not.
to have some strong hands in the big when we defend.
Yeah, it's just
Tough.
It's just so much better just to pick up the chips pre-flop and have no tough
Well,
decisions like this one.
This is the problem. Jack Deuce Deuce looks like a pretty good board for pocket sevens, especially with a heart in hand.
Really does. It's going to be very hard just to check fold to one bet.
Yeah, this is so tough now, right? Because it's just such a guessing game. You're against a player who's going to recognize he's got the advantage, can put us in a lot of tough spots down the streets. To start with small, makes sense. Shade over 20%.
He needs to be very careful, not thinking, making the mistake of thinking that the c-bet size has any sort of correlation to his hand strength. He will obviously do that with strong and weak hands. I was a little bit worried for him then. I thought he might be check raising, thinking his hand was good, but
yeah, through to the King of Spades turn. Neither player is thrilled with this. Naturally, of course, small cut going to have more kings in range than Tulip Bergenov. Decision on him, Warbs. It's an interesting one. Do we want to kind of pot control and bluff catch potentially against some hands?
yeah, he could do. I mean, he could go for another street really, but I prefer the check back.
I like check. Now then, Four of Hearts River completes the front door flush. Does Tulip Bergenov think he ever has to turn this hand into a bluff now, Warbs? This is really tricky. I guess we just check and pray.
Yeah, you just check and hope you're up against ace high, don't you? You can't really be bluffing this one. I think this is too thin.
Yeah.
To be,
There's just not much to seek value from, is there really? Apart from these kind of mid pairs.
Exactly.
Always some danger that you get check shoved on.
Yeah.
And perhaps Tulip Bergenov will be a little regretful here that he didn't just send it in pre. Tough spots, obviously not a great feeling to jam versus under the gun specifically.
Sure, you're very
tricky ones.
You're very uncomfortable doing it, but I think it is the clear play.
So if you are just joining us, guys, or if you've been here all along, welcome along. MPP Main Event Day 3 coverage from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel out here in northern Cyprus. As we see Hartman open from hijack. Trickett showing his experience there in my eyes. Gets away from the pocket fours in the cutoff against the kind of shallow stack open.
Yeah, I didn't consider it, as he shouldn't.
That makes sense.
King Queen suited here at the 250k big blind level. Can't really see much merit to do anything else bar move all in.
Yeah, certainly going to play this hand. It's a question of whether we want to call or jam.
Yeah, sub 20 big blinds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the correct
He's reaching.
play.
What does Hartman do here, Warbs, if it falls back round? This is kind of nasty, right? 18 bigs. It doesn't feel great against the real hands of Tomasian.
Sure.
Close though, right?
I think he's going to show some Heartman and flick it in.
Very good, Steve.
What do you mean? Just going about my business.
You don't love it though, right? But it's one of those, isn't it? Kind of very cuspy, like Ace Queen always call.
You don't love it, no.
Ace Jack feels like the line.
But again, you've got to remember in these situations, you're not always against a perfect poker player that's shoving correctly, and there are some Ace X's in here that you shouldn't necessarily have at times. So,
Sure.
do you know what I mean? It's not without the realms possibility. You can just have the Ace 8 off, and hands like that. So.
Yeah, I think if we're cut off versus button, we always call. Yeah, I'm not like shocked to see fold.
No, same, yeah, sure. You're definitely not loving it, but just in those situations, I am more inclined to go with that Ace Jack there.
Sometimes you just want to win the tournament also, and like, we figure to have the best hand.
Yeah, you can.
It's a close one.
You can go with the strategy of getting some chips together. As the Romanian flag is plastered all over the chat. Some real backing for Romania.
The year of Romania.
Year
right?
of Romania. Maybe this is the one.
Now then, look at this. Open +2 from Larabi with sixes. 3-bet from Canmate from the big with the 8-9 of hearts. Not typically one that you see people finding. Very interesting. Small 3-bet size, right? Just a shade under 6 bigs. He's repping a really strong hand. Larabi now feels he has to call, getting this price in position with the 6s, and all of a sudden, excuse me, there's a flop out there, Warbs.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Why didn't you nudge me?
Well, I was kind of thinking, was there a lead and then a raise, and then he was 3-betting the flop?
Please excuse me, folks. Thought it was a pre-flop confrontation. It is a 9-high board, so this hand makes a lot more sense now. Kanmei looking for value with that top pair. Goes ahead and check raises. Turns a flush draw on the Jack of Hearts.
You're a man who never makes a mistake, Andrew. So I had to make sure before I, said anything. But yeah, as played, it's going to be very difficult for the Larabi to continue here on this Jack of Hearts turn.
I felt like I skillfully got myself out of the jam.
Yeah, and this is an interesting spot where I feel like some people would check, but you are supposed to keep betting here with the 9-8 of hearts.
Yeah, I quite like it.
Yeah, and 6 is just with nowhere to go really, especially with his state. He doesn't even have a min. He just has just a min raise.
I mean, you just block the most natural bluff, right? The 5-6s of the world.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a good hand to have in your holding, is it? A nice play from Kanmei.
Yeah, well done. Right, I thought he was getting super spice pre-flop with the 8-9 suited.
Yeah, it happens.
Very nice pickup for him. Pretty reasonable from Larabi, I think. Call one.
Yeah, agree.
Let's see if my opponent slows it down.
You can't just be folding a hand as good as 6s, even though, like you say, you
Right.
are blocking the natural bluffs.
All right, off to the Onyx we go. This time there is no flop in evidence. Good news for me already. Queen Jack suited and Katayev with a big boy stack.
Yeah.
And a big boy play.
He's had nothing much go wrong for him, really. He's just had a huge stack all day.
This one could be interesting for us in the booth and you at home. Queen Jack suited for Heredi, facing an 8 big blind 3-bet. We've got position, we've got a strong hand. He decides to make the call.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
In these situations, I think I'm a lot more timid versus the 40 big blind open. I would be flatting 5s a lot, but I like that he's done it for value. This is a very tough board to do anything other than check, in my opinion, on.
I'm with you, right? Even our really strong hands like aces, kings, ace, king, jacks, 10s, they all kind of want to check.
Yeah, even queen, jack, king, queen. I think it's just a good board to check here.
Right.
Because you are quite deep.
Interesting spot developing. Heredi with the decision now whether to open the betting himself. Has what, 2.1x pot back.
Yeah.
Quite like this decision to check.
Sure. As we've said there, if he is checking his whole range, then there could be some check raise bluffs there and check raise for values,
Right.
and then queen jack really does shrivel up. So he's gone for the pot control.
Also nice for us to have some strong hands, right, when we check back, and
Exactly.
allows Katayev to potentially just get after us here with the bluffy parts of his range.
Yeah, and you are up against the chip leader on the table, who could easily put you under a lot of pressure. So I like the check back.
So once we face 2 checks, Warbs, Heredi.
To be honest, I actually don't mind another check.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gone with it. That's exactly what I've done.
Oh, well then.
And now we have a poker decision because the 5s I feel is a must bluff, but Heredi does have a lot of ace-x.
This is the issue,
Yeah.
right? This is an interesting spot.
But
It's also going to have, the kind of 9-10 suiteds of this world, right, that try to get to show down the queen 10, queen jacks, as we see Heredi has.
yeah, I do. Even though we've said all that, I do like a bluff.
I like bluff, yeah. No, does shut it down. Heredi's thrilled to see that he doesn't have to face aggression.
Yeah, fair enough. You're very unincentivized to be clashing with the big stacks there, aren't you? So
Sure.
very in line. Very good play.
Yeah, you said when I sat down in the booth that Heredi had impressed you. Like how he's playing.
Yeah, decent.
I would imagine he goes for river value there on a bunch of low blanks and some board pairs and the like. Not too much damage to Katayev.
For sure, yeah. Nice pot for Mr. Beast.
Oh, yes. Off the DTD Live we go. Kovrig +1, ace-3 of diamonds.
Team Year of Romania. Does open the ace-3 suited. Gun 1.
Yeah, Team Romania, right? The flags will be going off any moment now.
Yeah,
What a great name, Rafaelowitz.
very good. Looks a bit like Andreas Olympius.
Oh, okay, you love a look-alike.
I do. Sure, he's thinking about a 3-bet spot here. 3-bet bluff spot. Just noticed the open size as well. Yeah, he has opened.
Yeah, these spots are
bit.
real tricky. I do often find myself thinking, though, why is he sized up? And often it might be a bit of an assumption, but I do think it's sometimes people just trying to generate a bit more fold equity rather than having a stronger hand from early.
I agree, and I always attack it, and they always just somehow they always just somehow have jacks.
They're all in.
And just piling jacks, and it's like, yeah, I always open 2.5x with jacks because I hate it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, we have this debate a lot, and it does generate a bit more fold equity. Go on the Romanian flags. I can see them popping off.
Yeah, and the big blind here.
Yeah.
Let's peel the queen. 4.
I don't mind this error. We have 4 blinds. Let's try and flop a queen.
Yeah, and his pair's alive.
All right. Well, we
more
flopped
than
a queen and a 4. He didn't jam, did he?
He did.
Yeah.
He must just have assumed he's getting called by everything.
Yeah. Did Kovrig fold?
No, he has flicked it in.
Okay.
But I think, you know, if
I still like check.
Yeah, for sure. You can just have the 7-8 suited. I mean, he shouldn't really be able to
Right.
play, but he just can't he? So
Sure.
yeah, I think
Pocket 6s or something that might just
Yeah,
somehow
maybe.
hero fold. But
Sure.
yeah, I'm with you.
yeah, you do check, but
Well, there. It's going well so far. 2.8 million in the middle. Looking to fade the back doors.
yeah, just 11% for Romania.
Well, there's one. This
There's one
would
of
be
them.
nasty business. Reminiscent of the 8 ace run out.
We've already seen
Warbs.
the ace. Surely, we
Surely
can't
not
see it
again. Not
surely.
again.
He
No,
holds.
no good. 9 of clubs on the river. And we've seen him grinding it out, keeping himself in the mixer. Back to around about 10 bigs. Well done. Rafaelowitz. What a great name.
He crushed it.
I was thinking it was like the Israeli Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle spin-off. Back to the Onyx we go. Tamasian, big hand, +1. Pocket queens, and Kamakariv we've seen take some 3-bet jam spots. Now down to 12 blinds. Warbs gets a little dicier, but he's going to take it.
Yeah, this is under the 1 open.
Yeah, it feels thinner, doesn't it? But you probably still get enough folds, but I'm not getting a fold this time.
Tamasian's actually opening on the tighter side as well.
Okay.
I know it's obviously easy to say, and he has queens this hand, but I can't really remember like a loose open from him. But I mean, we do have king 10 suited for 12 big blinds, so it's very tempting, isn't it?
Sure is. Taking it in good spirits thus far.
And you know, he's
got 40%.
Exactly. He's run into it, and he's got 40%. So
right.
You know, it's
one of those ones that doesn't feel like you've got 40% in game, and it doesn't feel like it on the Jack 3 Deuce 2 spade board. Backdoor straights are blocked by those 2 queens, so it really looks like a king or nothing for Kamakariv. Through to the 8 of diamonds turn then. 3 outs. 1 time. Unfortunately, ace of spades completes the board. We lose Kamakariv. Played a very solid game, picking up the reshove spots, and eventually just ran out of wiggle room. Warbs.
Yeah, played very well. Takes 46th place for $24,200.
We're getting there now. 45 players remain. You got your eye on anyone to take this down? I know we're 45 left, but it's fun anyway. Is there anyone that sticks out?
I almost asked Jay, I was like, how many left before you start to tip people? I mean, I've got to go with my boy Trickett, haven't I?
Yeah, it would be a story, wouldn't it?
He just sort of comes out of the wilderness after 5 years, and he did tell me on day 1 that he was itching to play.
Yeah, we like the narratives, right? We like a
nothing,
comeback story.
Yeah.
As long as the winner doesn't have bare feet, I'm happy. Right, MPP main event day 3, guys. coverage with myself, Andrew Hedley, and Steve Warburton as we look at the beautiful ballroom here in the Merit Royal Diamonds.
Mr. Beast 2.0.
Yeah, Heredi, right?
Heredi,
Heredi.
yeah.
Yeah, he's been impressive.
Heredi
I like
or Trickett.
Smolka. I'd put Smolka in contention to make a run. And this man, who knows all about making the biggest run of all.
You can't rule him out, can you?
You can't. So this is a raise from Colonius, peel from Ensan. Early versus early, both content to check the 10-7-3 board. Third spade materializing on the deuce of spades turn. Not a great spot for either player, I'd wager. Are we just trying to show this down every time, Warbs? It
Yeah,
doesn't
I
seem
think
like a
so.
great one to bluff with no spade in hand.
I think so, yeah. I can't.
Does
can't
Ensan
imagine
need
much
to
betting.
bluff? Like, again, it's another combo, right? Just not
Sure.
fun to put money in.
I'm not going to try and predict
Yeah.
until I do this time, but
Right.
I assume he will just take a showdown. But I have to say, in a lot of these situations when you feel like he does have showdown, he is more inclined to bluff some hands that maybe me and you wouldn't.
Yeah,
But I think just on this run out now, it'll go check, check.
it makes sense.
Yeah.
I think there's a universe where if we have ace king here specifically, we could bet tiny for value almost, like value slash block. Most people bet a pocket pair by now,
Yeah.
any type of flush combo. But yeah, this is very reasonable for both to check.
Shows him, yeah.
And not an insignificant one for Colonius.
I just remembered it when Ensan was heads up for his EPT title.
Right.
I don't know if you've seen it. There was a discrepancy where his opponent has said fold, and everyone's heard it as call.
Oh.
And like Ensan's turned over his hand because he's bluffing, but he said no, it's fallen as this huge thing, and
Oh,
basically
wow.
Ensan just would have won this massive pot, but he was just a really good guy, and he said no, it's fine, you can take it back. Do you know what I mean? It was like a thing going, I didn't
Love
say
to
fold, I
see
said
it.
call. It's an amazing clip to watch.
Especially when you see all these nasty angle shoots and
Yeah,
stuff
yeah,
happening
yeah.
in the modern game, eh? I'm all here for the gentleman.
I call. It's like I call, I fold. You know what I mean? It's like really on the line.
Sure. Right, well, the man that Warbs is deemed Mr. Beast 2.0, he's chipping up very nicely. Pocket eights here for Heredi under the gun. Round to Tomasian, who's also on the move. Two of the bigger stacks at this table then.
Yeah, nice to see a couple of the big stacks clash, rather than just the advantage of a big stack against a small stack.
And then maybe a few clashes on the King 7-6 all red board. Heredi, big favorite here. Let's have the middle pair. He's going to check this one back. Oh, excuse me, that's Tomasian. Checking over to Heredi.
Yeah, I can't see much developing here.
Yeah, you wouldn't have thought so.
He's in the market for black and he's got red.
It's always frustrating, right? You see a beautiful little jack eight of clubs. Think, oh yeah, there's loads of good things that can happen here.
Yeah.
Next hand, please.
I think versus chip leader, I'm actually quite happy to miss the flop and just muck. Yes, I've missed.
Right, awesome. Next.
Next one, please.
Yeah, Heredi. Nice developments for him. Up to 15 million now.
Yeah, he seems to have a good temperament. Knows the spots to take. He's been good at his sizings. I like the way he's playing.
Love, is it Kateev on his left? Just looks permanently tortured. You got 24 million chips, mate. It's a million for the win.
He hasn't been below 20 million all day.
Right then, over to DTD Live. Open from Lamkov.
He had more chips before than everyone else on his table put together.
Wow.
Just ludicrous.
The life. Intriguing ones these. Sterba defending off sub 10. Lamkov flops a Broadway draw. King high. His board in theory.
Yeah, I've seen a bit of Sturba this week. Interesting to see how this one develops. Obviously, the King Jack is a great candidate to bluff this street and future ones. Jack of Hearts in hand as well.
Yeah, Sterba now with the decision. Oh, we know he's not folding. Not a chance at this stack depth.
Yeah, no way, especially with the backdoor spades as well.
Just be deciding, Steve, between call and potentially running it. You don't love running it versus +1.
Yeah, I think you just have to call it. You can't be raising here. This is a +1 range.
That's a great turn. Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah, fantastic turn. You got to play check though. You can't be having leads. queen turn.
80% pot back then for Sturba. Really tough spots, these ones.
Yeah, it's frustrating for Lamkov because there's so many turn cards you can bet, but obviously the queen is just such a big portion of Sturba's range. And now you have a semi-interesting bluff catcher on the river.
Yeah, not ideal, I guess, to block the king tens and jack tens of this world.
Exactly,
Jack of hearts in hand also.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah.
Always going for the big size.
I think it makes sense. Let's just try and rep the 8-9 of hearts.
Yeah.
Jack tens of this world going to be compelled to bluff.
Yeah.
Always disappointing to face the snap mark, but
of course, yeah.
Nothing Lamkov can do.
I like his size though. You know, he's going to have some missed hearts.
I think so. Whenever we bet, right, we're repping an ace or better. They're all worthy 80% pot. Off to the Luxon we go. Nikki Forov.
Spot as well where the ace is going to check back the turn on the queen, isn't it? So it's not like he can't get caught or anything. So yeah.
Well then, Nikki Forov down to 4 bigs.
Sweaty.
Runs into the overpair, but flops pretty big. Open-ended straight draw. So 9s, 7s, and 4s all working. Doesn't materialize on the 3 of hearts.
Nikki Forov, that's a great name.
Yes, indeed. We'll be losing him in 45th if he can't get there. Unfortunately, bricks out. 8 of diamonds on the river. Tulip Berganov's queen's holding.
Sit open 3. Wait, please, sir.
Another seat open.
Tulip Berganov versus Nikki Forov.
Yeah.
Sounds like a... I don't know what's the word. Like bout. Bout between
a UFC fight.
Yeah, like a UFC grand final. Nikki Forov.
And Tulip Berganov lands the scissor kick. He's down.
It's gone 12 rounds.
Dear me, we're getting delirious. Right, DTD Live, here we go. Ooh, dicey waters for Lake.
We've not seen a cooler for a while.
Yeah, we've seen her really navigate very well and look very unhappy facing 4-bet jam.
Yeah. There's just not enough chips to be folded in this game here. You do see some people hero fold it though, so it's not without the realm's possibility.
He's just checking.
But I do think you just have to run it to a sort of eye roll spot at times, but... Oh, did you say call? I think you said call.
Yeah, I mean, we can't fold this one. All of a sudden, head in hands for Samantha, devastated to see the pocket kings.
Yeah, but you know, you spike the ace, you got 16 million, so it's not over yet.
Big old pot. 70 bigs or so in the middle.
I guess we find out now, is it Year of Romania? What do you think?
Or does he fall to the depths of the lake? There you go. Yeah, Romanian flags, look at them go, rooting on their man. Can Kovrig hold off the ace-king?
Yep, 73% of the time.
Huge pot.
He will.
Big moments, 44 left, $1 million for the win. Kings versus ace-king. We always get the drama here. The dealers, they like to make sure of the stack sizes and give us a sweat.
The pot is totally correct before running the board.
And then we got the old GG Team Pro sticker on also, Mr. Warbs.
He does. He's loving it. She's hating it.
Yeah, Samantha looks like she's already busted. You got 27%.
Yeah.
It's hard though, isn't it, when you've been ticking along, just sort of.
Of course,
and you see this and you're like, oh no, all of a sudden I'm in trouble.
Nobody particularly wants to get into these situations. It is inevitable it's going to happen, but yeah, you are kind of loving just slowly chipping up and not too much risk, but it has to happen eventually.
I'm loving how chilled Kovrig is, by the way. He's just having a chat with somebody at the other end of the table. He's like, whatever.
He's got kings, mate. That's why he's so happy, isn't he?
I'm terrified here, I won't lie.
You watch his face if an ace comes, it'll all change. She'll be the one dancing, and he'll be sat back down.
All right then, let's go. 16 million chips. So far, so good. All red texture.
It's quite bleak.
Yeah, backdoor Broadway or an ace. The only options available for Lake. And that is a horrible card. 3 of hearts on the turn.
Just the one out.
One out. Ace of spades only. No good.
Not to
Deuce of
be.
diamonds on the river. Got a feel for her. Can see the disappointment etched on her face. Good game to Samantha.
Yeah, you just can't fold there, I'm afraid.
Yeah, played really, really solidly. Forced to get it in for 30 blinds with the ace-king.
44th, 24k.
What a great result for Kovrig.
Yeah, 34% of the chips on the table.
Telling you, if poker was based on body language, he was just never losing, was he? He was just like, yeah, it's fine.
It's like he's never lost with kings before.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, this one's in.
Right, off to Luxem we go. Colonius versus Bezanian. Top pair versus middle pair here. Very tricky spot
Yeah, a bit
for
of
the man on fire.
bit of a loose peel here pre-flop. He's sub 20 big blinds. You can just muck the 6-4 off. He is going to peel. He's found himself in trouble here.
Yeah, middle pair, backdoor straight drop.
Needs some help, but you'd think that card will save him.
Yeah, as has been the case all day, kind of these bottom pairs, middle pairs with backdoor draws, invariably we've seen the big cards roll off on turn. Colonius gonna pot control here. Makes sense. It's not too many ace-X that you're up against, Warbs, right? But just let's pot control maybe induce the occasional bluff, although
Sure.
the 3 hitting the river does complete some of those hands that could bluff, right? Like a 3-4, 3-5 suited may check now.
Yeah, expecting check here.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense, and I think as soon as the button like turbo checks back, you just know that you can't win with your 6.
Yeah.
Right. Showdown based.
Yeah.
Nice pickup for Colonius. Seen him pick up a couple of medium-sized ones, one against Ensan. A few moments earlier, he's up to 8 million or so. Back to the Onyx then. Kateev again after it again. Under the gun, ace 7-0. This is pretty wide. Heredia defends. Would imagine this is check call flop on the Queen Jack 5. Kateev with the decision.
Yeah, it's obviously quite loose pre, but I guess when you've got all the chips on the table.
I think ace of diamonds in hand, I would feel compelled to bluff. Like, it's one of those ones, right? Let's just put a jack in a horrible spot, fold out all the 5x. Still going to be up against king 10, king 9s of this world.
Agreed.
A diamond completes river, Steve, right? I think if we're opening this hand, I think it's a missed opportunity to on the turn.
I agree. I think a lot of it might be to do with his opponent who he's against. And
Right, but then
chip
shouldn't we
stacking
just
things.
fold pre then
Exactly,
if this is the
yeah.
case?
yeah, I think he's just kind of done with it when he checks back on the turn. It would be a very bit of a weird line.
I mean, we have
How's
to
it
bluff
bluff?
now, right? Even though
Oh, yeah.
it's one of those, isn't it, this? It's like, against 9s, likely to work, but Heredia's thinking, what value do you have that opens under the gun, doesn't bet the 4 of diamonds turn, right? I think
Yeah.
is the key thing. Ace, queen, king, queen, very likely to bet 2. King's aces, very likely to bet 2. Queen, jack suited, pocket jacks, pocket 5s, all going to bet the turn. So all of a sudden, kind of repping a king 10, king jack, right? That could be in there. Maybe king jack for value. Ace, king that decided not to bluff.
King 10 though, I don't think it's going to go this size. He's gone nearly full pot.
I think it bets the turn as well, right? A good
Exactly,
amount. So
yeah.
it's, you actually, when you break that spot down, really do lack, you know, sort of thin value, so to speak, I think, in the bet, check, bet line.
Yeah, I think his size there actually. I think it's.
You bet pot.
I think it's just not really helped him. I think actually he wants to rep, you know, king X and. I don't know really. He's kind
So
of
he's sort of polarizing to straights and better.
even a straight though. It's like 9-10's going to continue. Ace 10 probably continue on the turn. So he's kind of just saying he's a flush. So.
Yeah, interesting one. Got away with it.
Yeah, I think if he was up against Queen or Jack X, he might not have got that through.
It's a really wide open also from Larabe off sort of 20 blinds to start.
Yeah, it's always tempting though, isn't it? The 10-8.
It is. Does allow Air to defend. We've seen him being short throughout. Does pick up bottom pair, backdoor hearts.
Maybe who the big blind is as well was his reason to open that with him being so short.
Sure. Tricky ones these, bottom pair. Again, we've seen throughout, you do feel compelled to stick around, but you are facing under the gun. I don't mind this, actually.
Yeah, same.
We haven't seen people show much kind of discipline with the bottom pairs, but against under the gun, even the kind of bluffs pre the queen jacks of the world, king queen offs of the world, all connect well. Don't mind it. Here comes Ensan.
So I'm going after it. I was about to say he's been a bit quiet.
Yeah, Colonius decides ace-10 suited too strong to fold against a seasoned opponent. Tough to argue with that.
Hijack v cut off.
Well,
There you go.
Ensan finds a very good flop. Queen Jack 8 all diamonds, straight flush draw top pair.
I told you he doesn't miss a flop. You didn't believe it, did you?
You're right. So far,
It's a very nice looking flop.
kind of. What do you think Ensan's thinking here, Steve? When Colonius? Oh, okay. Well, he's thinking I'm all in.
Wow.
Never mind.
That's a big jam. A big jam. Jam.
Yeah,
150%.
I'm not a big fan.
flop.
I'm not a big fan of this one. I
I
think.
mean, it's you can just be effectively dead. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, like maybe one of the things going for him is that Colonius probably 4-bet ripping jacks, right?
Sure.
Pure, some ace queens. Kings
Yeah.
and aces, are they trapping? Maybe not that often. So
you
but
fold
then-
in. You fold out all the hands you wanna
Keep in.
continue. You know, all those,
Ace jack
all those,
suited,
yeah,
right,
all
all
those
this
marginal
stuff.
ones that you kind of crush.
I'm not sure about that one. Who are we to question the King OG though?
Yeah, I just want to take it down there and then as he's thinking.
Yeah, main event day 3, guys, as we continue on in our approach to the final few tables.
He's probably thinking as well. He's just never going to be in that bad a shape. You know,
Right.
if he does get caught by ace queen or something.
Right.
Or maybe he thinks he can get king queen to fold as well. So it's just
Right, okay.
max pressure maybe. But
Just protect against 9s and 10s with a diamond, perhaps. Although we did have the 10 of diamonds. But you
Yeah.
hear where I'm coming from.
just seems a bit of an overplay. But you're right. Who are we to question?
Yeah. Right then, can mate, cut off open, 500,000, ace 8 off. The defending champ, 18 blinds.
This plays well as an all-in.
Yeah, this is nice. Nice find.
Good equity when called still, and you get enough folds.
Yeah, even with 40 left, I think this is a fist pump.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You just put King Jack off into the mud, don't you, immediately?
Of course.
Air having a little inventory check. Make sure they don't go across the line.
Yeah, what's happening there?
I don't know what's going on. When's the next jump, Warbs?
Yeah,
You,
maybe there's a jump in then. That's what it is.
just a bit of posturing. It does feel like the part that he's burned his last time bank chip.
Wow.
Air, look at this.
Feels like a gamble.
Head in hands. What an actor.
It is for the pay jump. Yeah,
What a legend.
we are 39th is the pay jump with 41 left.
Air, you know that this is filmed, pal. You know that your hands are exposed to the world.
I kind of love it.
I'm believing him. I believe this man's got pocket tens.
He's counting the
I'm
pot
sitting there as Lamkov going, oh my God,
He's counting
please
the pot.
fold.
Watch him make sure no one sees it. Just puts it face down.
Goodness me, the Academy Award goes to Mr. Air.
Fair enough. Wants to use his time banks for bit of stalling.
How much are you hating that as Lamkov?
Yeah, true. You
It's
just think,
just like, oh my God.
you just think you've run into ace jack or something, don't you? But
What did you have? Brilliant.
slams it down.
Air has to see one. What an actor. You had 5 high, pal. What's going on?
The fist bump as well, like he's folded the winner.
Oh,
Love
dear.
that. Back to Sam Trickett here on the Onyx table with a wired pair of 9s in the hole.
Oh, very nice. Is there a nickname for pocket 9s? We were talking about this the other day. Me and Jay had to do a challenge, or was it me and Jay naming where they gave you the name of the nickname. They gave you the nickname of the hand, excuse me, and you had to name the hand. I don't think 9s actually has one. Like 8s is snowmen, right? 7s hockey sticks.
Yeah, I've never known one for 9s.
Yeah, me either. It's about time someone came up with one.
Oh, I know what it is.
You could call it the cone, the 99
No,
cone.
it's the Wayne Gretzky.
It is.
Because he used
well
to wear
done.
the 99, didn't he?
Well done.
Yeah.
Right then, Katayev, small blind, facing an elite opponent in Trickett. Tricky spot this, right? Like, what, 45 blinds deep?
Yeah, does he want to put the pressure on and go for...
3-bet folds, you want to call? What's happened here? I think. Okay. It was just a bit of a delay. It does make it 2.1.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Right, okay, it's a squeeze. Yeah, I thought so. I thought the chips were in front of Thaler. Look at Trickett, just in your eye, pal.
Having none of it, is he? Having none of it. I did
Very
say
nice.
about half an hour ago, solid player Thaler. He does have some 3 and 4 bet bluffs in there.
I actually think this is just a really nicely played hand from both. Like
in the Arsenal, yeah, I love it. Yeah.
When Kateyev sort of tank flats, it just feels weak.
Yeah.
We've got an ace in hand. Let's bump it up.
Yeah, the speed that Sam went all in was just having none of that.
It's always quite disheartening, isn't it, when you go for the bluff? It's like, yeah, whatever, mate. I'm all in.
It's the third time Thaler's put chips in the pot as well. He's just like, I'm having none of this.
It felt like a good spot, didn't it? There's a good spot to squeeze and a good spot to jam. Well played by both, I'd wager. Right then, we have a blind-on-blind confrontation here. Limped pot, Rafaelovitz versus Sterba. Could be troublesome for the Israeli. It's going to start with a one big blind bet. Sterba going to be very comfortable here with that top pair.
Yeah.
It's an argument to maybe raise,
I think
Steve.
you definitely kind of limp pot, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Especially this stack then. Excuse me.
Yeah, interesting. Decides just to call and improves.
Turn, yeah.
Two top two.
Effective nuts.
Now he's got a tick beside his hand, which potentially means there's no fives left in the deck. Decision going to be on him now. Do we look to put money in the pot? You would imagine he will and try and get it in by the river. We're going to have some bluff still warbs, right? The sort of 3-6, 3-7 deuce threes of this world, 7-8, 6-7, all that good stuff.
Sure. Some players as well, even with some king highs, they like to bluff here. So a bit of an Ushka look.
Yeah, this is uncomfortable for Rafaelovitz. You feel like a 5 is too much hand. It is in my eyes. Is he raising?
No, just call, I think.
Was it just one chip? Okay.
Yeah, just using the
Thought for a moment he picked up more than one. King of Diamonds river then, and Rafaelovitz gonna have a bluff catcher.
Yeah, I did mention there occasionally you do have some king eyes that you bet on the turn as a bluff. We've now got there, so it does make this call even more tricky. But obviously you said the 6-7, 6-8, 3-6.
Yeah.
Deuce threes in there as well. It's a limp pot.
Deuce 6 suited even, right?
Yeah.
There are actually a lot of bricked straight draw combos.
Yeah.
We don't love having a 7 in hand. But there's still so many of those bricked straight draws that I don't think you can make the decision solely on having a 7.
Yeah.
This is tough.
The way that Sterber did that as well, if I didn't see what he had, I swear he's bluffing. The way he did it just looked very bluffy. I'm obviously totally wrong, but it was just...
It's got 2 pair of warbs.
Yeah, it's just very, what's the word? Like, unnatural. Okay. Although he is now trying to sell it a bit more, if you see. So, just kind of the old, oh no, he's looking at me. He's gonna call my bluff.
Steve Warburton will be releasing a live tell course in audio and book form.
It's good when you think he's bluffing, you can see he's not doing it. Yeah.
Nicely done from Rafaelovitz.
Yeah, nice
tough spots and gets away on the river. Relatively short order. Sterba just won't go away. 4.6 million for him. Closing in on 20 bigs. Tim Chung, who we haven't seen. Look, 16.2 million for Tim.
Oh, yeah, lots of chips there. I'm sure we'll see some hands later from him.
Now then, Kateyev versus Trickett. You would imagine Sam just defends and flicks in one green chip.
Yeah, these three have played a lot of pots together, and they've all got loads of chips.
Oh, trouble brewing. Jack 4, deuce 2 spades.
Yeah, we've seen Sam have the best hand quite a few times. Now has got the worst of it. We see. Interesting to see how he navigates this one. He does decide to check though, Kateyev.
Don't actually mind this.
Yeah, it's okay.
Against an aggressive player in the big, seems reasonable to want to have some Jack X in there. Sam now feels like he has a fist pump value bet. Little does he know, he is pipped.
Yeah, he goes about a third, I think.
Okay, 40%.
Yeah, a little bit more. 600 into 1.4.
Very reasonable. Kataev, one would imagine, just lands on call wards.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
Or
yeah.
like, can you raise to check back river, but then you do open yourself up, right?
Yeah,
To
not versus the big blind range.
I
and
agree.
Especially Sam as a candidate as well is notorious for turning things into a bluff. So yeah, I wouldn't want to be raising the turn here.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an action killer on the river.
Yeah, neither player likes this card. Quite interesting though for Trickett. What kind of king X do we give our man? Like king queen, I think, can flow normally c-bets, right? So, but ace king could be a thing.
Yeah, Sam goes
Yeah, he's gone for
quite
value.
big here, targeting, you know, 7s, 8s,
Yeah.
9s, 10s.
Ace 4, right? Stuff like this.
Yeah. He didn't expect many good hands to check back on that flop.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable. I don't think you expect like the nut flush draw or like a 9-10 of spades to check. So he's not too worried about flushes.
Sure.
Does just value cut himself, and nice little flop check mixed in there from Kataev. Pays dividends.
Yeah.
I think just a glimpse there into like the sort of elite player mindset though. Trickett, he's still trying to extract the max value, right? Even with the sort of marginal holding. Just unfortunate there, I think, to run into a hand that had him pipped.
Always, yeah. I think he just thinks he's so heavily weighted to those pairs I mentioned, 7, 8s, 9s, 10s.
By the way, look at this from Kovrig. This is spice, and no mistake. We have seen Larabi be very active, very sticky. Oh, trouble.
Wow.
3-bet pots.
Very interesting.
Top set for Larabi. Middle pair and the backdoor nut flush draw for Kovrig. You surprised to see him take ace-5 off? It's a little disrespectful, right? Like, very wide.
Yeah, I guess he's just targeting his chip stack, really, isn't he? He thinks he's in a gross spot.
He's
leading. Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
I know you can have some leads. Not on this, I don't think, but on like the 7, 8, 9s of the world, I believe we have some leads here out of position.
Yeah.
I mean, Kovrig's going nowhere, but this gets tricky quickly. Never going to give his opponent top set, which is working very nicely so far for Larabi. 3 of clubs on the turn. Fascinating, these ones, in my eyes.
Yeah, I agree.
Neither... I mean, I guess if Larabi has 7s, then he has 6s Warbs, whereas Kovrig really can't have a 6, but if he has ace-5 off, perhaps he can.
Hard to know how balanced Larabi is here at this spot. You know, he might just not have 6s, but I guess 6s would be a similar lead, wouldn't it, for the size he did too, so...
So what, the main bluff's just going to be based around spades, right? Like, it seems to make sense. Sort of Jack-10 of spades or something that decides to lead. It's hard to give him pure bluffs, right? It's very difficult. 8-9 of hearts, does that open? Does that call a 3-bet? I'm not sure it does.
Jack-10 of spades just plays so good, check raising all in, really, isn't it? So it's really hard.
That's what I mean. It's really tough, but Kovrig just deciding, I don't believe you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a disaster of a river.
Oh no. It's quite brutal already, isn't it?
It's like what do 8s and 9s and 10s do? Like, do you know, like pre-flop? So it's he's sort of repping maybe the occasional 8s and 9s that didn't put it in pre.
Yeah.
We beat that now.
By the way, having the 7s here, the top set on the flop, it's just such a good river. You're just like
you're dreaming.
Rubbing your hands together, aren't you?
Kovrig hates life now.
He does, but he's not going to fold, is he?
I don't think so.
There's just no way.
I mean, you can't give your opponent like deuces here, so you can discount that.
Sure.
Basically losing to a set and pocket 6s.
Yeah, set 6s, can't really think anything else.
Like, who bluffs like this, right? On the ace of diamonds river, like, I mean, I guess we could beat ace-10 of spades, could we?
He's got the ace of spades in his hand.
Oh, he does. Sorry.
Which is the problem, isn't it? It's
yeah.
Well, if he is jamming the ace for value, he's got to have the ace of spades. He can't just have, like, red ace queen, can he? So
ace deuce, like, just not a thing, is it?
No. It's a really weird hand, but...
Yeah, this is just grim.
Nobody folds here.
Like, who bluffs here? It's so...
Nobody folds here. That's all we need to know.
If Kovrig finds a fold here, this would be sensational. Even though we've dissected this spot and don't believe there's many bluffs from Larabe.
Yeah, he's not going to find the fold. He's just not going to think that he just leads a set as well. It's like,
Sure.
it's just getting flicked in.
It feels like it has to for the price.
Yeah.
Also,
It's not gonna
3.4 to win 10.
I'm not going to be happy.
Yeah.
About it. There it is.
Turbo turns over.
so tilt with.
It's the worst feeling ever.
In your eye, David Benjamin. You arrogant guy.
It's almost as if to say, oh, I've owned you here, but I mean,
Yeah, a little bit.
you just got a little lucky.
Huge pot though. 14 million.
Very big pot. Kovrig
Fist
flew a little
bumps.
too close to the sun.
Fist bumps as well.
I have to confess, it's a strange choice for me to 3-bet here pre. Maybe if you have your man just way too wide and will overfold to 3-bet, then there's something to be said.
Yeah, he's gone after him a bit there, hasn't he? And he's obviously been very unlucky with the run out. But like you, Andrew, I think you can just fold the ace-5 off.
Yeah.
Flop there.
Really interesting.
Great hand though.
It was fun for us to cover as we approach the break. Let's have a look at DTD live table. Tim Chung, 14.4 million for him. Very experienced campaigner from the UK. He's in the hunt. Larabe then up to 13.5 million with that timely boost. And Kanme. Kovrig still healthy even though he's taken a big hit there. Lamkov still in the mix, 20 blinds. Down to Sterba, we've seen just be very belligerent, not going anywhere, as has Air, just staying alive with 2.9 million. Over to the Luxon table. Alexandros Kolonius with 11.1 million. Good for the table chip lead. And the King OG, Hossein Ensan, 10.6 for him. Smolka, who we reference as a very strong player. Fascinating table, this one, 9.4 for him. Down the chip count. Bidniuk, Kaduri, Spinella, all in the kind of medium stacks. Tulip Berganov and Bez Hanyan with work to do. And over to the Onyx, we've got Kateev, who looks permanently tortured. I'm not sure why. 17 million, sir. You're in the hunt. Thaler, who Warb's name checked to someone to watch already. Really strong table, this one, right? Trickett behind. Shade over 10 million for him. Tomasian Banicevic, who's been deep in tournaments all week. And rounding out the lineup, Nenad Dukic, very strong player, and Pascal Hartman. Guys, we're going to go on a break now. Steve is going to step out and Jay is going to join me. Please don't go too far. We'll be back in 20 minutes.
Boy.
And welcome back, folks, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we're back. A little refreshment on our break. Furnish myself with a wee cup of tea, Jay, as we see, as always, look at that for a view. The beautiful mountains behind the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel. We're getting deep into the realms of day 3 of this main event. Quick look at the Onyx table, guys. Dmitry Katayev out in front, 58 big blinds, followed by Thaler, who's been impressing us, been taking some squeeze spots. This is a tough table. Heredi has played very well. Sam Trickett is in there swinging. 10.3 million for him. Tomasian, very strong and solid. Banicevic was deep in, I believe it was the 2K earlier in the week. Nenad Dukic, another fierce competitor, and Pascal Hartman. I wouldn't love being on that table, Jay. Tim Chung, chip leading at the DTD live table, 14.4 million for Tim. Larabi is a name we've seen throughout the week. He is in second chip position. Then we've got Kanmei Kovrig, who was involved in a spicy hand before the break. Jay paid off a man, River 2 pair, in a spot where potentially he shouldn't have gone after him with 3-bet. It was very tough on the river, though. Lamkov, Sterba, Rafaelovic, and Air on the short stack. And then the Luxon table, Alexandros Kolonius, 11.1 million for him, good for 37 bigs. The King OG, Hossein Ensan, 10.6 million for him. Smolka, who I've picked out as one to watch, online N-Boss, 32 blinds for him. Bidniuk, Kaduri, Spinella in that sort of itchy 20 big blind realm. Tulip Bergenov and Bizanian on the short stacks. With work to do, blinds are going up 150k, 300k. Jay, how was your break?
Yeah, nice couple of hours off, ready, rejuvenated for this session. See, you were down to 40, so lost a lot more than what I actually expected to come back to. And to be fair, Andrew, credit to you there. There's some toughies in the surnames there.
Easy, mate.
Immaculate.
I'm a seasoned campaigner, my friend. I do remember the very first few times I came and worked out here. Just abject terror when you're faced with some of the surnames. I used to just call them, you know, Big John or Big Tim or whatever. And then I thought, you know what? I'm going to have to try my hardest. Right, let's go. Luxon table, blinds up. Round 2, Bezanian. We said he's got work to do. This is a nice hand to find. Hand 1. Dealer button, J11 bigs, ace-10 off.
Yeah, just all in here for Bezanian. Feel like pretty clear one. Maybe do have some raise calls with some of the better ace-X, but feel like this one just has to jam.
Makes sense. Can certainly get called by worse. Going to be perceived to be shoving a lot wider than this. And Bidniuk has a hand that you would imagine passes the test to continue.
Yeah, ace-10 suited here against this button shove. Has to be calling. Well, probably ISOs when he's got 22 himself. Only big blind to get through.
Bidniuk's been entertaining us, by the way, with like the 10-15 second peel.
Okay.
Takes him forever. It's like when you peel that first ace and you're like, oh, we'll squeeze the second one. Certainly going to send it. Oh, and Spinella, not quite strong enough. King 9 suited for 17. Bottom range here, Jay, what? Like 8s or something, which is not thrilled, but like an 8's ace jack, maybe?
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty good. Like, small blind should be shoving some worse pairs than 8s for sure. And
yeah.
Like even worse, ace-X and ace-10 as we see here. King 9 suited has to go into the mark as it does.
Right then, ace-10 versus ace-10. Bidniuk, of course, suited. Bezanian, 2 flush draws. Will the deck choose cruelty? Of course, very likely to chop this one up. Ah, he left a chip behind. Okay, are we on a ladder? I presume we are.
I'm literally.
I presume we must be.
The midst now checking. Yes, it's a healthy ladder as well. $3,000 from 40th to 39. So
always intrigues me. It's like, how much am I balancing making potential 3K versus like having no time is a disaster, right? So like, how many do you want to keep? Do you know, like, would you burn them all?
Probably not.
For the sake of the 3K?
It depends as well. You need to be aware when there's replenishment as well. Like if we get another next few levels, if there's more added to us, then potentially use more. But if we're not like getting replenished until the final table,
yeah, like
40 out, we could have some tough spots until we get there. So
It's like the universe snap punishes
Yeah.
you when you've got none left and you get the horrendous river decision with 30 seconds to go.
I think it's important to know when time gets replenished, or if it does get replenished, if we get any more time banks throughout the tournament.
Do you know what I've been advocating for is like one golden time card or something? Well, you know, just where you have like 3 minutes and there's only one per tournament and you can save it for the real horrendous river decision, right, where you need more than 30 seconds. Anyway, ace 10, ace 10, clubs versus heart and spade. Bazanian looking to hang on. Well, not out of the woods yet. One club on the flop. Oh, don't do it to him. 9 of clubs on the turn. All of a sudden, Bazanian has to fade a club. Oh, there's no worse feeling. He's made the ladder. Needs to fade clubs. And here's a black card, but it's the ace of spades.
Never easy, is
Sigh
it?
of relief. Gets his chips back and chops up the blinds and ante. So we have ticked down to 39 remaining. We think we'll get close, Jay, to kind of final 2 tables. I don't think we'll reach the FT today, but
Yeah,
it won't be too far away.
I think it's going to go close. What we got?
Well, we'll cut back
Come
to
back
that
to
because
it.
what a disaster for Hartman. All of a sudden, though, an escape route in the form of a queen. You can see there are 2 remaining. Trying to run down the top set of Heredia. 9 million chip pot. Can't do it. 3 of diamonds completes the board. GG's Hartman. Valiant effort. Got short. 14 blinds. Got to go with 10s.
Yeah,
And
decent run.
Heredia up to 20 million. We picked him out as one to watch. Unlucky Pascal out in 40th for 24.2k.
Yeah, and just jumping back to finish time today, the way to look at it, 360 million in play. We come back at a milli big blind tomorrow, I believe, so that is 360 big blinds. Divide that by 9, that's going to give you 40 big blind average. So that's about right for the FT on the structure. So wouldn't surprise me if we get there today.
Yeah.
But I don't think we're going to see like 18, 19 left. I feel like it's going to be 12 or 11.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not going to get TFT. But could be wrong. Been wrong before. We'll be wrong again.
Well, if you are just joining us, guys, here we go. Here's a look at the payouts. 39 remain then. Everybody now with 27.2k locked. Pay jump's getting steep. 4k jump, and then 6.5k as we approach the final few tables. So solid paydays for all who still remain in the hunt. Everybody with their eyes firmly on the prize, though. First place this year, MPP Main Event, $1 million. And that's a healthy heads-up match when we get there. 635k for second. So a casual $365,000 heads up. But yeah, final 7 will all receive 6 figures. Exciting as we come down the stretch. Now, back to DTD Live. We have Tim Chung. Ace 5 of hearts. Certainly going to open this one, even from early. Rafailovitz has decided time to go. Ace Jack. Makes some sense, Jay. 12 effective versus an aggressive opponent.
Yeah, should be getting through versus well. I say should be, but the small blinds wakes up with the kings.
I wonder if Air was happy about his hand with the speed he put that in. Something of note, though, right? Let's just give Tim 10s and, like, Air absolutely fist pumps this in. Like, how they get away? Anyway, what a spot for Air. He's been short throughout the last kind of few hours, and he finds kings. Facing a raise and all in front. Looking to hold off the ace and the jack. So far, so good. 10-5 deuce rainbow. On the turn changes nothing. So just 2 outs to fade for Air to get up to 6 mil. And he does. 7 of hearts completes the board. Frustrating one for Rafailovitz. You know, knows likely that jam gets through against Tim Chung, and just unfortunate that Air Cold finds the Cowboys, and he is now crippled. 1.2 million left in his stack. Good for just over 4 bigs. Tim Chung still out in front at the DTD live table. 13.8 million to work with. Back to Luxon. 3-way pot here. Open from Bidniak. Called by Kaduri on the button with ace-8 of spades. Smolka comes along with the baby 3-4. Interesting one, Jay.
Yeah.
You c-betting queens here.
Yeah, probably going to be playing a lot of checks with most of our ranges. Bidniak, and I feel like queens is one that probably likes to check anyhow.
Yeah, we have seen that he's looked to kind of simplify, which is, you know, never the worst thing to do. Is kind of just when he's in pots, just lots of probing, sort of trying to define where he is. Smolka now feels compelled to come along for the price with that bottom pair. 9 of spades on the turn.
Yeah, now surely this is where we start checking as Bidniak here. But it's going to be interesting in Smoker when we get to a lot of rivers. It's going to be difficult to have a worse hand than what we actually have.
Absolutely. Probably already thinking, am I going to bluff?
Club would just be mandatory, but even on other rivers, I could definitely see it from Smoker here.
Yeah, I don't see much reason for Bidniak to continue betting. We can beat a jack, we can beat some flush draws and bluff catch, we can beat a 3.
Unless he's going for the adventure of trying to fold a king by the river.
I guess that's the main reason to bet here, right? We, you know, have a kind of hammer lock and block in the nuts, which is certainly not insignificant. And if Smolka has kind of king 8 or lower, he's kind of in the mud, as we say, versus double barrel.
Yeah, I think it's one of those Bidniak. If we bet turn, we have to bet river. We have to follow through to really try and get the king X out of there. Creative play.
Yeah, it certainly was. I guess you get to deny equity, and you also can put the hands that have you pipped in a bad spot as we jump back to DTD live. Larabi versus Chung. So we've got a raise from the Queen 10. Oh, Tim calls. And looks like check call flop. So Larabi, who's been real spice. I'll fill you in on a hand before the break in a moment, Jay. He is going to barrel. Does have Queen of Clubs in hand. Can't fault him. Sort of target some pocket pairs, some of the weaker ace-X. Tim's not going to love it.
Yeah, but this is really interesting because, like, feel like population as Larabi, like, all his ace-X probably check on the turn.
Sure.
Like, Tim probably got a slight 8x advantage from the small blind, but definitely got flushes of his own. So, like, all this ace-king through ace-10's not happy going for a second barrel here. So maybe condensing his range to flushes, maybe some 8x that opens from the cutoff.
That makes some sense. And look at this.
Tim on point with the read, but I feel like it's got to be something along those lines, just expecting the ace-X to play check at some point, if not flop then turn. So
does make sense, doesn't it? And all of a sudden, 7 million in the middle. Larabi gets to the river with queen high. Not a lot of fun, Jay, to try and fold out a man as sticky as Tim.
Yeah, and Tim's been around the block. I think he'll know as well. Like, people tend to overbluff turns and just shut down river a lot in these given scenarios. So maybe feels like we are going to get a lot of give-ups when we call turn.
Can we shut this one down, though, right, of all the hands we have?
I don't think so as Larabi once we get here. Queen of Clubs, nice card to have. Queen 10, Queen Jack, and King Queen of Clubs not a thing for Tim in the small.
So you're advocating for big size only here?
Well, I feel like once we bet turn, we're basically saying we have an 8 or better anyway, Andrew, because I feel like the ace-X is just checking back too often. And like, this is the thing, isn't it? And I feel like that's exactly why Tim calls turn. He's been around the block. He knows that even ace-king through ace-10 are just going to start knuckling turn when the flush completes.
Sense, right? Incredibly tilting for Larabi to see the bottom range pocket sevens with club. Does wave the white flag, and that's a big old swing. 17 million now for Tim Chung.
Got to feel tilting though when he spins over
fuming.
sevens. When he sees sevens, like, yeah, why are you still in on the turn, mate? But when you really think about it, we're pretty condensed for value when we go bet on that.
Yeah, board. Whatever. I'm still absolutely livid, but I'm with you. Right, limp pot, Smolka, gonna play Trappy. Makes sense for Colonius to start bluffing, and it doesn't really have any showdown. Let's just try and fold out a king high. Stuff like this. Small cut, trying to remain composed under the stare of the man on his left. Has the very disguised trip sixes. Quick check call. 9 of diamonds turn then. Colonius not loving this card.
Yeah, I feel like Smoke are going to have a lot of ace high, king high, though, that he still potentially will go for another street against. Trying to get this off.
Tough to pull the trigger, but he is going to do it. Looks like 1.2 million to me. Just a shade over half is 1.2. Small cut. Still with that. Third six nestled beneath him.
Yeah, and I feel like now as Smoke are just playing check call. Don't think we're going to see raise too often. Blind on blind here, trips.
Yeah, mandatory, I think. Allow your man to keep bluffing or potentially value cut himself. Something like a 9. 4 on the river. Lovely card for small cut. Boats up. Credit to Colonius just deciding I'm trying to get those kind of weak ace high, king highs out, Jay, right? And if I get called again, I'm done with this one. Nicely done from small cut. Picks up the bones of 2 million extra chips from his opponent by finding the check line. We've ticked down to 36. Momentum picking up. So we continue to move through day 3 here of the main event. Over to the Onyx we go. Open from Kataev. Been super active. Tomasian defending with Queen 7 suited. Flops top pair on the Queen 6 deuce. Kataev with just 9 high.
Yeah, if it was fine to just see bet this one, just going to be a lot of white flag waves on turns. With 9 high here, just folding out 10 highs, jack highs, king highs. Gonna be nice.
Hello.
Tomasian here. With the Queen X not going anywhere.
Yeah, pretty easy check call. See what happens on the turn. Interesting one. Kataev now does pair up. Always find these ones kind of interesting, Jay. Like, do we go for a turn value bet, or like typically when you've got the middle part of your range, right, you don't look to inflate pots?
Just check back as Kataev here.
You could still go for river value occasionally, right?
Of course, this is the thing. Like, we can still potentially go for river bets when check 2 on certain rivers, but like, we don't really get a street from a 6 or a deuce now. These are just inclined to fold, and we only get continues from the Queen X or high equity draws. So
yeah, and we can just bluff catch versus 4 or 5 of hearts, right, on a blank and stuff like this. Let's see what Kataev thinks of the situation. Yeah, he agrees, checks back. 7 of clubs on the river. Tomasian doesn't know it, but not a great card for him. The front door flush now completes. I say not a great card in terms of getting called by our opponent, Jay. Of course, not by our hand improving. Yeah, Kataev not going to be value betting this one. Things could have got a little uglier for him on several rivers. May have been compelled to pay off a bet, Jay. On a blank, as it stands, Tomasian up to 12 million in chips. Shade under 17 still for Kataev. Plenty of artillery. There we go. Heredi, 19.8 million. Good for the chip lead at the Onyx. Kataev still in second place despite that small hit. Sam Trickett, one of the stories for us of this main event. He's back. Shade under 15 mil. Now then, button versus big blind confrontation here. Very nice flop for Kanmei. Overpair to the board. Backdoor flush draw. Facing a sub 20 big blind defend.
Yeah, this is a nice one to find the big bet on, I feel like. Like, if we do size up, go for 2/3, 1.2 mil. Potentially to just set up a turn jam. We just get to then jam for pot on a lot of turns. Already just have that in our mind.
Certainly makes some sense.
Like, and then we just get to drill in pot on the 8 of clubs turn. It just seems like a really nice spot for one of these big bets with 10 specifically against big blind. But go small, and now 2.9 in there, 4.5 in stack.
Is reaching once more. Looks like half pot or so now. Does make sense. Lots to protect from, lots to get value from. It's a little bit of a scary board, but with our man only having 4.4 back, can't always be afraid of monsters under the bed. This is a pretty bleak situation for Air.
Yeah, just not much coverage on rivers either. Like 4, a queen, only real rivers we're going to enjoy, and not really going to be able to call off a triple with bottom here. Oh, a lot of draws present from the button, but I feel like we're going to have enough 9x to just get to call our 9x and fold our 4x and 5x on this turn. Can meet. Takes the pop.
Yeah, nice hand. And on we go. Back over to the Onyx. Open from Katayev, who seems to be in almost every pot. And we'll see another confrontation between him and Tomasian. Wakes up with a big hand. J ace king in the small.
Yeah, 40 effective here. Probably somewhere around the remit of 2.1 million. Seems nice. He just shoved the lot in for 40? Have some of that. And like, this is one of the spots, like, as Katayev here, he can just hero fold, like, ace queen potentially.
Kind of small subset though, right? Like, I can see what Tomasian is thinking. Like, sometimes just simplify. Like,
yeah,
like if a 3-bet and get called, I'm out of position against a very aggressive chip leader. I hear you. 40 feels like a lot. I could see 30. I could see it being.
Yeah, I could definitely see it closer to 30, but 40 just seems like we lose ace queen. Like,
sure. Although on the positive side, you just fold out 8s and 9s.
Yeah, I guess.
You know, I can see an argument for it.
It just looks like our hand is what it is.
Sure, it's just
10s,
basically
jacks,
always-
ace king,
always
something
this.
along these lines.
Yeah. I know what you mean. When your opponent has ace queen of spades here and has a pretty easy fold, it's not ideal. But Tomasian just deciding that's fine. I'll take the 1.2 million and move on with my life.
Yeah, like you say, simplify it. Just get on with it.
Yeah.
We'll take the 4 bigs and move on.
Yeah. I know where you're coming from though. Well, another ace king combo over at the Luxon. 19 bigs for Kaduri plus 1. He comes in for the min. Not much for Tulip Bergenov to do. Smolka, someone who impresses me whenever I see him. Has to get out of the way now. On Colonius with a potential candidate. You're never loving it, Jay, versus early off the shallow stack.
Like, if we are going to continue, it has to be 3-bet, but just prefer fold in a lot of situations.
Yeah, I don't hate it. It's just one of those. He's going to get the bad news in a moment. You can fold out some of the lighter pre-flop hands. Do like the size and choice, just 5 bigs.
Yeah, king, queen, ace, jack off, this type of stuff has to go into the muck, but I feel like if it is in there, it's going to be a small frequency.
Sure.
Against +1, but I don't hate it. Much prefer this than call.
Well, that 1.5 million's not coming back. Case of bad timing against Kaduri. So while we wait for him to inevitably send the chips in, hope you guys are enjoying the coverage with myself, Andrew Hedley, and Jay Harwood. As always, if you're in the YouTube streets, please get in the mix in the chat if you have any interactions you want to have with myself or Jay. We always love to encourage it. And it keeps us fresh and alert in the booth, Mr. Harwood. Please let us know who you're rooting for. Who's going to win? I always ask that question. Who are you rooting against? Like, there's always some people sitting watching going, I hate that guy. Like, I'm watching to see his demise. But please do get in the mix with us. And whichever channel you're watching on, of course, available on multiple platforms, please do give us a like and a subscribe. Every little does help us to continue bringing you all of this high-level content. Big shout out to our technical team, both on the ground and behind the scenes, done a sensational job as we are down to 35 here in the main event. Back to the Onyx we go. Katayev, who just seems to be in every pot, has a beautiful Jack-10 of hearts on the button. Thaler calls, and look at this. Sterba wakes up with ace-king, and this feels like a tough spot for Thaler. Very under rep, Jay, with ace-10 suited here.
Yeah,
Small blind peel versus button open.
I feel like it's a call. I don't think it's super tough. Actually, maybe we lost 4% of the field now. Maybe
No, I just always, like, you always think, all right, okay, I'm under rep, I got a call, but people just show me a better hand in a 5K with a mill up top.
But button open for 16,
No,
it's just going to be deuce, like all the pairs like deuces through nines all in there. It's going to be some ace-x with dominate, king 10 suited, queen 10 suited, jack 10 suited might even take. It's against the button open specifically.
I understand the theory, Jay, and I'm with you.
What a fold.
Wow.
That's the difference.
Well done. No, I understand the theory and I'm with you, but it just, do you think, like, I think in a live setting when it's a mill for the win, I just see people start to decline.
Yeah, and
the
not
bottom
take,
range stuff.
Yeah,
like,
not
it's
to
just,
take bottom.
You know, that's not to say that Sterber's not capable. Of course he is. But it always seems like when you call here, they just show you ace jack plus.
I
so
agree. Like for chips, it's definitely a call, chip
Yeah.
EV, but we're last 3% of the field now, so maybe just pulls out like these type of hands. But depends on our opponents. Once again, do we think they're shoving the correct range?
Sure.
Are they going to have some of this stuff we dominate? If we feel like it's an opponent that never shoves hands that we dominate, then yeah, just let it go into the mark. And great fold by the lad there.
That is a great fold from Thaler. Well,
16
well
bigs.
Done. Yeah. So guys, main event day 3 as we see the packed ballroom. Still got events continuing. The EAPT 1K in the mix. I'm sure there's a 10K on the schedule as well. So plenty to be done. If you're not still in the 35 people left in the main, as we see Lamkov, what a story. He won this last year, right?
Yes, he did.
I'm correct. I mean, what a run this is. Still in the hunt. Trying to make back-to-back finals. Opens queen jack offsuit in the cutoff here of 14 bigs and change.
Yeah, I think kind of nice. Want to split our range into two here, just the open shove and the two BBs. I feel like this one's a nice one to fall into two BBs. Suited probably jams. And at Kovrig, not going to set us in here from the big blind, it looks like.
Super surprised at this.
Yeah, this is interesting from Kovrig. Cut off open. We've got a pair in the big blind at this effective stack 14. Seems like a pretty standard send, but taking this approach.
Yeah, and it's a pretty disastrous flop texture for those sevens. Ace 10 8. Even against small bet, Jade, nowhere for them to go. I'm a bit surprised to see him not send that in pre. So there was a hand before you rejoined me where +1 Larabi opened. Kovrig went for it with ace 5 off from +2, which was very spicy. Larabi peeled with sevens. It came 7 5 4, 2 spades. So middle pair for the 3-better. Top set for Larabi, and he led flop, got called. 3 on the turn, led again, got called. Ace on the river, and was all in for half pot. And Kovrig had the river ace 2 pair, aces up, and had to make the call and saw the bad news. Whether maybe a little gun shy because he took that big hit, but surprised to see him not send it. Anyway, Spinella, that's a nice flop to see with 7 5 off. Top 2, Ensan with a... Oh!
Just jam the lot.
Oh, no!
How about this for bad timing? And Spinella with 91% here.
Wow!
And Ensan.
Big misstep from Hossein. That surprises me. And he's run into it. Does have backdoors. Needs one quickly. That's one. Ace of diamonds on the turn. Aces, deuces, and sixes to put a horrendous beat on Spinella.
Not like this.
Almost.
Almost.
5 of hearts on the river.
Oh.
Boats up Spinella, and I must confess, surprised at that one, Jade. Such a dry kind of flop texture.
1.7 million the pot, shoves for 3.9 million. What are we? 230% jam. That is a a heftier one from Ensan and Smelella, just with a dream spot. And we spoke about this, me and Warbs earlier, about taking marginal spots, whether to take them in these types of tournaments or not, because you get stuff like this that just happens sometimes when you make a big hand. Sometimes people just gift wrap it to you.
Yeah, that's a surprising one for me and Spinella. Well, happy days. 9.5 million, up to over 30 bigs. Smolka still with the chip lead at the Luxem table. Tulip Berganov and Bazanian with work to do. Back to DTD Live we go. Three-way pot. Looks like an open from Kanmei. Peeled by Larabi. And Tim just calls with ace-jack of diamonds in the big. Makes a lot of sense. 7-4-3. All players check. And 6 of diamonds on the turn. Larabi with a very disguised draw here, Jay. And Tim starts betting on a board that favors him in the big.
Yeah, pretty standard from Tim. We're just going to get to pro turn with most of our range, if not all, here on the 6 of diamonds, and obviously a great hand to have the ace-jack of diamonds with the nut flush draw to go alongside it.
Yeah, intriguing one for Larabi. I mean,
we can rep 5s, we can rep ace-5
could.
suited, but that's about it. So I feel like we just have to call, and it's not like we're calling, like when check 2 on rivers, we can still have some of these hands that...
Sure. And there's a potential, right, that the 9 and 10 are live, right? And we can see that they are in this. Like, Tim can just have a 7, right? Or just a, Tim can have a 6, just be looking to deny. Can have lots of different hands. Time bank cards activated. I guess the only real, you know, in terms of if we raise and get shoved on, it's a bit of a disaster, right?
Yeah, but I don't think we get to raise here, because as well as that, like if we had a 5 here, why would we raise when that Tim's leading from the big blind?
Sure.
Like Tim's trying to rep some of these hands, so we can just comfortably call rivers.
Yeah, and this is an intriguing one. Queen of clubs on the river. Tim with semi-bluff in turn doesn't get there. Neither does Larabi. So Tim with the decision.
Yeah, I wonder what Tim
It's
thinks.
really tricky, this, isn't it?
What Larabi's got once he checks back flop, like 3-way, maybe expecting him to bet like all his overpairs. So maybe thinking Larabi has weighted towards some of these like spade and diamond draws, and obviously we are beating enough of them, so does knuckle it over, and now is Larabi.
It's so tricky, these spots, very kind of nuanced.
I still feel like we can, although we haven't got many combos, 6 combos of 5s, 4 combos of ace-5 suited, like I still feel like we can credibly rep a 5, because I don't think we raise a 5 on the turn, because against big blind, this is what they're trying to rep, some straight, some 2 pairs.
What's the bottom of the value bet range? Like, can we bet queen 10 of diamonds? Can we bet, like you can have a set of 6s, right, is one that might be overlooked here.
Well, he's gone for 2.75 milli here.
Okay, going for the large size now. Tim be thinking, what can I beat? So I guess it's the sort of 8-9 suited, 9-10 suited combos of the world, Jay. Not much else, like a king 10 of diamonds or king 10 of spades, 9-10 of spades type.
The thing is, like, I don't think a queen bets here. Like, if he's got the queen X of diamonds, like, what are they trying to get called by? They probably think Tim never calls one pair, so I don't think a queen gets the bet. So Tim's basically saying now, like, you have to have one of these pocket 5s, ace-5 suited, potentially a set.
Nice bet from Larabi. I think even when we suspect here, just having ace-jack of diamonds just doesn't really lend us to want to put on the cape.
Yeah, it's not the hand we want, and you can still definitely have some 5x Larabi, but I feel like that's all he's really repping once we get to the river. Ace-5 suited. Maybe some check sets on the flop, but do we really check these?
I thought more like pocket 6s would be a very natural one.
6s is pretty natural, yeah.
Makes sense. 6-7 suited, you could have that.
Yeah, potentially. I feel like that maybe wants to bet 3-way at a frequency, but interesting hand.
Well, here we go. Dukic, 12 blinds, small blind on big blind. Sam's got an ace and says that's enough for me. Clicks the call button, gets it in good, but look at that. Dukic somehow, with card removal, it's a 1% favorite. I'm absolutely seething if I know that that's the case. How's that? I've called with ace high and I'm not good. Anyway, 7.8 million in the middle. Big old moments. And Dukic gets there on the flop. Queen 6 deuce. Trickett falls behind. Aces and 6s needed to retake the lead. 7 on the turn changes nothing. Ace and a 6 still required for Sam. No joy. 5 of spades on the river. We've seen Nenad Dukic just been hanging around, finds that double J, 7.8.
Yeah, been battling, but they were at least the session that me and Warb started the day, Dukic and Trickett, and this time a Dukic doubling up through Trickett, back in it. 25 bigs, plenty to work with for this man.
Yeah, he's going to be a dangerous customer, and a sore one for Trickett, but still with 10 million, relatively healthy. Not a lot of fun to lose those ones, of course, but he's still firmly in the fight. 33 bigs for him.
There's a picking up here. Line on blind action, limp check. 866 rainbow bet from Colonius, and Ensan should be sticking around with King High, as he does. Well, 4 hearts on the turn here. So that's Colonius here. Do pick up this dummy and gutter. Can start trying to target some Queen High, King High stuff that would call once on this Ace High board, blind on blind.
Yeah, I quite like this. And we have turned a bit of equity. There's going to be Queen and King Highs in there. Look at this. Ensan immediately reaches. Oh, I have a look.
Yeah, I don't think having the deuce best one to have is Ensan, but he does not care.
Hossein says no, 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 no. Potentially thinking, Jay, that if Colonius has an ace, he's going to be compelled to check a street here, right?
Yeah.
With like a 6 lurking for
similar.
Ensan and a...
So maybe feels like just going to have 6x and bluffs that go bet, but Ensan.
Yeah, but aren't these ones fun? Like, would we really raise with a 6 here? Like,
After watching Ensan the last couple of days, I feel like this man can do anything.
I love him.
Spot. Such a tricky customer to play against, and no, why he's won the WSOP main event.
Okay,
Well,
Colonius not releasing yet.
If he jams here, this is insane. You just can't, because Ensan can just have a 6 here, checking the big blind. It would be mental to do anything here as Colonius.
You could click non all in. Wow, he doesn't believe. What a fascinating hand. Oh.
No way.
3.8. Ah, into the muck. Another one for the King OG. We're just willing it, right, for the sweat. What a boss, though.
And this is the thing, like, the man's won the WSP main event, and I do find in this game just unpredictability sometimes is such a weapon, because people don't know. Like, when you're trying to condense people's ranges, and like in a spot where you've got a hand that people don't expect to raise, it can make it very complicated to play against. And Ensan, after the huge 200% plus pot jam with the 8-6 of spades, does get some back.
I think the funniest thing there is that Colonius, he kind of knew it.
Yeah, he did.
He's like, you're at it, but I've got 5 high. Right, back to the DTD Live we go. Can mate with a nice hand. Pocket jacks under the gun. Raphaelovitz. Yeesh, 2 bigs back, Jay.
Just a call.
Yeah, this is one of those that we always advocate. Just call, try and flop some equity. We can check fold the occasional board. Desperately needs a piece. Does find it. Good luck.
Qualifies.
King 7-5. Yeah, this makes sense. Let's just put it in. Here's the bad news that he is indeed up against a high pocket pair. That has a little ray of hope. Backdoor straight draws available. Does need a 7 or a 9 for immediate assistance. Canmate's just kind of relaxed manner, gone about his business, chipping up. Well, 6 of diamonds on the turn opens up additional outs in the form of an 8, 7, 8s, and 9s for Rafaelovic to hang around. And there it is, 9 of hearts on the river. Little head nod. 2.4 million coming back to you, sir. And a little flesh wound for Canmate.
Yeah, and 8 big blinds now. Potential to get some shoves through. A little bit of fold equity there when folded to us. We want to open jam.
Yeah, staying alive. Back to the Onyx we go. Haredi versus Thaler.
850.
He wide open from Thaler. He's going to see bet 850k, around about half pot. Makes sense on the 964 board. Haredi not going anywhere. Top pair, jack kicker.
Yeah, it feels like ways check calls facing at a +1. Take some turns.
Not what Thaler wanted to see. 3 of clubs on the turn. Very difficult, I would suggest, Jay, to follow up flop with turn.
Yeah, not the most attractive turn card for Thaler here. Already from big blind, just got some straights, more 2 pairs. Yes, we got the overpair advantage, but don't think it's the most appetizing to be barreling on. Could see it potentially on an 8, a 7 when we pick up the gut shot in the 2 over cards. Thaler does go for the check behind here. And now it's already with our top pair. Does bring 4 to a straight, but not much 5x other than ace 5, king 5, and maybe pocket 5s. And the ace 5 and king 5 would have to be suited from +1.
Pretty happy run out as run outs go. Typically see a lot of blocking, right, Jay, in this type of spot. He's going a bit bigger than that, in fact. Going for a 3rd pot. Just knows where he is. He's been one that's really impressed us over the last few hours. Warbs gave me the Mr. Beast lookalike. What do you reckon? I don't know about that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh God, I'm trying to. I know Mr. Beast. I'm trying to think what he looks like though. He's the old.
Yeah, the guy with more money than sense.
Yeah, that
He's
guy.
like, go and live in a box for 12 months, pal, and I'll give you $2 million. He's a sick man. I don't know about that. Oh, there we go. Right. I see Jay's pulled him up. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I can
kind of see it.
Yeah, I can.
Well,
Halfway there.
hold the phone. Rafaelovic, are you about to spin it up, sir? You've found the kings. Larabi's got a big hand of his own. Ace, king of hearts. A little glance at the screen in case there's some ladders. And Larabi's going to fist pump this in and get somehow the bad news that for 8 bigs, his hand is only 39%.
What a couple of hands it could be for Rafaelovic.
And looking to hang on once more and get back to 5.3. Here we go then. Heart in the window, followed by a 6 and a deuce. But a pretty safe looking board for the kings. Just has to dodge backdoor hearts or an ace, or the running deuces for the sickness. Oh, the ace of diamonds on the turn.
Brutal.
And just like that, he's drawing dead, Jay. The check mark's out. He doesn't know it, but the other king's been folded. Sad, sad way to depart the main event. And Moshe, 35th, 27.2k. Good game, sir. They teased him with the 9-7 get there.
Yeah.
Punished him with the ace-king outdraw.
That's one of them when you go out and you chat with your mates. I lost kings versus ace king, but you don't tell them about the 9-7
Nah, of
hand.
course
That
you
happened
don't.
before that to start the spin in the first place.
Yeah.
No one needs to hear that hand.
I say it was an absolute shambles. I've never run worse.
Over here to Onyx, blind on blind, already completing, and Katiev bumping it up with the queen jack.
Yeah, interesting one. I think you can go either way. Raise seems fine, check seems fine. Can't really go too wrong. We've got your man to call with a dominated hand, and everything's kind of going Heredy's way at the moment. We saw him outflop Thaler a moment ago. He's done it again. Katayev with just queen high on the 9-7-4.
Interesting here as a Katia. I feel like fine to bet this one even with no spade, blind on blind, still can potentially fold out some king high.
Yeah, looks like about half pot. Makes a lot of sense. Let's start leveraging.
I like one here at 50 plus effective to start the hand. I feel like we will have some raises with some of our better top pairs, blind on blind, out of position. That call obviously going to be fine as well.
Yeah, maybe when we get into the ace-9s of the world,
Yeah.
we might start bumping it up. Queen would be a disastrous turn of events for Katayev as it stands. 6 of hearts turn. Heredy still best. Another one of these not thrilling with just queen high.
Yeah, it seems like a much better turn for our opponents. Feels like maybe we just check, try and realise one of our 2 overcards.
It's so hard to put more money in. And again, one of these runouts. Now, 4 to a straight. Intriguing. Katayev can have some trashy stuff, right? Like that contains like an 8 or a 3 occasionally, but it's hard for us here to dislodge the small blind range.
Yeah, well now we get here though with Queen Jack high, it's hard to have many worse hands, I guess. Like you say, some of this like 9-3 off, 8 deuce off, maybe one of ISO once in a while. So it's maybe one that has to bluff on this particular board.
Yeah. You can see where his head's at.
Unblock it. Like if it just goes check, check, we lose like king deuce of spades. It's just like, ugh.
Yeah, so what? We're trying to fold out now, Jay? Like
Just some ace highs, some king X of spades stuff, and even some one pair stuff's gonna have a tough time.
Queen
Yeah,
7 of
yeah,
clubs,
blind
stuff
on,
like this.
like blind on blind. A lot of the one pair stuff's gonna have a tough time calling 4-liner both ways, and I guess we just
Look at this, Heredy. Show me. I've got queen 9.
Yeah,
I've got
sniffs
the
it
best
out.
hand.
Heredy is zoned in right now, tuned in to this table. Correct
Very
decision
nice.
after correct decision, and rightly with the chip lead.
There's a new Mr. Beast in town. 27 million for Heredy. He's been pretty much note perfect. Gets our seal of approval in the booth. Nice hand.
Okay. No problem, yeah.
Gonna be a threat. 34 left. MPP main event day 3. Gives us a chance to repeat what I was saying earlier, Jay. Come October, World Series of Poker Circuit Series is coming to Cyprus for the first time. Very exciting development. That's the 9th to the 21st of October. There will be qualifiers running on GG Poker. Information to come in due course. The main event on that one, 5K 5 mil. Once again, similar to our landmark main event here. 18 ring events, Jay. You seem thrilled.
Plenty of opportunity to win a ring there.
Yeah, 18.
I think the reason I had that face is because you said the dates, and I think in October I'm busy, so it's one of them. That's why there was a bit of a frown there. I would
Bad
love to
times.
be out here for the ring events, but just going to pick up with
Oh,
this
hang
one.
on, hang on. Let's come back to it because we've got an open from Larabi. By the way, he is getting after it. Queen 9 off +1.
Ooh, that is a spicy one.
Hovrig chooses a spicy one of his own. 8-9 of clubs to 3-bet. And Tim Chung wags the finger and says, no, 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 lads. Cold 4. 3.6. Hovrig, a bit of an enigma in my eyes. Didn't rejam the 7s, took the ace-5 off 3-bet. In there now with 8-9 suited.
Yeah, this is 2.6 from Tim, not 3.6. That makes a little bit more sense. 3.6 seemed a little bit large against coverage stack size, like almost priced in if coverage jammed. So this makes a lot more sense from Tim.
Oh, look at this, and all of a sudden, Kovrig with a type of hand class that feels compelled to try and crack a big hand.
Yeah, 5.5 to 1 on the call.
It's got pot behind. Oh, Jack 10, Jay. Open ender for Kovrig. Tim with second pair, nut kicker. All of a sudden, This pot's huge.
Yeah, and 4-bet pot here, so should be condensed ranges. I don't think Tim is going to have too much Jack X other than maybe Ace Jack, King Jack suit. It could be the 4-bet bluffs.
Yeah, he's reaching for the 10%. Now, Kovrig. What a fascinating spot. Just a hand you won't see often. Kovrig kind of taking the chippy V3 bet, right, with 30 left.
It's kind of like as well, like we flopped them up and down, but Tim's got a lot of Ace King as well. So like the Queen might not even be good for us, like Queens as well. Obviously we have to call.
Oh, wow, this is getting more and more intriguing. 9 of spades on the turn does give Kovrig a pair. All of a sudden, Tim's sitting there thinking, what can I beat?
Yeah, this
not
is
a lot.
But
Ace, Queen.
when we choose 10%, does it really fold out anything? Like this out of position, maybe a few hands hit
on
the mark?
this texture, right? Like I think we beat Ace Queen and that's it. I can't think of another hand.
Wow, well, he loves to see
and
that.
Tim bolts up, and all of a sudden, Kovrig, thinking that 9 might have been good and might feel like he has to bluff.
He probably has to now. He gets it. What a weird hand. Like, tell me how we get to the river with the board here in a 4-bet pot. We can't really have a worse hand, can we? We got more Jack X as well. Like,
I think we might be all in.
Yeah, I think we have to be, right?
I think we are. Has he got none all in? He did. He announced whatever that is, about 4 million. Oh dear.
Yeah, Tim.
Any universe? Kind of sick though. I mean,
It
I guess
is.
like pocket 8s or something, right? That has to bluff. Tim's not gonna give Kovrig many 9x, right? Like I'd say none. Like you might think there are none, right? It's such a weird, funky spot.
Yeah.
At this stack depth. Yeah, he's not gonna fold a 10, right? What a huge pot for Tim Chung.
Massive pot for Tim.
Kovrig steamed down to 2.1.
What a poker hand that was. 4-bet coup, Ace 10 versus 8-9, 10% flop. Check on the turn, and then kind of obliged to bluff that river, right?
I mean, what else are you gonna do?
Yeah, like once we get there, like we can't check the board when we just got a Jack X advantage, even a 10X advantage maybe in his head.
What a fascinating hand. One of those that you could sit and talk about for hours. We didn't have long. We got there in the end. Back to Luxem we go. Another 3-way pot. Hijack versus Cutoff and Small Blind. Colonius opening pre, picking up 2 calls. Goes with C-bet. 800k into 2.4. Ensan, you never know what he's going to do. 6 is no heart, Hossein. 6 is no heart.
I think I'm learning with Ensan. Sometimes you just got to
He's
take.
raising!
You just got to take a back seat with this man. Sometimes, Andrew, let him do his thing, and then we can
All right.
talk about it after. It's
Okay.
it's difficult to know which way Ensan's going to go. I've noticed that the last couple of days, just so unpredictable in any given spot, which can make him such a nuisance to play against.
Right, with that being said, then over to you, Ensan versus Colonius. I don't think we can leave the dead air for this long, Jay. I have a sickness. I need to be talking. How are you feeling here as Colonius? Like you're not loving it, but you're not going anywhere yet.
Yeah, and with the man, we're up against someone that will
Right.
probably find more bluffs than anyone else. Like if he's raising 6s here, he's going to have a lot more bluff combos than your, let's say, average opponent. We see a 10 on the turn, which is a nice card. We do potentially jump in front of some of this like Ace Jack, Ace Queen that didn't elect a 3-bet.
He's reaching again.
Ensan, this man is just relentless.
I think Colonius just thinks his man has Ace Jack, Ace Queen. Does snap jam. Maybe thinks a hand like King Queen of Hearts, so have to call off.
Like,
I think you gotta just call, don't you? I don't know.
with 34 left in a near 1,200 man field, Andrew, we're playing for $1 million. My man's check raising 6s on Ace 4-4. Well, sorry, not check raising, but raising, and
Wow.
just wanting to get after it is Ensan.
Fascinating dynamic developing between these two.
Not the man you want on your left when he's up to no good a lot of the time. A big take for Colonius there.
A big old pot going his way. He's up to 15 mil as we see Lamkov decide for 7 bigs. I'm going to run it. King Jack of clubs. He's going to see the bad news that his clubs are crushed. He does have 2 live cards. Somehow 43% still. Kovrig looking to get back in the fight. So a lot of Romanian flags in the chat. They're going to be rooting them on here. Can he find a hold? So far, so good. 7-6 deuce. No backdoors available for Lamkov's. Going to have to be paint. Blank on the turn. All 6 outs live then. One more chance to eliminate Kovrig. Oh, it's the wrong paint. Queen of Hearts on the river. Kovrig back in the mix. 4.8 million.
A little setback for last year's main event winner. Even still, Lamkov lost sort of 3% of the field now. Still on for what would be an infamous back-to-back. As we pick up here over at Luxon on the 10-9-7. Open from Colonius, called in the hijack from Ensan. And big blind comes along, 10-9-7, 2 spades, and Ensan with his double gutty, 3.7 milli, sent into 2.3 mil here.
Goodness me.
That's 160, 170% pot, and Colonius.
Oh, I mean, Tulip Bergenov's just going to have to flick it in.
Yeah.
Like, we can't fold this. You don't love it, right? You got 6 bigs. You're ahead of some draws. You got backdoor diamonds. You can't fold this, Jay, surely.
No, not with 6 bigs.
Nah.
Just seeing his stack, 1.85 million. Now we get here as Tulip Bergenov.
By the way, what do you think to donk jamming his hand on the flop?
I think it's fine.
I think I would
actually, obviously, we picked up the hand on the flop, so just missed stack sizes as we went there, but donk jam would have seemed perfectly fine, Andrew. And now feels like got to call this off when we've only got 6 big blinds. We got a pair, we got an up and down, and we got a backdoor flush draw, sir. And not only that, we're against someone we could actually have the best hand. Like, if Ensan's doing this with King Jack, he can have ace-8 here, and we just be massive favourite.
Fascinating moments for us in the booth and on the rail.
Yeah, and our price is actually all right as well, because we're calling off our 1.85 million here. It's not a situation.
Yeah, I mean, we can't fold.
Yeah.
He makes the right call. Gonna get the good news. 62%, 69% all of a sudden. Ensan doesn't like the fact that one of his 8s is dead. And here we go, 7 outs. Ensan needs to get there to stop the rot. Tulip Bergenov looking to hold off his man and pick up the 6 million. Does so through the Ace of Hearts turn. One more chance for Hossein to get there. And he does get there. Queen of Hearts on the river. Ensan makes the nuts. And GG's to Tulip Bergenov. Staple of all the events in these parts. Good game, sir. Great run.
Yeah, brutal old game. What can you do? Get it in.
Painful.
Near 70% favourite. Get yourself right back in it, and just a heartbreaking river for the man, but still a great run and decent score to take home.
Right, Hossein, take it easy now.
Yeah, just have a breather. Let us have a breather.
No, I love it. What a box office person to have on the feature. Back to 7.8 he goes, and back to the Onyx we go. Hedley versus Tamasian. 933 Rainbow J. Hedley with the option.
Yeah, just bet range. Feel like here. It's already gone versus big. 933 Rainbow.
Yeah, I would imagine Tamasian gonna be continuing. Gonna have the best hand Got that backdoor nut flush draw. Does get tricky, of course.
Yeah, against gun, we're not really loving life. But against third, seems kind of close. Like if we had ace 5 through ace deuce of clubs, would continue ace 8 without the backdoor flush draw. Seems a little bit dicey up.
Does make the call. Always intriguing, these ones. Already with the overpair advantage. Tomasian with the 3x advantage.
I feel like always easy to range our opponents when c-bets get called on these boards. It's just 9x, 3x, pocket pairs, and some ace high stuff. So
just that then, just a whole load of stuff.
Oh well, let's look at a 9-7-5 two-tone, and then let's go through the ranges. Then we probably like what 8x the combos or something.
Hey, I wasn't criticizing, mate.
You got a bite. You did get a bite, mate.
Now then, Tomasian checks again. Ready. King of diamonds in hand. 2 overcards to the board. Does decide to check. Intriguing. Jack of hearts, river. Tomasian. One of these interesting ones where both players might decide to bluff, right? It's rare that that happens, but this seems to fit that remit.
Yeah, like Tomasian doesn't get to the river with a worse hand than this, I don't think. Like we'll have some like ace 5 for ace 2 suited, but wouldn't be the worst hand to bluff. I think where we are in terms of our range, like even folding out ace king, ace queen, this type of stuff. And it's hard for us to have bluffs here, which I think is important. The spots where we don't really have many bluffs, 9-3-3 rainbow, usually good spots to be bluffing rivers against competent opponents. Like, don't even need to go big. We can just rep a 9, go like half, 1.4 mil, something along those lines.
Yeah, I'm with you. I would have liked to see it. Now Heredi gets the option to reactivate, and he's gone huge.
Yeah, maybe trying to really get a 9 out of here. 3.2 into 2.8 here.
This is interesting to me. Does a jack want to overbet river for B120?
It's interesting, isn't it? How often would a jack want to go this side? Would it potentially just go smaller to eke out maximum value from a 9? That's what you'd think.
I think it would.
Logically, but the problem is, like, as Tomasian here, like, if we just get shown ace 10, it's a disaster.
Very nicely done from Heredi.
Yeah, but well played as Heredi there. I feel like we will get to the river with some ace highs, some pairs, even some river jack X, so probably bottom of our range.
You know what? I guess you can smash it with king jack, ace jack quite comfortably. Yeah. Seems unlikely that Tomasian is going to check a 3 on the river enough of the time, or not have raised it on the flop. Heredi. He's crushing. You've seen the top right of your screen. 31 now remaining. Really are getting to the business end of this main event. Now, last year's champion is still alive. Looking to remain that way. 9 bigs. Pocket 8s. In they go. 2.6 million. What an achievement, by the way, to still be in here. Back-to-back years. He's, of course, a long, long way to go, but he's in the mix. Needs a bit of heat. Air's asking for a count once more. You weren't in the booth, I don't think, but you did the best acting job of all time when he was trying to tank for a potential ladder. We've got raising all in. And he's in the small blind with deuce 5 of clubs. And honest, I believed him. He's rubbing the head. He was like, oh, looked like a man.
Might be one of these bounty hands that one of his friends has told him they'd give him 100k if he wins a hand with deuce 5 of clubs. Like, you never know these things, do you?
Certainly wasn't. He was just, he somehow convinced his man that he had folded 10s or something like this. Now, Larabi. A bit awkward, Jay.
Yeah, it seems like big blind obviously have to call.
Oh, wow. Tim Chung on the move. Pocket 10s. Looking to knock off last year's champ, and he's got him crushed. Very unfortunate here for Lamkov. Hand as strong as 8s, and he is dominated. Needs an 8. Needs it quickly. No good so far. Queen 9-9. Situation is critical. We can see there's only 1-8 left. 7 of clubs on the turn. 8 of hearts, the only way out of this one for Lamkov. Can't do it. Jack of clubs completes the run out, and what a run. What an achievement from Lamkov. Back-to-back years at the business end of the main. Takes home $31,000 for his 31st place finish. And Tim Chung, 25 million or thereabouts now, Jay. 80 bigs, dangerous player.
Yeah, and Tim is most certainly one that if he finds the spots, he will put them to work. Dangerous player.
Yeah, we saw him get sticky with the 7s against the double barrel. We saw that fascinating cold 4-bet spot with the ace-10. Things are going his way so far as we see everyone now $31,000 locked. No ladder now until 23rd place. That will take 35k home. 15th and above, 42k. 50 grand for 12th to 10th. We all know what's up top. $1 million for the winner of this year's edition of the Mediterranean Poker Party main event. Top 7 going to take home 6 figures. Everyone got their eye on the big prize. I'm excited for it. Always this one. Big old FT tomorrow. And we'll be bringing you full coverage from the start of play tomorrow all the way to crowning a winner. As we jump back over to the Onyx. Sterba versus Heredi. Look at this. Already just finding it. Is that check call flop and donk turn? I think it is. It's got to be, right?
Yeah, it has.
2.7 million in there. It's going to be raised, C-bet. And just like that, Sterba hating life here with ace-5.
It's kind of interesting as Sterba once he bets flop. Like, do we expect king, queen, queens, queen, jack, all this stuff to bet flop, or do we feel like this is going to be checking when it's middle pair gutted? Maybe this could be some out-of-the-box thinking from Heredi here.
Yeah.
Like just naturally, like king, queen, queen, jack, pocket queens just likes to check this board, right? So maybe feeling
He probably thinks that you don't ever get raised or close to it. Like if your opponent has a set, they're going to call.
And if they got a queen, they're going to call.
Queen, they'll call. So you might
set your own price.
Get to the river for cheaper than if you checked, and you could occasionally fold out ace-5 through ace-9, right? That makes some sense. But Sterba's thinking to himself, well, what are the bluffs? In my eyes, Jay, it's normally a jack. Something like this, like a jack-9 of clubs that calls one and then starts bluffing. Are the King X going to bluff? I mean, there's maybe an argument for them to do it too. What an intriguing hand in Heredi. He's absolutely bossing this table at the Onyx.
It's just so tuned in, it seems. Just thinking about every spot in the mitts, and had a fantastic first hour up to this session.
Yeah, that's a spot I just don't think you see people find, and he's really got the grey matter working, guys. As we look at the schedule, we're almost done for the year. And today, main event day 3 coverage. We're taking you through all the way to the end of play, which we predict will be final 2 tables. Maybe we get to the FT, but it'll be close. Then tomorrow, final day of the main. Myself, Jay, and Mr. Steve Warburton will be here all the way to crowning that champion tomorrow night. Feeling a bit breathless. Rest for 30 seconds, but that's all we're getting.
Right back into the thick of it here, and here we go. Open from Tim. It's just sub 9.
Yeah.
Sorry, just sub 10 from here. An ace-9 off. Kind of a tricky one.
Yeah, it is tricky. This might come down to how he perceives I'm probably supposed to just flick this in. It's kind of bleak though.
I feel like Tim is one though. If he perceives someone to be really tight, like he won't make calls that are just bottom. That just
I would fold here quite often, I think.
Yeah, I think I would as well against someone that's fairly tight. But I don't know how Tim perceives
I like it.
Guessing he perceives him.
I like fold.
It's fairly snug. He tells him good fold.
Oh. Oh, Tim's going to be seething.
Oh, yes, he is. Tim didn't want to see that one as Tim. He did say, yeah, I want to see, but Maybe eating his words now.
Well, little does Ern know it, but he got his man to fold a hand that had him crushed. Off we go to Luxon. Ensan, what's going on? We've got an all-in from Bizanyan. Okay, it is 4 bigs. Spinella, curious, Jay, to just call with 9s. Some argument to jam, I think.
Yeah, now that we've got like, what, 27 to start the hand of Spinella, I feel like would be perfectly fine.
And all of a sudden, I did overly react there. Ensan's got a pretty good price here for just 3 bigs more. I thought it was a little more chips. He flops top pair. Spinella, I mean, you can't really do anything, Jay, right? Let's try and show it down. Question is, will Hossein oblige? Do we like bet? This is tricky, right?
Yeah, player all in, Ensan just says, forget bet,
Okay.
I'm all in for more than, well, pot, I'm all in for pot. 5.7 into 5.8.
And just like that, Ensan in shape here to get back to 11.5 million. Bizanyan on life support, jack or 10, needed and needed now. Can't do it. Deuce of clubs completes the board. GG's, sir. I love watching Ensan, I gotta say. You just never know what's gonna happen.
It's just great, isn't it? This is what we want, a bit of entertainment at the feature, and unpredictability gives you that.
All right then, 11.4 million now for Hossein. Been a bit of a roller coaster this last hour or so. Off we go again, back to the Onyx. Sterba trying to get one through here with King Queen. I like the choice not to jam, unfortunately for him. Runs into a big hand, and Katayev had chunks and has chipped down considerably, Jay. Had 25 million at one point, down to 11. Timely find of Ace King. These ones are pretty brutal, right? When you get jammed on, like, against specifically the big blind,
Yeah, I know,
you can actually do okay, right? Against all the pairs, some of the H-Jacks of this world. Will he always fold, do you think?
I feel like he will. Like, this is why we 2BB in the first place, off just south of 11 from EP. Like, we do give ourselves this opportunity to.
You hear me though, right? Like
fold,
against exactly the big.
Yeah.
Who, you know, when cutoff jams, we just always fold, right? Whereas against an aggressive opponent, I think this is actually closer than it would appear. I do expect fold, but you hear me. We saw like a spot yesterday where Lamp House jammed deuces, right? And it's a very similar spot.
I appreciate like you gave me.
Yeah, maybe a lot of stuff we flip against, but like from big blind's perspective, did they ever look down at like King Jack or Queen Jack suited and say I'm all in? I feel like that's just a natural defend in C3. So
it is.
I feel like it's one of these spots we flip a lot, yes, but we're also just going to be 40% a lot against some like Ace Jack, Ace 10, this type of stuff.
Yeah, I'd expect fold. It's just one of those where I do think big blind can have a wider range of pairs that stick it in right against the 11 big blind open. But yeah, pretty typical. And Sterba may have just saved his tournament life by not open shoving. 29 left then. Katayev just always looks tortured.
Well, he had 24 mil when I left the booth.
No, but even then he was looking. He looked very angry with life. Not angry, just quietly brooding. Right, Tim Chung trying to continue the heat here. Defends against Camp House with Jack 5 suited. 10-10 deuce. Rainbow.
And speaking of the devil, was just
I know.
mentioning the deuces jam from Kemp House, and there he appears.
Another one who really impresses me every time I see him play poker. Now, Tim, does your hand connect hard enough in your eyes down the streets?
Yeah, like this is a board, like, it's completely different. It's similar with the 9-9 one I spoke about earlier, like 10-10 deuce, like, you don't actually get as many C-bets as people think, because Tim, like, defends every suited 10.
Sure.
He defends down to, like, 10-7 off. So he actually has just a whole host of 10x still in there from the big blind, whereas, like, 10 deuce deuce, we get high frequency, because now we lose all this offsuit deuce X. It's only really ace deuce off that defends, but Kemp House just happy for a 1BB and done. does flush out the 2 live cards of the Jack and the 5.
Yeah, never a bad result. Back to the Onyx then. Open from Dukic. Christoforu, who is spice in the extreme, calls +2 with 6s, pretty marginal. Excuse me, allows Thaler to complete with 10-5. And it's a decent flop for the opener. When I say decent, one of the best. Ace-8 for the Ace-King.
Yeah, even got the Ace of Diamonds as well, just in case, blocking the 1 Ace-8 suited combo.
Yeah, always interesting these. Like, Christoforu should have a pretty strong range, right? Like, I'm not a fan of the 6s from +2, personally. Normally expect him to have the kind of 9s, 10s, even Jacks of the world here from +2, but he's going to call 1.
I do find that over here at Merit, though. They love the small pairs from any position. It's a pair, it's a made hand. Like, let's get involved.
I mean, Christoforu is pretty wild. I've seen him 3x8 4 suited this week. He's in there. And Dukic, you're not in love with the Queen, Jay, right? Like, the Ace-Queen is lurking sometimes, but with 6.1 million back, 4.6 in there.
And when we got an ace in our hand, it's literally only 3 combos left of Ace-Queen anyway. It's very minute, whereas still a lot of just suited Ace-X, Ace-Jack, Ace-10 suited to get value from.
And not Christoforu now, you would imagine there's nowhere to go. But this man often marches to his own beat. This would be insane. Yeah, into the muck they go. I think it's an interesting turn spot, I gotta say. Like, is there some merit to checking and can 9s through Jacks bluff? I don't think people typically find it, right? But it's so hard to get paid, is what I'm saying. Like, I guess you're hoping for a king-queen suited that called flop and made a queen.
Does that really call though with player behind still as well?
What I mean,
like,
it's really difficult to get paid here.
Just got to hope they have the case ace, I feel like, a lot of the time.
Yeah, all right. Langar, first look at him. From +1, in there with Ace-Queen. Spinella gets to defend with the 7-8. Gets a free turn and improves to the best hand. Top pair now on the 8-4-3-2 3-diamond board.
Yeah, just going to start leading, I feel, with Spinella here. Like, it's a great turn that we turn top pair, but the board itself's nice that all ace highs are just obliged to continue here, so we just get value from ace high with a will draw, 2 overcards, this type of stuff.
And we've got loads of bluffs, right?
Oh, yeah,
which
of course.
works in our favor.
5x, 6x, even something like 10-9 off with a diamond, maybe. Going to be getting involved, just trying to fold out these ace high, king highs by the river, but we know ace high should be sticking along for 1.
Yeah, ace high, no diamond, doesn't feel great.
Still feel like it has the call here against
I agree.
Big blind lead. Still can have the best hand.
And that's a great card for Spinella in more ways than one. Improves to trips and also looks not like a blank, but you hear me in Langer's eyes. Thinks that some of the missed bluffs have not improved on that board pairing 8.
Yeah, like, I guess this is down to opponent, what Langer thinks. Like, how thin is Spinella going to go here? Does he think he's going to be value betting stuff like king 4, ace 4,
Sure.
even like some 3x perhaps, when does look like we have a lot of ace highs. So it's not a snap fold by any means here, Andrew, the ace queen. It's quite a grim spot on this 8 river.
Yeah, that is something to consider. I feel like Spinella could potentially value bet every 2 pair here.
Yeah.
It might feel thin, but I could see it.
Yeah, and I think that's like the defining factor, whether we potentially hero here with ace high. We feel like we're up against a capable opponent who is going to start eking into some of these like 4x, 3x value bets, then potentially just want to fold ace queen, no diamond.
Yeah, it's not a great feeling.
Yeah, but if we feel like we're up against someone who isn't capable of these thin value bets and is only betting like an 8 pocket 5s plus, then potentially more inclined to find some heroes.
It's the worst feeling ever when you hero this and they just have like jack deuce of spades and they've just got the max.
Yeah, yeah, it's just jack. If you hero ace queen here and they spin over jack deuce of spades, you just take a. I'd probably walk away from the table, take 5 minutes.
I can see it though. I can see all 2 pairs betting.
Good fold from Langer.
Yeah, nice laydown. Well played, Spinella. He's up over 10 million now. Oh, puff of the cheeks. He's giving it there. Oh, I was bluffing. Love it. Colonius then 14.6 million. Still the table chip lead at Luxon. Langer in second. Ensan 11.2. And Spinella creeping back up. Back to Onyx. Basically the star of the show in my eyes the last few hours. So I can't remember already losing a pot, which is tough to do. Him and Kateev have been trading blows. Interesting spot here. Button versus cutoff with King Jack 30 bigs.
I feel like I'm just going to call a lot here against cutoff, but it's going to go for a free bet. Like, we don't tend to knock out King Queen, cutoff versus button. We don't knock out Ace Jack, cutoff versus button, but do dominate all these suited kings, Queen Jack, Jack 10, this type of stuff.
And what a tilting spot for Sterba. 7 blinds behind, a hand that I'm sure he would have been delighted to go with against the original raise. All of a sudden shrinking in the face of that button 3-bet.
Yeah, thinking about it, but has to go into the mark, I feel like here, Andrew. It's what we got, 7 bigs.
Like, one thing I will say is that the button is pretty polar, right? Like,
yeah,
I honestly don't totally hate this. I think if he recognizes the dynamic between Heredi and Kateev, and there's so many hands that Kateev just wants to peel right on the button that don't want a 3-bet fold and the like, so it starts to become quite a polar 3-bet range, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't assign this too often, to be fair, against cutoff to the King Jack, so I get what you're saying.
Credit to Sterba. I think he's just recognizing Kateev's been pretty out of line as well. He's playing like loads of pots and just thinks, you know what? There's some dead money in there if the razor folds. I'm going to run it.
Yeah, sick find from Sterba, to be fair. I feel like with the action in front, a lot of people just let this one go, wait for a better spot, but it's got it in good.
Holding so far. 7-5 deuce, 1 club. Nothing for Kateev to get excited about as yet. Needs a king or a jack. 8 on the turn changes nothing. King or a jack for Kateev. Still required to send Sterba home. Doesn't find it. And more than a double up for Sterba. Puff at the cheeks. Well done. Back to 7.6 million. Great find. Yeah, I think most of the time, and most people, probably myself included, just find ourselves mucking that ace-8. But he did correctly conclude, I can be doing all right here, and it's time to gamble.
Yeah, our price is nice as well. When cutoff makes it 2 bigs, we got a 3-bet to 6. Like, there's a lot in there for us to win. Almost a treble up when we end up winning at showdown.
Dream of a result. And he sticks around. Back to the Luxon. Oh, Ensan. Trouble. Smoker. Opens with kings +1. This is really tough. 21 effective. I mean, hard to blame Hossein if he's fast played it. Does. 2.1. This is so tough, isn't it? Like, what can you do against a really capable player like Smoker? I think you just take your medicine.
If we 3-bet here as Ensan, I don't think we can 3-bet fold. What is it, 21 bigs effective against Smoker, who's more than capable, and
I would always 3-bet call him as well.
Yeah, and also need to take our own style into...
Right.
You know, like, how do people perceive us? And, like, if Smoker's seen what we've been doing the last sort of couple of hours, he's going to perceive us as pretty wild. So, therefore, he's potentially going to have some lighter jams and play back at us. And 10 here just can't 3-bet fold, in my opinion.
I agree completely.
21 effective. Like, if we're going to 3-bet fold, we might as well just flat in the first place. So, this should be an all-in and the call here. I'd be shocked if Ensan found the hero fold, but we will see.
Yeah, and Ensan has entertained us throughout. If this goes the way we think it's going to go, it's going to need a lot of help. We're going to be on fumes. Oh, he's gone non-all-in, Jay. Okay. Actually makes some sense, right, against a firecracker like
Yeah, to be fair, if you give him the ace-5 suited Broadway, perhaps Ensan just says, I don't believe this guy. I'm all in, and giving him some rope, if you like.
Actually, really quite don't mind it. Although,
It's actually really interesting with tens now because like Schmolka's just so polar. It's basically aces or kings or a bluff, right?
yeah, he's just gonna send it. Tough to fault him against someone like Smolka who might occasionally just find an ace-9 off and say, all right, 3.4. All right then, big confrontation, 18 million in the middle. Smolka in position here to get right into the thick of things. Ensan needs a 10. Some kind of flush or straight. Does have 2 live suits working for him. Silver linings. Oof, ace, king, 7. 7% now. Backdoor straight or flush required. For Hossein, can he get a sweat? No, he can't. Ace of hearts on the turn. Full double up for Smolka. Very unfortunate there for Ensan, especially with his rep. Not getting away from this one.
Just one of those. If we free bet the tens, I'm guessing we're free bet calling at 21, but by that click, just goes for the 5-bet send. Maybe feels with his image at the table better to take that avenue rather than flat pre. Just happy to get it in for the 21 against Schmolka. That big double up. Really going to put Schmolka in the mix now. Playing some excellent stuff. So
it's one of those, like, selfishly from our perspective, 2 of the kind of most entertaining guys to watch. It's a shame to see them clash. Well, work to do. Ensan now down to 7 blinds. Off we go then to DTD Live. Dre deciding, doesn't love it, but 7-ish bigs, 9-7-0, and he's run into it, unfortunately. Gets turbo called, and not the worst result in the world, Jay, to see that he's at least got live cards.
that's the main thing when we're snapped. Still going to win this over 1 and 3 times with the 9-7 off.
Can he find the 1 in 3? Frenchman at risk. And what a flop. 7-6-6 takes the lead. All of a sudden, Canmay with just 2 naked overcards. 6 on the turn.
Additional out.
This would be the ugly way. Aces, kings, and a 6. Working for Canmay. Doesn't find it. 10 of hearts river. And a stroke of good fortune for Dre. Back to 5.5 million. I'm trying to think of ways to get a doctor pun in there. I'll get it done at some point. I know, Jay, all right? You just have to let me do it. Guys, if you're just joining, welcome to coverage of day 3 of the MPP main as we look over to the Onyx. Tamassian, King Jack of clubs, more than qualifies. Kateev been trading downward, 23 bigs now, ace queen suited in the hijack.
Yeah, it seems like against Gun probably likes to do some calling here. Not going to be loving life if we free bet, get 4-bet sent on.
Well, I guess one thing working for him, right? People have just seen him 3-bet the button with the King Jack off, right? And may have this image similar to Ensan that he's maybe getting after us too wide. I could see it. Awkward now for Tamassian. Let's see how he perceives his man in the hijack.
Yeah, awkward at this stack depth to do much as Tamassian here. It depends, once again, if he thinks Kateev's doing this way too much. Maybe one of these 4-bet send candidates, suited broadways. Just say the words, I'm all in as a bluff.
I could see it against the Rocket Man. Does get out of the way. Nice discipline. Kateev stabilizes up to 11 million. So 28 left. From a field of 1,196 who entered the main this year. As we take another look at the ballroom. Main event day 3 coverage. Myself, Andrew Hedley, and Mr. Jay Harwood calling the action. Steve Warburton will be joining yourself, Jay, after when we approach the next break. I'll go and furnish myself with a wee bite to eat.
Yeah. I feel like you'll be coming back last session with 2 tables. I feel like there'll be about 15,
Yeah?
16 left for your Warbs last couple of
Okay.
hours of the day.
We're
And
getting there, right? Down to 28 in fairly quick order. Now, Dre. Okay, just going to pile it
yeah,
for
like
16.
I think for 16 in the cutoff. One of these that does just want to send.
Yeah, I saw a spot like this earlier where the man had 4s, 17 blinds, and it's so grim. Like, you don't really want to raise. Like, you never raise call.
Yeah.
You can, you know, your hand doesn't really want to jam for 17, whereas 6s for 1 blind less seems quite reasonable just to put it in.
Yeah, I think 6 is fine to send here. For this amount, like you say, big blind defends, flop a set 1 and 8.5 times, just going to be met by overcards almost always and difficult to know how to navigate, so take all of that out of there. And like when we are called, can still get called by 5s, can still get called by overs that we're flipping
It should have been
against.
raised, should have been raised.
But we don't want to get called by pocket 10s.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for Dre. Finds himself somewhat coolered up against the bigger pair of Larabi, and all of a sudden 13% equity only. Dire spot.
Gotta hurt. Running into it in the big blind, nearly gets it through.
Can he find a way to wriggle out of this jam? Not so far. Jack 9-7 all hearts. Are some backdoor chops if it was to come heart, but this is looking terminal. Ace of hearts on the turn. 7 outs for a chop. I think the 6 of diamonds is dead, Jay, so he's looking for that chop. There it is. Wow. He thought he was out.
Time bank's thrown in the middle.
And what a tilting run out that is for Larabi.
We've been there though. You channel your mind. You're just looking for a 6. You block out everything else. You're just thinking 6, 6, 6, and he's obviously missed the flush on the board, but may feel like a free roll for him now. And
absolutely.
Thought he was out the door for half a second.
As we go back to the Onyx, Demacian wakes up with a very strong hand blind on blind, and here we go then. Heredi, pocket 7s.
Yeah, these two should always get in at this stack depth bit of a cooler, semi-cooler blind on blind middle in pair versus ace jack suited. We'll see how things proceed.
Was for 3 big blinds. Demacian with a very disguised strong hand. 24 blinds against an aggressive man who covers us. He has done it now. Heredi.
Like the problem Heredi's got here is like these pairs that we dominate want to do this as well, like some limp float, like 6s, 5s, 4s, blind on blind, potentially limp jam. And then
This is another one, right, that in theory would just never fold.
Yeah, like Theory World never folds, blind on blind, even I reckon with ICM just south less than 3% of the field. But like you always say in a live setting, this part of the tournament, people don't take bottom. Like, do you reckon Tamezin's just got ace deuce off here ever? Do you think he ever takes the ace deuce off?
I don't think he ever takes it.
Well, there you go. And then probably start throwing out some of these combos that we actually dominate and do well against, and why in theory we would actually call. But if our opponent's not doing this with some ace deuce off, if he's not doing this with 6s, 5s, 4s,
this is the problem.
Suddenly becomes a problem, doesn't it?
I do think 6s and 5s will take it. So it's like one of those, but deuces and 3s, are they always taking it? They probably should. So it really depends how we perceive Demacian. But it's one of these. Does Heredi just want... Can you ever make a quote-unquote edge pass?
There you go.
I'm honestly not that shocked.
And that's probably what it is. Heredi probably feels like he's got a foothold in this table, and to be fair, his decision-making's been on point. I don't think he's made an incorrect decision post-flop yet, so...
Like, we've got 70 bigs, right? Do we want to put 25 of them in when we're flipping?
Maybe that's it.
Most of the time, and potentially dead against 8s, 9s,
Yeah.
10s. They may limp jam
exactly
too.
that. That's the thing. Like sometimes future game is there, and if we feel like we've got an edge on the table and our reads are
I
on
can get
point,
behind it, honestly.
like just pass up these marginal spots. Like we might get a gift in 2 orbits time anyway. It's one of these.
Like if you're at a table where you feel outclassed,
yeah,
turbo call, right?
Yeah,
Let's
yeah,
go. I actually don't mind it at all. Right, you're trying to get one through with ace deuce from the hijack. Camp House, another elite level poker player. Ace queen in the big.
yeah, not much to say about this one. Seems like clear as day jam for Camp House. Especially against the bigger size from here. Going slightly larger.
This is a good hand to go P. I think this is coaching for no jack is the best position.
Yeah, I mean, when our man has 13 bigs back,
I mean, yeah,
I'd be shocked to see the ace queen offsuit variety do anything else. Let's send it in, and credit to him, he's kept himself alive. Like, he's been short for hours, Jay, and don't mind this. Like, if you're going to try a steal, it's obviously on the wider side, but we have an ace. We probably have this tight table image, right? You might get respect, but obviously not going to get Camp House to fold ace queen.
Yeah, just picking up with some of the YouTube chat from that hand.
Okay.
Seems like some differing opinions whether the 7 should be calling or not. It's actually a point as well, like the aces, kings, queens, even jacks want to just free bet.
I mean,
not
of
all
course
in,
they do.
like
Of course
one
they
of these.
do.
So maybe it's just 8s and 9s that have us crushed specifically. But like you say, maybe this player not wanting to flip and feels like he's got a decent edge on the table.
He's just edge passing, right? Like, thinks he's crushing, and you can't really argue with it. He's won every pot he's played. Doesn't want to put 10 million in pre. I can see it. Right, okay, time for Trickett to activate. Big fan of this, by the way. I like this hand choice. King Jack suited. This is the problem opening these pairs. It's just so grim when you face resistance. However, that resistance does come from one of the all-time money winners in tournaments in this game. And wow. Okay.
Yeah, this is
dicey.
Yeah, we like using that word, but I think on this occasion it's the correct word to use. Sturber just out of position here. Like, once again, we don't flop a set very often. 1 in 8.5 times. Always overcards to contend with. We just, a lot of the time, burn the free bet that we've called and just check fold most boards. It's.
I feel like for chips, it's fine.
Oh yeah, of course. Oh yeah.
I know you know that. I'm just saying,
yeah.
just speaking out loud.
Last like what? South of 3% of the field now. Like, just reduced drastically. These small pairs from early position.
Yeah, these are the spots where I'm really, you know, speaking from my own experience, trying to just eliminate some of these bottom pair opens against an aggro table. Just never seems to work out too well, does it? Nice. It works out for Sam though.
I like the difference now. Like, them 5 big blinds here
Huge,
are
right?
just crucial. Like, we got 16 instead of 21 now for Sturber, and just nearly 25% of our stack just trying to flop a set, which isn't going to happen very often.
Yeah, great result for Mr. Trickett. 12.7 million for him. Christophoru on 21 mil. Heredi still very healthy with 28 mil. Now then, Ensan gonna run it against the button open. Oh, it's a button open shove. Okay, makes some sense. We can actually be ahead here for what? 8 effective?
Yeah.
I can see it. I'd probably fold myself, but I can see why he's calling. He says, I see king high, I call. And these two have been going to war throughout this feature table, and Ensan's on the ropes. 30% equity to stay alive. And there's a 9, Jay, followed by a 6 and a 3. Colonius doesn't like it. Wants to get rid of the pesky presence on his left, and all of a sudden turns the jack. Has his man where he wants him. Kings and 9s only for Ensan. GG, sir, you have thoroughly entertained us throughout day 3 coverage, but we lose Hossein Ensan in 28th place. King OG indeed.
Yeah, been great to watch. Thoroughly enjoyed
What a
watching
gentleman.
Ensan. shakes everyone's hands, takes it in good spirits. We're at $31,000 to add to the career earnings. Always a pleasure to get to cover.
Tries to shake the hand of the dealer and gets the knockback. You hate to see it. Good game, Hossein. Gentlemen, always a pleasure. As Colonius now up to 19 million. He'll be thrilled, Jay, right, to get rid of Ensan from his direct left. Super tricky to play against out of position. Smolka then, 17 million. He's on the move. Langer and Spinella on the mid stacks. As we hop back over to DTD Live. Pretty standard one this. Open from Tim Chung off the big stack. Camp House knows what to do. 22 blinds. Pretty easy shove against someone of the caliber of Chung, who's going to be opening wide.
Yeah, pretty clean one for Camp House. Not much to say there. Sixes. Clear take, just north of 20.
Yeah, Tim's not going to love having him on his left, I'll tell you that. It's going to be a barrier to trying to run over the table. There's Tomasi in here, +1. Raised to 800k.
Yeah, one of these that could potentially free bet here as Katiev, like, prefer taking the ace-10 off versus EP. Do knock out, well, we're supposed to knock out the ace-jack off.
It's funny, right? He's been free betting so much that sometimes when you're sitting there, you're like, maybe I shouldn't because I've been doing it so much, but credit to him. Continuing to hammer away, 2.2 million.
Yeah, there's Tamazian here. Would like to see fold when it's back on him. I know Katiev's actually been fairly active, but...
I mean, does there ever just come a point, though, where you're like, I've had enough of you, and I know I'm supposed to fold, but... Supposed in inverted commas, if you understand me.
I just feel this hand, yes, a decent ace high, but once we open EP, we get free bet, can be in these dominated spots out of position.
Yeah, but they can have nonsense too.
Oh, I know they can have nonsense. Sometimes just let them have nonsense. We'll wait
What's
till
this?
we've got the hand.
Well, speaking of nonsense, surely
No,
not.
this-
Surely not.
This can't be a...
No. Christoforu, what is occurring?
Maybe Christopher has just gone, Katiev's been free betting a lot, but
Oh my
King
God.
4 off, he's going to find the gin spot.
No! Well, it's too late to take them back. He's gone for it.
Wow, and it's going to work a treat. Ace-Jack and Ace-10 should be straight into the muck here. How has Cristoforo timed this to perfection?
And he committed himself sizing-wise, I think. Wow, Katiev, have some of that.
And now it's just hand over. And imagine Katiev, if he had a hand here and Cristoforo has to call off the 5-bet jam.
What a play, what a piece of timing. Christoforu. That's what I mean, Jay. Sometimes people have nonsense and you're like, you know what? I don't think you've got it.
And this is why our man passed the sevens, probably, because you've got stuff like this going on. Why do we need to take these spots?
Right.
Yeah, theoretically, probably a call. But if there's stuff like this going on, if we just free bet aces, someone might cold 4, King 4, and we win a big pot. It's just, it makes sense why we see some of these players not taking what seems like a spot where we potentially call off.
One absolute G, by the way. I'm loving it. Hope you guys are enjoying it. What a fabulous hand. DTD live table. Larabe, he's been spicy. He's after it. Is Camphouse 3-betting 4-5 suited? He is.
What is going on? We're 27 left here, playing for a mil. Camp House just rolls this one in. Any sort of, this has to be some sort of live read, right?
I mean, we've seen Larabe opening relentlessly and too wide. How's he found this?
Like, this is like insane choice from Camp House.
This is taking the mickey.
Like, don't get me wrong, we can free bet this hand, but cash game stacks, we need to be like 100 deep to free bet this hand. It's just time to perfection yet again, and it always seems with these elite players, forget the combo of choice, the timing's always there. They just know.
Hey, hold on while I'm just writing in my notes on my phone. King 4 off, called 4, 4-5 suited, button 3-bet. All good.
But it's not just the free bet, it's a free bet at this stack depth as Larabe's gonna 4-bet Queen Jack. What is going on?
3 million!
What is going on? We are clicking buttons with 27 left here in the main.
Oh my goodness me.
Like, there has to be some ill dynamic between these two.
Look at this. Time bank activated. If he 5-bet jams this, I'm leaving the booth.
I'll join you. I will be following you out the booth, Andrew, because it's all going on over at DTD Live here.
Wow. Let's take a breath and see.
Do you feel like Camphouse just thinking his price now with
He's
this
thinking
hand?
about calling out, I would imagine.
Similar to what we saw with the 4-bet pot with Tim Chung. And here we
he's
go.
in.
4-5 of clubs. Let's have a little look in position, getting nearly 5-1 on the call. There's 7 mil in the middle here. 4-bet pot and Queen Jack's the best hand.
Oh, it's 8 deuce deuce 2 clubs.
Clubbing in Cyprus.
Hang on to your hats.
And now as Larabi out of position, just north of 1 SPR effective.
Imagine he jams this hand. Oh, wow. I mean, one thing I will say, 10.7 mil to start the hand. We don't have many hands that want to click non-all in, Jay. He's repping the premiums, right?
Yes,
Queens, kings, and aces.
Yeah, so may even find really small for that reason.
And what is Camphouse going to do? He's gone very small. Okay. Like the choice.
Yep.
10%.
And I guess as Camphouse, just take our price rather than jam and just get snapped off by aces, kings, queens. Like, when our price is this good and we got position, why do we need to start bluffing?
What an unreal hand. We can have traps, right? This is fun.
Of course.
For us
this
in the
is
booth.
fantastic.
Oh my goodness. How have you made a flush, Camphouse, with 5 high, 27 left in the main?
And the dream of all dream turns, he spikes it off. And as the 4-better as Larabi, he does not have any flushes at this stack depth. He's got ace king or ace queen of clubs. They're all in pre, so
Are we just worried that we're up against aces and kings of Camphouse that are trapping now? Like,
potentially, yes.
ace queen of clubs, right, is going to be a thing.
The thing is, once we click as a 4-bet, though, like, we need to be aware Camphouse just gets the pill like all his, like, Jack 10. I wouldn't expect this to be in there, but like his Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, all this stuff, which can obviously have
King Jack
flop
of hearts,
flushes.
right? Something like that now has to call flop for 10%.
Like, never do we expect the 4 or 5 of clubs to be in there. Like, we expect the suited to be condensed around the Broadway holdings, but Camphouse just went for the 3-bet with 5 high pre, and it's all about time in this game.
Now Larabi faces 1.8 on this turn card, only 7.1 behind. Has he waved the white flag completely? He does, and what a fascinating hand at DTD Live. Camphouse. What an animal. Take a breath.
I need it. I'll be honest, I need it.
That's 2 insane hands back to back. The 2 different tables. Unbelievable. Camphouse then, second in chips now. There he is, Christopher. Called forward King 4 off a minute ago, as you do. Limping in, blind on blind. Sam, with the decision, 9-5-0, is going to check in position. Through to the Queen Jack 10, Cristoforo deciding, I've got all the strong hands. You don't.
Off we go.
You don't have ace king, aces, kings, queens, jacks, 10s. I'm going to start betting.
Yeah, this is just one that I feel like just off we go. And brick turns, just continue barreling.
4 of spades on the turn. No change.
Like you say, Andrew, like 10s, jacks, queens, ace, king, all part of our range, not part of Trickett's. And we've got this king, target like some random 10 deuce, 10 free, checking the big blind, even stuff like jack 5, jack 6, going to have a real tough time continuing here. So very nice from Christopher, good little double barrel there.
Tell you something, that 5-minute spell of the cold 4 and then the 4-bet pot on the other table, one of the most exciting 5 minutes I've ever had in the booth. With 27 left and $1 million up top.
To be fair, I'm just thinking, we've seen 3 4-bet pots this session, maybe there's 4. And it's been ace-10 the 4-bet, queen-jack, and
Right.
king-4.
Welcome to merit, baby.
Welcome to merit. That's all that needs to be said.
All right, another blind on blind confrontation here. Small cat checking over on the king 3-9 all club board. I like this check back pre, by the way, from Colonius with ace deuce of diamonds. Nice to have some strong ones in there. 6 of diamonds on the turn. Smolka with the decision. In my eyes, Jay, I think this is one that he might start to bluff. Like, just fold out a 3, some queen highs, and he does check again. Thought he might go for it. Oh, through to the river we go. It's the ace of hearts.
Might even be check call now for Smolka. It's going to be interesting when met with bet on the river, when we never expect queen highs or better jack highs to bet. We'll see what size Colonius goes. Or is he thinking about bluffing himself? It's hard to fold out worse, though. I feel like he wouldn't even shock me if he check called here, dependent on size that we're met by.
Is the problem that lots of the sort of natural bluffs for Colonius have already started to bluff, like a 4-5, a 5-7, a 7-8, an 8-10.
Yeah, like the
hands that we beat.
The double delay, I guess, isn't going to be.
So we just need him to have a naked anything, right? That just had nothing, gave up, and thought, well, I have 8-4 of hearts. Let's bet one blind.
Yes, no, Smolka with the jack high.
Oh, imagine he raises here.
Oh, raises pretty filthy.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
Good hero call, though. I'm with you.
Yeah, it's one of these spots. Queen high should never bet. Better jack high should never bet. So it's a situation how thin do we think Colonius goes, but even the jack deuce seems too light. As you said, Andrew, you make a very good point. If we got the 5-7, the 7-8, 8-5, all this stuff from the big, probably more inclined to start bluffing on the turn, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Let's take a pause. That was a fun 10-15 minutes of action. Main event day 3, guys. Myself, Andrew Hedley, and Jay Harwood on the call. I just need a minute. That was intense.
Them 2 4-bet pots back to back. Well, we were right into those 2 hands, but Kemp House just finding a way, finding a club. Better thing to say on the turn, and opponent weren't really working with much, but the 3-bet pre was optimistic. I guess once we elect a 3-bet, probably have to pill getting that price with position. A big turning point in his tournament, perhaps, as we make our way back to the Onyx, as we see a 3-bet from Heredi here on the button, and Tholat finds a delicious cold 4-bet jam, and this is a respectful one from Fowler in a way. He's basically saying to Heredi,
Sure,
you're more than capable of finding enough 3-bet bluffs, sir. I've got ace jack, good enough against your 3-bet range. I'm all in. Nice take from Fowler there.
it's been a really interesting mix of like very high level poker and some kind of psychotic madness mixed in, but with good timing. It's been the perfect blend.
Loving this frame that we've had to cover. Probably got about 30 minutes or so left of the session before we head out on the next break. But we are playing this full 10 levels today, or down to a final, whatever comes first, currently in level 6 of 10.
Yeah, fabulous stuff. And look at that. Beautiful main event trophy glittering on the podium. Christoforu. Just never know what he's going to do. I've seen him getting after it in a big way this week. Round to Tomasian. Is he going to step out here? I wouldn't have thought so.
Yeah, it seems slightly too loose from hijack. Even cut off, wouldn't open, button would just get in.
It's taking a moment.
Clock is your friend at this stage, Andrew. Slow things down sometimes. Get a couple of ladders. Yeah, there's other bust outs on outer tables.
That's been fast and furious. Round to Kateev. Don't know what he has yet. I'm going to sweat with him. This is a tough table in my eyes. This one specifically. Thaler's in there. You got Kateev, Sterba, Trickett, Heredi, who's been crushing, and Thaler has a big one Ace queen.
Yeah, may just jam here with the
Sure.
big blind south of 20, I believe. So seems like a nice easy all in for Thaler.
I don't really foresee him doing anything else with this exact hand class. In they go. Oh, okay. Thought he was flicking it in. Yeah, pretty frustrating few hours for Kateyev.
Sorry.
Had a lot, and it's just bled away from him. Obviously can happen in tournament poker, but still in the hunt. Needs a bit of heat. 15 blinds now for him.
Move up to a DTE live for some blind on blind action, complete from coverage. Chung checks his option with the 8-6. Some carnage flops with these two hands. That's not one of them. Coverage with middle pair here.
I think this one makes a lot of sense. I'm just going to bet and go with it if met with resistance. In my eyes, Tim's not going to have an ace. Thinking to himself, well, I don't have one, but you don't have many either. That's such a unappetizing proposition here with 8 high. Doesn't believe his man.
Yeah, but he knows there's just no ace-X for Kovrig. That's the thing. I know he gets the value bet of 7, but here we go. And basically just saying, you can't have an ace, sir. You shove any ace pre, maybe you trap your aces. And that's unlikely with an ace on the board.
So we're just saying that Ray's getting in a 7J essentially with this. Basically what we're saying, right? I mean, Kovrig's not folding this.
Oh yeah,
surely.
of course not. Like, and same for like Chung here. Chung just not going to have any ace-X at this effective stack depth pre. Just all the ace-X's in.
By the way, I'm a big fan of this. You can just allow 3-4 and 3-5, which seem like natural bluffs, to somehow continue the story. I think this is cute from Kovrig, and lots of players will just jam when you should allow bluffs to continue.
No, interesting one for Chung. Does pick up this gut shot on the turn. Does have diamond in hand, but obviously need to be assigning Kovrig a range of hands that he's continuing against our raise. And Chung just says, have some of that. And the 10 of diamonds turn, we're not going to get a cleaner turn as Kovrig. Shouldn't really be any 10x in there for Chung. So we only really lose to some potential king 7, queen 7.
Yeah.
This type of stuff.
7 deuce, right, is the natural flop value.
Yes.
And that may just call flop, I think.
Yeah,
almost certainly at this depth.
Is the thing. Like, let's think about Tim's range at 10 effective pre. Ace-X is all in, so we eradicate the ace-X.
Wow!
Wow, he folds a 7.
Folded a 7.
When, like, a 7's essentially top pair on the flop.
How's Tim Chung got that through?
How is he? Hidden run good there from Tim. I doubt he thought he was ever folding out 7. Maybe thought folding out some deuce-X or
queen high.
Some even like king high, probably jamming pre. So queen highs potentially.
Dearie me.
Wow, Tim, Mr. Chung. Doubt he thought a 7 was folding in that spot when shouldn't really be any ace-X there for either opponent.
We're getting giddy in the booth. We're being spoiled with this action. Smolka, hijack, pocket 8s, Kaduri. Electing just to call with a 6. Through to the Jack 9-7 board. Smolka still best with that wired pair. Pretty natural one to check back. 6 on the turn. Kaduri finds a little piece.
It's still going to play a lot of checks as Kaduri. That board's still slightly too high. I need to recognize will still be some top pair checkbacks on the Jack 9-7.
Interesting one for Smolka. I can see arguments for both here.
Yeah, I can as well.
I don't like it's. You don't normally want to reopen the action too often, but maybe thinks Kaduri always bets a jack, and maybe some of his 9s, Jay. If not all. Yeah, I like this though, and we can still value bet river, but wow, Kaduri somehow backdoors the 66, and all of a sudden, Smolka likely to be bluff catching.
And has checked all the way down here, so it doesn't look like Smoke is going to be too high up the showdown from Kadori's perspective. So may not get too greedy with this river size, but we will see. Like if we could see Smoke is actually hand, we're probably happy to go pretty big, but it does look like a lot of ace high, king high stuff here for Smoke. 1.2 into 2.2 here, so between half and 60%.
Yeah, really interesting these. I mean, obviously Kaduri gonna have some hands that just think, okay, I'm gonna have to bluff, but lots of the natural ones might bluff turn. Can you bet a 7, Jay, for this size? Arguably could. Yeah, I mean, you're not shocked to see him pay this one off. Gonna get the bad news. Running 6s. What a time for Kaduri.
Unfortunate. Run out for Smoke up. Nah, can't fault him for paying there after check down to the river.
Yeah.
It's a great game, this, isn't it? Just looking at the chat box about the hand blind on blind there, the 9-7. Like
That's wild.
We're in the booth thinking that he's trapping with a 7 there. Like we think he's trapping, like because Tim's
100%.
got all this will draw, as you say, and just so little value, and we think he's trapping. And then he just folds turn. Like we never know what's going on in the players' heads. We can make assumptions as much as we want, but we never actually know what they're thinking.
Probably just thinking that people struggle to bluff the turn, but Tim found it and earned the pot. As we see, Tamasian, ace-5 off. He's getting swept up in the chaos, Jay. Been one of the tighter players pre, but he's in there. Thaler now calls the button with Jack-10 suited in position. Flops best, King Jack-6, 2 clubs, 1 heart board.
Yeah, so out of position here as Tamasian probably will have a fair amount of checks to the in-position player. Even from +1, happy to start betting. Not going to have the strongest hands. All the sets, the ace-king, aces, hands our opponent shouldn't have once they flat are open. So let's have that advantage in terms of range. Faller is going to be peeling a lot of this King X, Jack X stuff on the button here. Happy to call with position.
Yeah, 3 of hearts turn. All of a sudden, this is not the situation Tamasian wanted to be in.
And this is why sometimes you just need to get the fundamentals right with the opening range, because this is what happens. You just get yourself in a lot of spots down the streets that potentially lead to bigger errors.
Oh, this is just, we're being spoiled.
We are being
barrel.
And I'm guessing he's just going for the exploit here. I guess we are going to have a lot of barrels here on this turn, like the ace-queen, the ace-10, club draws, backdoor heart draws, stuff like 10-9 of hearts going to be in there as well. But I feel like with our particular hand, maybe we can have some better combos. Like when we have ace-queen, ace-10, queen-10 suited, just going to be much more viable barrels. But
look at this. Thaler, undeterred, makes the call, and all of a sudden there's 10 million in the middle. Tamasian with just ace high, and he gets the 7 of clubs river. Can he find it?
Yeah, not gonna love this one. We do have the 5 of clubs, but only relevant in the fact that we block ace-5 of clubs from the button. It's not like we're against the big blind. But will be a lot of this king-queen, king-10 in there from Thaler. Potential to fold these hands out with the river jam, but also going to be
pretty sick.
All this like ace-deuce of clubs upwards for Thaler as well, which could potentially just snap our arm off on the river. I guess one good thing for us as Tamasian, we have a club, 1 removal combo of the ace-5 suited, and then we don't have any hearts, so stuff like 10-9 of hearts, ace-10 of hearts, queen-10 of hearts.
Even a hand as good as queen-jack of hearts, right? Oh, wow. Can Tamasian be a hero? 70% pot back. Oh, waves the white flag.
And it almost like shows Thaler he waves the white flag. Was almost a bit of a head shake there when he checked over, knowing that he'd probably lost the pot. He sees the Jack-10 suited and he cannot believe he didn't fire the 3rd barrel. But it's tough in game, we always say, when you're sat there And you know if you're called, you're out the tournament playing for $1 million. It's tough when you're sat at the table.
I'm not sure my heart could have taken it after a box office 30 minutes or so. Would have topped it all off. Would have loved to see what Thaler would do. Wow.
That all stems back to pre-flop.
These guys are
Andrew.
in there though, right? Nobody is given any quarter. Deary me. All right, Tim Chung back at it. King 8 offsuit on the button. Dre, who we saw survive miraculously on that split pot board with the 6s v the 10s. He defends 10-3 of hearts. And does flop best. King 5-3, bottom pair. Backdoor flush draw for Dre. Oh, he doesn't flop best. Sorry, I thought Tim had ace-8 for some reason. Please excuse me.
All good.
He's going to get in trouble.
Tim just starting off with 1 big against this stack depth of sub 10 BV, so just keeps a lot of Dre's hands in. 3x, 5x, ace highs that haven't elected to jam, although I feel like most will against the button open.
You know, I was going to say, is there an argument to raise here? I don't think I would jam, but there might have been an argument to click it. And Tim turbo calls, of course, with top pair. And Dre is on the ropes. Needs to find backdoor hearts or a 10 or a 3, or his run is done. Tim Chung in shape here to breach 30 million. And Will, king of spades on the turn, seals the deal. Unfortunately for Dre, GG, sir. Hung on gamely as long as you could. You are out of here, Samuel, in 27th place, $31,000. Good run, sir. All of a sudden, Jay, Tim Chung, 80 bigs or so. Can he start to dream?
I think he will.
When do you start to dream,
I feel,
Jay? Is it like 2 tables, 3 tables?
I feel right about now when you've got nearly 10% of the chips in play of a tournament this size. I feel like that sort of 10% of the chips in play is when you start to dream. Maybe even less, maybe like 5% of the chips in play. You can be like, okay, 20 left average.
Seems reasonable to me. Back to the Luxon then. Spinella. King 10. Fast and furious action. Kaduri wakes up with the big hand. Pocket kings in the small. Wonder if he can ever find the cute line.
Yeah, I like these. These are ones that I just feel like aces are the cute line. Kings still a bit.
I would 3-bet not all in for sure.
Yeah, of course.
If I'm gonna 3-bet.
Okay, I thought you meant cute line flat.
I think we can. I think we can, but I don't think people find it often.
Yeah. I feel like ace is the one. Yes, kings just becomes a bit more skeptical. Always continuing, and probably in the form of a 3-bet, not all in. Don't want to waste our hand and just jam and lose the button.
He's found a nice size. 2.2 mil. Potentially have a bluff. Spinella wants to see. That's an intense stare. For his sake, let's hope the intensity doesn't cause him to get excited. You'd imagine he'll fold, right? King 10-0.
He's in.
He's called, okay. Dicey waters. Oh, wow.
Oh.
Jack 9-8.
Well, flops it up and down here. And Spinella, after calling a 3-bet, not going to find many better flops than this one.
This has been box office.
What a-
Open-ender, overcard. 130% pop back. Kaduri. Decision on him.
Yeah, we don't love this board with kings, but it
He
looks
might
like
just
he
jam.
is
Like
just going
it
to jam.
kind of makes sense, right? Lots to protect from. You're not really worried, Jay, about the jacks, 9s, and 8s of the world. Not too many 2 pairs, but lots of draws and lots of top pairs that have to stack off, right?
Yeah, I guess 140% pot sent into the middle, and I guess if we're folding out near 40% like the King 10 off here, it's a huge win for us. If we can
absolutely
flush out near 40% equity, it's a fist pump situation.
I quite like it. Yeah.
And there you go, King 10 off into the muck. So the jam working a treat there. Would have been a sweat running it against King 10, but 140% gets the up and down out of there.
Something black, I said, okay, full jack. You answer I call it jack. That's why. Watch the hand. You understand? Jack, you and Jack fold. Not just fold jack.
As we spin over to Onyx, it's Thola opening the Queen 10. Already choosing to defend the Queen Jack suited here at, what are we, nearly 50 effective to start the hand of Thaler. An interesting choice to check back here as Thaler on the ace high board with the Queen 10 and heart. Feels like one that just gets heavily c-bet. +1 versus big blind seems like a range bet in my head.
I think one benefit you have is that you do rep more showdown, right? Like, you do kind of rep the kind of pocket pairs, right? And some weak ace-X can definitely be in there against a red 8.
Yeah, and I'm assuming we're going to see double delay here now, Andrew. Like, we can't knuckle back Queen 10 high. If we're checking flop and turn, surely the double delay
agree with that.
Has to come in.
So we're sort of just repping the kings and queens of this world, right? Jacks even.
Ace 4 suited, something like that.
I actually quite like it from Thaler. He's played really well fundamentally for me. Like, people never bluff like this, right? It's the old classic, and Queen Jack high can't do anything.
He gets the better hand to fold.
We've been getting swept away, down to 25 now. Great stuff. Thaler firmly in the hunt. Now then, Kovrig. Time to go. 7 blinds, +1. Finds King Jack. Timely time to find it. We needed to find something, but Canmay in the small wakes up with queens. We know there's a lot of fans of the Romanian on the rail. Their man's in trouble. Gonna have to find a king. Or something special. Does have 2 live flush draws. 6.4 million in the middle. 35% of the time he will retain his seat. Canmay, critical pot for him too, Jay. This stage of the tournament. Off we go. Jack high flop. An extra chink of light appears for Kovrig. Kings and Jacks working for him. 2 chances to find one. Really bad card. 4 of hearts on the turn. Kills one of those outs. Gotta find a king or a jack. Non-heart. Can't do it. Deuce of clubs completes the board, and we do lose Kovrig in 25th.
Yeah, the man's got a flurry of support, just Romanian flags flying everywhere in the chat during that all in. Everyone's shouting for a king, but unfortunately, Kovrig could not find one. Decent score for him, great run in this size field, but that leaves us with 25 players, I believe. When we lose one more, there will be a potential free table redraw, and which is great for us. 24 left. We don't get to miss any hand from any table with the free table coverage.
It's gonna be fun, of course. This new revolutionary 3-feature table setup, we've enjoyed it all week long. As we see Christoforou in hijack, now Sam Trickett reluctantly releases the 6-7 of clubs. Tamasian, after that failed double barrel, now down to 14.5 bigs.
Surely into the muck here.
Yeah, just trying to... There must be ladders approaching, Jay, I'd imagine. I
Yeah,
think it might be
24, yep.
Yeah, makes sense. Let's slow things down. Try and secure an extra 5k or so as we fold round to Haredi. Reaching deep. Looks like 2.8 million to me. fascinating thing with Christoforou. You never know what he's going to do. Hijack versus small blind covered. Just recognizing, I think. Don't want to go to war with Heredia in this spot. But when you see someone cold 4-bet the king 4, you're like, well, you've got ace 7.
The thing is, there's no info that he's 4-bet the king 4, is there? Like, there's no phones
Nobody
that feature.
knows yet,
No one
absolutely.
can get any information. We're on this long delay. So they won't be finding out about that cold 4 until we hit the next break. Maybe even have to wait longer than that. DTD live, blind on blind action here. With the king 3 off here at 13 bigs, maybe one of these that could go for this sort of raise not all in as a bluff. Try and just pick it up pre-flop. There, and he does find it. Little 1.1 from her.
I'm a big fan of this.
Yeah, very nice.
And the Rabbi, you know he likes to get in the mix. 7-3-0, nothing to be done. Well done, Air. As we do approach this next break, yeah, breathless couple of hours back to Luxon, and here we go. Kaduri under the gun, opens with the 7s. Once again, seeing people get attached to these sort of low to mid pairs. Smoke a 3-bet ace king in cutoff. Kaduri in there. It's an ace high flop. Ace 9-6. Comes up roses for Smolka.
Yeah, I'm just going to be c-betting this boarding with the king of spades. Like, just going to want to be continuing here, get some value from other ace X of Kaduru.
You'd expect 1.4 million or thereabouts. There it is. And just 7s shrinking into nothing. Reasonable. Kaduri to, of course, get out of the way.
All in.
As we go over to the Onyx and Sturba. 10 BBs here. Alex to open jam. The King Jack here from gun. We are 7 max, I think, here. So maybe more room to send this one.
And here we go. Sterba hates to hear it, but is going to get the news that he's in a flip situation. Be thrilled to see the 10s of Tomasian once they go on their back. Here we go. Not the worst situation for the Czech. 45% of the time, gonna stay alive. I believe this is the last hand before the break, Jay. So we're gonna see an all in. 7, 4, 5. Good for Tomasian. Sterba praying for paint. Kings and jacks working. No joy on the 5 of clubs. One more chance to stay alive in the MPP main. Can't do it. Hits the crossbar. Queen of diamonds on the river. And we do lose Sterba in 25th. Held on valiantly as long as he could. Good game to Jakob out in 25th place for 31,000. And a critical scoop for Tomasian after a rocky few minutes for him. And we're down to 24, Jay, in the 3-table redraw.
Yeah, right on cue as well. Literally hit that redraw as we go on the next break of the day, but absolutely spoilt this session with Hans Adru. There's been some
unbelievable,
ludicrous stuff going on, and you wouldn't think we're playing for $1 million with less than 20 odd left. It's been insane, some of the stuff, really, hasn't it?
Breathless stuff. We're seeing 4 bets. We're seeing calls of 4 bets. We're seeing 5 high and queen high go to war in 10 million chip pots. Let's take a breath for a minute. We'll take you through the chip counts, but it's been fascinating stuff. We're down to 24. Onyx table then, Heredi has impressed us throughout. 70 bigs for him. Christoforu, never quite know what he's going to do. Very capable of chaos and madness. 24 million for him. Thaler, another one who we've thought has been technically very good. 50 blinds for him. Tomasian had a rocky few minutes, but found that almost double up just before the break. Trickett still in there. And Kateev, he's been trending downward with work to do when we return. Over to the DTD live table. Tim Chung, another one of the stories of the last few hours. 30 million for Tim, all going his way. Lars Kamphaus has really been impressive. Played that psychotic hand with the 4 or 5 of clubs. He's got 15.5 million, going to be a real threat. Kanmei just been very solid. We haven't seen Kong Yazang. You're in there with 24 left. Larabi getting short. And Air, who feels like he's had 10 to 20 bigs for about 5 hours, still in the mix. Luxon table rounds out the chip counts. Colonius, 45 blinds, neck and neck with Smolka, very accomplished player in his own right. Then we have Langar and Kaduri, both on 25 blinds. Spinella, he's in there still, 21 bigs. And Andrei Bidniuk with 8 big blinds, 3 million for him. Work to do when we get to the last 3 tables, Jay.
Yeah, been a great session. I think spoiled is the word to use for that one, because at this stage of the market, not the hands you usually get, but there is the free table redraw, guys. It's a mix-up. I love how this is like catchphrase. This is
oh dear.
So I love this. This is like brilliant how they do it. And here we go. Who's it going to be? And the tables are set for the free table redraw. Those are the free tables we're going to be covering, guys. When we return, it will be myself and Steve Warbs for the next few hours, taking us through to the final break of the day. But looking forward to this. When we come back, we'll do a full rundown of names and chip counts for the final 3 tables. But looking forward to table 3. Seems like a nice one. Christoforu, Trickett, Chung with tips. Could be a good watch, Andrew.
Listen, it's going to be fun. Don't go too far, guys. We'll be back in 30 minutes. See you soon.
1.6.
Raise 1.6.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the MPP main event, day 3 here at the Merit Complex. We are down to the final at 24. The 3-table redraw has just taken place. Everyone has locked up $31,000, but we are playing for that first place prize of $1 million. Here are the 3 tables going to take you through the lineups. At the Luxon table, Italo Medina, what a stack to have, near 50 million. 95 big blinds at this stage. Timothy Chung with 61. Andreas Christoforou going strong, just sub 50. Hassan Hashim with 42 big blinds. Raul Kami, saw a lot of him last session with 25. Garrick Tamzian, 22 big. Sam Trickett with 22. And Zolu at the bottom of the pack. Over to the DTD live table, Daniel Heredi with 55 bigs. Played some magnificent stuff last session. David Smoker, Razvan Sabu, Nenid Dudic, Munim Kadori, Sergei Tikhonov, and then bottom of the shop, Bernard Larabi and Dmitry Katiev with 10 big blinds. Switching over to our main table, the Onyx table, Daniel Thuller, top of the pack but congested. Alexandros Kolonias with 36 bigs. Lars Kemphaus was getting amongst it last session, was short for a while, but up to 31 now. Milad Langer with just north of 10 milli, good for 20 big blinds. Anthony Spinala with 17 bigs. Kongya Zhang still going with 16. Andreas Mavromustakis with 15 bigs, and Andre Bidinek with the 6 big blind. Short stack in the field. How's your couple of hours off, Warbs?
What on earth has been happening, Jay?
It's been mental. It's like, it's the start of a tournament. People have got unlimited entries. You can still rebuy in. We've got 3 bets flying in, 4 bets flying in. There's been some outrageous lines taken, but we are here for it and loving it.
Players are fighting for it. I absolutely love that. I had a bit to eat and went for a little kip, but I couldn't sleep watching it. Just hand after hand, and I was thinking, surely not, surely not. Just everyone going for it. Pre-flop, post-flop, the 5-4 of clubs hands, unreal.
Just our thoughts in the booth as well. We were looking at each other, me and Picasso, like, is this actually happening? Like, 4 tables out playing for this amount of money, but
yeah,
we're here at Merit, as we always say. That's the line we fall back on.
You've got to love it as well, you know, after 3 days play, it's very tiring playing on these stream tables. And, you know, it's so hard to find these. We've sort of said it a few times in the booth, it's a lot easier to see, say, and do. But just, yeah, I've been very impressed with people's heart and desire.
Yeah, we're going to kick off with Mavro Mustakas in the cut-off here with the pocket 8s. Starts the hand just shy of 15 bigs.
Yeah, he's just going to go with it, looks like. He's moved in, right?
Yeah, I think he may have left 1 stack behind,
Sure.
but effectively put most of it in. We are on a ladder now, 23rd. We'll lock up some extra cash.
I'll tell you something else. The Christoforou seems to be getting away with that move time and time again. It's like no one's watching the streams back.
This is
It's
it.
like his 5th, you know, there's light and then there's just like obscenely light. He's just getting away with like the 8-4 suited, the King-4 off, just working every time.
But he's not run into it yet. That's the thing. Like, the closest we had was that ace-jack hand. That was the highest someone's been up there in terms of their range, and it's just hard to combat. Like, when someone 4-bets, even if you look them in the eye and you're like, this guy's full of it, it's still hard to find continues.
He has an uncanny knack, doesn't he, of finding perfect timing.
Exactly. As we flip over to DTD Live, is open here on the button, and a call from the small blind. I believe no.
I think it's a 3-bet, yeah.
Kadori here off of 19. Gonna mix in this one. Queen 10 off against the button open, but near a third of his stack. Actually north of a third of his stack.
He's got a very big size, almost to deceive his opponent into thinking he is committed.
Yeah. And now with the 10-9 suited, kind of annoying, but can't really see any other
you can't
option.
really do much there, can you?
Yeah, against that size, just got to fold as Sabu, and nice pick up with the Queen 10 off.
These guys are here to play now.
It's like everyone's getting after it. Well, most of the field, I wouldn't say everyone, but
yeah,
it's not like, oh, we play tight at this stage, bust outs occur, we ladder some money and
2.2.
be a bit more careful with the spots we pick, but it seems to have gone the other way. As you see here, Colonius just rolls in the king-9 off from under the gun. Spinella straight in with the punishment in the cut-off. Just may see some of this from some of the short stacks on a 3.5k ladder now. Sorry, 4.5k ladder. It's near a buy-in. You can just outlast one more opponent.
Yeah, kind of natural these days now, isn't it, to take your time and try and get that ladder. Spinella here, what's he playing? 8.5 mil. He's gone for a, this is kind of unusual, right?
I can't see from here. Thank you. Thank you.
He's gone for the very, very small 2.2.
Yeah, I think it's kind of nice when we're off this stack depth. What we got like 16, we can just go for like 4 bigs, so we're going to 3-bet not all in. Standard size that we really go, just to give us room to fold the times we are bluffing and balance it out of our value.
Sure. And yeah, I've slightly misread that. I thought he had 11 big blinds and he was, he was just doing it, but yeah.
And one thing last session taught us is don't write any hand off. It may not be in the hand yet. Colonius with the king-9 off.
I'm with you, but he's kind of out of. Oh my word!
Oh my golly gosh! What is going on?
That's actually insane.
What is happening here?
Because you just can't. There's just no read there really. It's wow. I don't know.
It's just gone mental, Warbs.
I don't know how he's found that. I really don't. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's just, maybe like me, maybe just misread sizings and things, and just I don't know. That's wild.
It is wild, but Colonius timing on point, and it seems the way forward. When we see these like 4-bets,
yeah, sure,
they always find the perfect timing. It seems.
I'm not even sure Spinella has that many 3-bet folds as well. You know what I mean? I don't think he's like wildly out of line in this spot. So I think he does actually run into it a fair amount.
Agreed. And like ace king off of like 16 probably just jams for our opponent anyway. Like super polar there he is going to be.
Yeah. Maybe that's what he thinks. Maybe he just thinks that he only has
kings and aces. We got a king.
Yeah, maybe.
Over to a DTD live already, opening from +2. Defend from Katayev in the big blind. Been a rough couple of hours for him. That does flop the flush draw here.
Mr. Beast 2.0, I'm calling him. Absolute dead ringer.
Needs a bit more facial hair, I think, to be Mr. Beast. To be a dead ringer. I can see it a little bit.
Pretty close. It's close enough for it to qualify. Check here, you'd expect to see some betting in the turn.
Yeah.
Oh, he is down to 3.5 mil now. I'm not very used to seeing Katayev have this stack. I'm used to seeing him have 20 million only.
Does just send it in and does get the better hand to fold.
Yeah, he's obviously run into it. I didn't see him lose a big hand.
He had a rough like couple of hours, like a couple of 3-bet spots where he 3-bet and just people were finding like outrageous 4-bets and maybe something to do with how he'd been playing and people thinking he's been too active, but rough session for him the previous to this. And
oh, he's gone for the 3x here, which is kind of surprising off his stack as well. He's only playing 8 million. He has gone for the 3x open from the cutoff. Oh, it's going to work.
How does he find
it's sick.
someone waking up with it when we make it 3 bigs? And Hossein here is just going to be happy to 3-bet get this in. I believe big blind covers us, chip leader in the room. May ISO for just south of 40, but...
Has he just called?
Wow, he has just called.
My word.
Not wanting to get it in here against this 16 big blind stack.
Yeah, he's giving himself a chance to get away. Some wild stuff going on, Jay, isn't it?
It's mental to put it into perspective. Some of the stuff we've seen, it's
fun though.
Against the grain, to say the least. And doesn't even move a muscle, doesn't even flinch.
I want the camera straight on his face, just because there's going to be some sort of quick check back or just something. It's like quad aces, 24 left in the main event. Nice, like it. Jack ball? No.
9 of hearts on the turn here.
Yeah, and he's only got 6.6 back, 150% pot, so mandatory flop check, I'd say.
Yeah, and Hossein. He'll start going for probably what he perceives as value with his jacks after the flop check back, and quickly even has to take the sunglasses off just to check there's 2 aces hiding under there.
Rechecks the 1, 2, 3, 4 aces.
Nonchalantly throws a chip in.
Yeah. And the jacks here, be interesting to see if he goes small again or he just check. Sounds just absurd.
It is. Like how Hossein isn't going to double her up here. It should have just got him pre-flop these 2 hands at this stack depth, but
Yeah.
almost.
Should have been in pre, and he should have just been walking off.
Yeah.
Because the flop he's just dead, and somehow he's now finding some river action. Picks up the call.
Just click here, you reckon, Warms, when we got 2 aces? Surely we just click, right?
I don't know, mate. It's just it's not really a spot you ever see, is it?
Yeah, I haven't looked at many spots where I've flop quads, to be fair.
Somehow got aces after the 3x, 3 as well.
Yeah, it doesn't click, but just trying to eke out some value probably. Like what are we trying to get called by though? Because we expect all like the 8s, 10s, jacks.
Yeah.
To just be setting us in pre.
Of course. It's a mad hand. Even if he does call, he's managed to save 2.3 million by not moving all in pre. So he's done better than I'd have done.
Yeah, he may potentially save 4.8 million if he finds the fold here. But he's reaching as Hossein. How often is this a bluff here for O? This is the thing. like he's check back flop. He
Yeah, I'm tempted to say never.
calls turn and then just raise river. Like it's always ace x plus, in my opinion. It's never a bluff.
Yeah. He's got away as well. Lovely.
What a genius.
Nice. Class.
Saves 4.8 million. Should have got him pre, theory wise, but the jack's played an unorthodox flat and he does a few bigs. How?
He's lost 1 bet. He's lost 1 bet. Brilliant. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. Overkill. He just wanted the 8 high flop.
Over to a DTD live here. So for those are just tuning in, you will see 3 tables. We have Luxon, we have Onyx, we have DTD live, we have RFID at all 3 of those tables. So we switch between the 3. Wherever the action is occurring, we will head over there so we don't miss any of the ongoings leading up to a winner at some point tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a good format, Jay. I love it.
See an open here from Hedley. Thoroughly impressed last session. Didn't put a foot wrong. Immaculate decision making throughout the last couple of hours. Gonna get some bad news here.
He's been close to flawless, hasn't he? He played a little bit of a weird one with that ace-3 of spades. You know that one when he led the peel from the big and he's like turned top pair. And
Yeah,
then up
I
and
remember
led
that one.
the turn. That was a bit of a weird play, but other than that, he's been pretty flawless. And interesting here, the queen just decided to flat.
Yeah, and to be fair,
Not something I'd recommend. But decided to go with it with what, 22 BBs?
yeah, maybe if we have a couple of reshove stacks behind, a couple of people with the tendency to squeeze lighter with a call and flat, can see some merit for it, but we'll just generally see 3-bet call here.
Yeah. See if it works out for him. It's a good start.
There's a 9-4-4 rainbow option on Hedley as the pre-flop opener. Into 3.3, just south of half.
Yeah, I'd actually be quite tempted to go for a check raise on this flop, to be honest. Not expecting the cutoff to have a hand as strong as he does. And you know, you can get stabs from various hands, various pairs and things on the flop, and you can just put them massively under it. And with 24 left, it's the sort of spot I like. This is a bit of a disaster now for Hedley on the turn.
Yeah, I feel like especially once we go this flop sizing against cart off. Like, not going to be many 10x floats for our opponent. Like ace 10, probably not even going to be in there. So just from our perspective, it's already here. We're just going to have the best hand so often.
Yeah, he's going to keep out for value. This is all those pairs I said that flat pre. There's a few backdoor diamonds as well that you'd call the flop with ace-x of diamonds.
It's now as Kadori, just flat here warps, keep bluffs in. Now we get here with queens.
100%, yeah. Yeah, I like it. I feel like a lot of players, they get a bit sort of tempted there to, you know, try and protect too much and worried about rivers and things, and 24 left, you know. They do just kind of overplay the hand a bit and just go all in. But yeah, like the flat, only 6.6 mil left with 12 in the middle.
Not the best one for Hedley. Spoke about some of these potential diamond floats on the flop. Something like king, queen, king, jack of diamonds, ace-x of diamonds all seem like mandatory continues with position. So
yeah,
I'm not going to love this river card already.
He does go for it though.
Does send the lot into the middle, and we got this far, Kadori.
Yeah, he can't fold. It's an interesting hand where he's, you know, he's basically got the absolute max, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. The flat pre gets him the double up if he goes for the free bet, potentially end of hand. So playing it in this manner gets him at maximum. And first setback for Hedley that he's had in a few hours. But very well played from the Frenchman. Finds a way to get a double up that others may not have.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a pretty lucky run out, but no, he's played it slightly different. And like I say, he could have fast played it on the flop and turn. I like just the flats. So yeah, well played.
Back over to Lux and Sam Trickett. Opens to 1 milli with the ace jack for 2 bigs.
He's not a lot to work with, has he, Sam, in the past 2 or 3 hours?
No.
He's been patient. I saw he had a spot with 7-6 of clubs, and I could just tell he was desperate to 3-bet, and he was just like, no. We're not in the 300 big blind cash game now.
Never write this man off, like probably just wants to muck ace-8 off here, but has taken some creative lines today, Christopher.
He's such an interesting player, this guy, because he's actually quite tight. Do you know what I mean? There's so many spots he's like a little bit too tight, and then he'll just like find one and just go for it. It's like a very interesting style. I feel like the other players think he's quite tight as well, so when he does sort of pull off these moves, he's getting tremendous respect, but you did make the point before, Jay, that he hasn't run into it yet.
Really interesting one here for Cammy. Electing to just flat 10s here, facing +1. I feel like off a 21 effective, it's just a jam, pure.
Yeah, I agree.
Even ICM lost like 2% of the field, feels still like he's going to pure jam in theory.
Yeah.
Like 10s, 9s, 8s even, like it's just such a win when we fold out queen jack off, king jack off, ace jack off, king queen off, all these type of hands, and even the suited.
Agree. And I think now he has played like this, it's actually a very good check raise. You know, having 2 10s in your hand is just really good. You know, you can rep the 9-10, 10-6, jack 10. But I assume he's going to continue with... No, he is going to raise. I like it.
Yeah, good shout, Warbs. Now we get here. Let's take this avenue. And tricky one for Trickett. Obviously 8x going to be in there from the big blind, but lots of these straight draw combos out there, and
yeah,
even
Sam likes to peel these spots for sure. He's got position. He feels like down the streets he's gonna find out whether the guy's got the 8 or not.
Seven on the turn, double paired board now. This can meet another street here, Warp, small potentially, or
for me, yeah, for me, I like a really small bet here on the turn. You know, leave Leave pot for river.
It goes B40. 40%.
Yeah, it's okay. Like it. And now it becomes a bit dicey for Sam, doesn't it? He's got 8.5 remaining. It's 2.1. He's essentially repping a 7 or an 8 only.
Yeah, and against big blind is just so grim when they potentially check raise from 7x as well.
Yeah, Sam thinks is enough, you know, 5-6, 6-9, 9-10, Jack 9, these sorts of hands. And he also probably assumes that those hands are going to give up on the river. The 5-6 did get there, but I don't think Sam assumes he's just going to pile it in on the river as a bluff. So I think if he does move all in, it's I'm not going to say an easy fold, but I think he will. He will fold.
What, one of these just calling, expecting our opponent to shut down river with all his bluffs, something along those lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, but have some of this when Cammy goes for the third street after raise flop, bet, bet.
I like this. I really like this.
Especially against someone good enough to recognise they need to call down ace highs on this flop and turn. Like when you're up against Trickett and he's well aware that ace high is going to need to continue with all these straight combinations out there from the big blind. It's kind of a tidy value bet here from Cammy. Fair play to the lad for finding this.
Yeah, and Sam's sort of thinking, if you really had a 7 or an 8, would you not just go all in?
Like, it's a spot. I feel like a lot of people just knuckle with Cammy when they get here now. It's sort of worried that Sam can still have jacks for aces, but Cammy just recognising so much ace high out there for Trickett.
Yeah, and I promise you, of all the hands that Sam's running through his mind right now, 10s is not one of them.
Yeah, of course, like this should just be in pre. 9s, 10s, jacks should all be jamming pre. Perhaps aces is one for sure that could be in there for Cammy, one of these over pairs.
Yeah, I can definitely have aces.
Really wants to pay it off here as Trickett.
He used to be an absolute wizard in all these tough spots. He would just get every single one right. But this is tough when he's just repping an 8 or a 7.
Yeah, and spot on does get this one right.
Good fold.
Gets out of there correctly. That's the time you want to show a 10.
Yeah, the 10's a perfect card show, yeah.
Pick one. You just say to him, pick one.
Yeah,
there you
yeah,
go.
pick one, yeah.
Always picking a 10. Nice from Cammy there. I think that's a high level there once we don't jam pre.
You say pick one and you say, well, one's a 9 and one's a 10, so pick one. And then you just always fix the 10. Up in there, just a blind on blinds, open jam, I guess.
Yeah, this is fine from ticking off, just sub 13. Nice one to just send in 8-9 suited, but we've run right into it of Larabi. It's ace, queen, 7. No sweats there.
Yes, some back doors, but it's pretty grim, isn't it?
Well.
Okay, here we go.
Up and down. Quick deuce of spades rolled off on the river. So double up for Larabi and going to leave Tikhonov with 2 big blinds, but only good thing for Tikhonov, we do have a full orbit with big blind ante to have a look at 5 hands for free.
You're a glass half full guy, aren't you?
Yeah.
You know, he's got 5. For me here, I would just be like 8 in life. But you're like, oh, he's got 5.
No, it's good. We're in the small blind. Best place to lose this pot. Now,
yep,
we've got these.
It's true.
Back over to the main table. Onyx on the centre stage and Spinella from gun here. Off a 12. Goes for this. This is something I haven't seen almost ever.
Yeah, I guess this is... If 2 or 3 people go all in behind me, maybe I can fold, but...
Yeah, but just make it too big, surely. Like 12.5 BBs from gun, 8 max now.
That's a bit random.
It does seem strange to just open to 4 bigs here. Like, we want the big blind to defend like 7-8 off. They're not defending against 4 bigs. Like, we want them to defend something with 1 overcard, but not going to happen once we make it this side. So it's kind of a strange one from Spinella.
Potential misclick, but I doubt it because I'm guessing he's just put 4 green chips in. Never know though. Maybe maybe a misclick, but seems very unlikely. There's a great point though about the big blind. Yeah, all those like undercards you wanna peel.
Like
just,
even this, like Jack Deuce suited defends, and now we just lose a hand with 30% equity, which we want to get some value from, right?
I had 9s. I wasn't folding, but I wasn't trying to 4x it. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, there you go. It was a misclick from Spinella.
Not that creative.
There you go. I did think it was a misclick.
Recognises it straight away. And the worst thing is when you've got like King Jack off there and you do that, you're like, oh no, please get through. 9's is kind of like whatever, we get it in anyway. But
yeah. Just have to call it off, don't you?
Over to DT Live, folds to Larabi on the button, fresh off his double, and Haredi here, ace queen in the small blind.
Yeah, that Queen Jack off Larabi hand before with the 5-4 of clubs. It's an absolute treat, wasn't it?
It was a treat. I'm guessing big blind has sub 25. And there we go, does have around 25. So just happy to run this as already against the button open, which is going to be fairly wide from Larabi.
I think he did quite well to just not punt it that hand. You know, obviously had the Jack of clubs. He has sort of recognised he's up against a 4-bet call range and calling flop, and just have traps and stuff, and you can just be dead and all sorts. Yeah, but
the thing is, you're sitting here, okay, he's probably got aces or kings. He's trapped us. Well played, mate. And then you watch it back and you see 4 or 5 of clubs, and you're like, what are you up to, Ken House, man? And you're free betting this hand off of this stack depth.
Yeah, incred.
I'm saying ace 10 from +2 over at the Onyx.
I think all my picks are still in, by the way.
Hello.
I think so. I did see Ensan left. He wasn't one of my picks, but I did think that he'd still be around. But
4-2 for Spinella, fine to get in here off of 13-14 to start the hand. But he's going to let it go. A bit of discipline there against +2. To be fair, last 2% of the field will need to tighten up that big blind defend range when we are covered by the opener. A lot of people hear the word ICM and just instantly think final tables, but it's there in force now, even with 24 left.
of course, yeah, some big jumps coming up. What's happened in this one? This is a 3-bet from the King Queen suited. The 7-8 suited is peeled, and they've checked to the river, I believe.
Yeah, interesting from Christophoru, and really likes to mix it up, not going for a street on either prior, but now we'll look for some misvalue. And Modena not choosing to bluff the 8 high.
Yeah, not sure he's thinking for checking both streets. Kind of get on board with one of them, but Modena not really falling for it. Doesn't bluff the river. Maybe Christopher didn't really know what to do now that he 3-bet a good hand. I better just check this one down.
Back over to the Onyx and King 9 off. Is it Colonius' favourite hand? EP again wants to open it. Saw the 4-bet come in last time he was 3-bet with this combo.
I'd love him to get 3-bet here and just see what he does this time with the King 9 off.
Mavromistakis got to go into the muck with the 8 tray. Over to Spinella here in the small blind. Not much room to work with the King Deuce.
He's giving him the eyes.
Bidniak here off of 6 bigs. Should just be a call. Closer to 7 with our big blind already in.
I predict he won't call and he'll go all in. That's my prediction, Jay.
Okay, we will see. There you go.
I've been around the block, mate. I've been around the block.
I can tell. And now pre-flop Colonius getting 2 to 1. He's priced in here with a king 9 off. I only need 33% equity versus range.
I've watched this guy for a couple of days.
Okay.
3.6. He's more than happy to go with that.
To be fair, the ace-8 suited, I'm trying to think of a board we get to fold on with ace-8 suited. There's not many really, is there?
Sure.
Like queen 7 deuce all red maybe, heart, or diamond, something like that. But there's not many that we get to fold with this one. But general rule of thumb, when we're that shallow in the big with no fold equity, we just call
sure
C3, and there are a few percentage of flops we can actually get away from and still have a smidge of equity within the prize pool.
Yeah. Colonius does decide that he's going to flick this one in. And will his favourite hand roll the ace-8? Good start.
So Bidniak been bobbing and weaving for the last 2 days to stay alive. Could be the end of the road here though. 3 of hearts turn. Gonna need to find an ace to save his tournament.
We are on the pay jump as well, so I hope to survive, but no.
7 of hearts on the river. Bidniak gonna be out in 24th. Everyone ladders that extra 4.5k.
We're up to 35.5 now.
Colonius. Chip leading at this table, just shy of 50 bigs.
Sit off on table 1.
As the chat box asks for some payouts. So we will have a little look at what we're playing for till the FT. I'm going to go close to the F2 today, but feel like we're going to have around 11, 12 left, but everyone locked up 35,500 now. 42k the next ladder at 15th, and then the jump before the FT. Nice, healthy 9.5k. And just a quick look at the YouTube chat box as well. I want to read this comment out. Big props to the production for covering 3 tables. Always action, really nice to watch. The guys are working effortlessly overseas on that one. As we see the final table payouts, $63,000 if you make it, and first to bust.
Was that Picasso that was in the chat box, right? In that, was it?
Potentially. Could have been Picasso. And as well, guys, wherever you're watching from, GG Poker or DTD Player, make sure you give it a like, you give it a subscribe, a follow. Going to be a great final day for us here at Merit tomorrow. Back over to DTD Live as Tikhonov gets the last of it in. With the 10-9 off, called in 2 spots, and could be the end for him. Good luck getting out of this one, sir. What have we even got? Just running 10s, running 9s, and that's it, right?
Yeah, it's pretty grim.
Running 5s for a chop, but
he's made the pay jump though. Something.
That is true. Hit a bit of run good.
Yeah, you're loving that with 2 big blinds. But yeah, just touching on those payouts there. Top 7 getting 6-figure scores. Pretty good for a 5k. He's optimistic by not standing up.
Always sit down. I'm one of them.
He's 5'5".
As long as you got a smidge of equity, just stay seated.
Oh, I'm the total opposite.
Oh.
The turn card comes and I'm already 4 tables away, sort of peering over to see if the miracle has happened.
That's guy Tikhonov. Good run for him, falling just short in 23rd place, but a nice little extra bit of money, little juicer for that ladder, 24th to 23rd. 35,500 for his troubles.
Yeah, nice little 30k profit, assuming 1 bullet.
Colonius, suited king this time.
Yeah, getting after it a bit, isn't he? Chip leader on the table.
Yeah, and if we are aware how wide this opponent's been opening, I feel like this is always going to be a jam for Maverick Mustakis in the hijack.
Yeah. Spinella here with 12 big blinds. I think we can let this one go.
Calling ace queen, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, tough one for Spinella here. Does seem really close, especially if he's aware of the dynamic as Maverick Mustakis is, how wide Kalanius is opening, and
yeah, I mean you've still got players behind her as well, haven't you?
Pass.
He does make the folds.
I guess that's a pass.
Big blind just not at the table there.
it does get it through. Kalanius has to fold, and just looking at this man sitting second on the Greek all-time money list, and some resume as well. WSOP Europe main event winner for a seven-figure score 5 years ago. Has a Poker Masters title as well as a Super High Roller Bowl online title as well. So no stranger to these stages of the tournaments for Kalanius.
Yeah, he 4-bet me actually in the main event last year. I made a semi-tight fold of ace queen. I'm starting to regret that based on some of these.
A whole year ago.
Yeah, last summer. What happened there? Was the big blind? Oh, she stood up before it was on her. Okay. Did she escape the round penalty then? I guess. Yeah.
I thought I fold already. Out of line.
Few tough hands for Sam here, and he has decided just to rip the 10 big blinds from the cutoff with the king 9-0.
Interesting choice from Trickett at this stage.
Yeah, what do you think about this, Jay?
I feel like we don't necessarily need to take this 122 left. If we feel like the blinds aren't calling correctly, once again, maybe we do shove a few pips tight out. I guess we're happy to take king 10, right? So king 9's never going to be too far off.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking of 3 players behind him. You touched on it, and not calling totally correctly. Seems like 3 players that wouldn't necessarily be. And he's probably playing for the win as well, isn't he? Yeah, maybe these 3 just aren't calling totally correctly, and he's decided just to go with the 10 bigs. That's been looked up by the ace jack. He'll need to find some help. Not sure what Mr. Hashim is thinking about in the big blind here. Not on a pay jump. Oh, he's not even looked yet. Bit of a pet peeve of mine when you're asking for a count, you're not even looked yet.
Here we go. Trickett. Gonna need to find some help. Tamazian out in front with the ace jack. I feel like a lot of the chat box looking for this man to make a deep run, and he's going to need to find a 35% job here to stay alive. Well, it was a good start in the window, but the jack followed closely by. So 5 outs here now for Trickett. Backdoor spades there as well. Actually 4 outs with 1 in the muck.
Yeah, he's not had much to work with, Sam, in the last.
Well, it worked with that on the turn. King of Hearts. Beautiful card to see for Trickett. Fading aces and jacks now. Oh, what a run out. Window card was out in front. The flop rolled off, goes to second place. We get there on the turn, and then our opponent drills the ace on the river. The roller coaster run out. Yeah, again, seen plenty of these over the last few days. But great to see him back, Sam Trickett.
Yeah, welcome back, Sam.
Playing some tournament poker and basically starting where he left off. Deep runs. 22nd in a huge field. Great effort.
Behind, ahead, ahead, behind. No, behind, behind, ahead, behind. I've got it there, Jay, haven't I?
Yeah, you have. And quickly moving over to dtdplayer. Just a quick look in the chat. Ian says, hi, Jan, Steve. Why is one called Luxon Table and the other Onyx? Are they both in Cyprus or are they rotating? They are just rotating tables. That's all it is. We basically switch between the few. Did mention it about 20 minutes ago. And Gary Spinks in the chat says, hi, guys. Spinksy here watching the live stream with you. Great community as always. And Evan Doherty, yes, that is a wild Tim Chung, you see.
Yeah, it's a good new format where we've got 3 feature tables and we're just picking all the best hands from the 3, moving round. Lux on DTD Live and Onyx.
So King Queen here for Canby from +1. Hossein. Couple of 10s in the small here. 31. I feel like last 2% they feel going to do a lot of flat in this hand against +1 specifically.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget the Jacks hand as well. I mean, I was at 3x Open, but he did flat the Jacks there, so you'd expect to see a flat perhaps, but no. Sometimes it can be hard to predict, and he has gone for the very small 3-bet here to 2.3 million.
See, this shocks me because the Jacks hand
Of
was
course,
like
yeah.
had the perfect spot to Jacks, a 3-bet, get it in at that stack depth 16 against LP, went for flat, and now
Sure. Maybe it was just the 3x sizing free that's maybe put him off.
Yeah, potentially.
Hand, but yeah, this is a bit of a strange sizing. Going this small, almost maybe trying to find out where he is, sort of thing, and maybe he's planning to fold to a jam.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, I don't think we want to be 3-bet folding 10s at 30 too often. So
yeah, agree.
If we are 3-betting here, wondering if we are 3-bet calling or whether, like you say, the old school play, early 2000s, find out where I am.
Sure. He's got in this far.
It's so annoying, these spots, as can be, because you're like, we're getting a ridiculous price,
Yeah.
but this looks like megaphone. I've got aces, I've got kings sometimes. We catch a top pair and potentially lose a bigger pot down the street. So just getting out of there, and Hossein will take that.
I think he's thought exactly that, just as you've alluded to there, yeah. Such a good price in position, but just feel like you're so dominated a lot of the time.
It's a little bit of respite for us as we take a breather. Lovely aerial shot of the card room there. Got the 1K EAPT main event running alongside our MPP main event. Just another 3 levels for us today, and now up for the next with me and Morves, a break, and then the final 2 hours. Picasso and Morves taking you through the conclusion of the day, and then we are back for that big final day tomorrow. $1 million up top. Who are going to be the final 9 coming back?
If you look really closely there, Jay, you'd see John Duthie on a final table.
Oh, really?
He's on the 800 FT.
Okay.
Shout out JD. Hopefully he's taking it down.
Yeah, and here we go. Haven't seen the classic in a while. Ace King, just 12.5 bigs, reshoving over the +1 open, and Larabi. Beautiful sight to see with this action in front. Should be an ISO with the ladies.
Yeah, touchy toes, and it goes. We've not seen a classic flip for a while, have we? I feel like Larabi's just been in a lot of strange, weird spots. This is a more conventional one for him. He had a weird hand, Jay, when he's, I'm not sure you saw it, he peeled a 3-bet with 7s and then just led like 7, 4, 3, 5, ace.
Picasso told me about this one, and rivered aces up his opponent. Yeah,
it's a very strange one.
Oh, can he win this flip? Katayev not been the best few hours for him. Had the chip lead for a decent amount, but whittled down, and now needing to win a 50-50. Not looking good on the 10-8-8. 6 of spades turn. So 1 card left to come and keep him in the tournament. And he finds the ace on the river.
There's the Barry.
And doesn't even flinch like he knew it was coming.
Yeah. He's had a crazy day, really. He had over 20 million for so many hours. And then, as you say, just 3, 4, 5 hands went a bit south for him. But he's back in the mix now. Emotionless, as you said.
As we flip it over to Onyx. There's a faller from gun opens here with a Queen Jack of clubs. Colonius ace-3 suited, just calls. Kind of like it from the small. Keeps them dominated clubs in from the big blind, perhaps.
Yeah, pretty standard these days versus under the gun. 2 big stacks here as well.
Interesting one, Queen Jack of clubs here on that deuce 4-6. Whether to see bet or not. More inclined versus small than big here, Warbs.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Like a lot of this King Queen, King Jack stuff potentially fold out from small blind range. It does have us dominated.
Can we get like a
Just
waiter
for
up here?
20%.
I wonder how he's going to continue though.
Kind.
Going to at least call. If he thinks it's a good check raise spot. He does.
29. Excuse me, sir.
You are repping kind of thin, aren't you?
Yeah, I guess like we may have some like pocket pairs for protection, 7s, 8s, 9s. That
Yeah, I was just thinking, are you going to be check raising the 7s, 8s, 9s
yeah,
there?
like do we really raise sets there when there's just a lot of ace high, king high that we want to keep here, which is kind of interesting. But
Sure.
quick shout out to Carl Davis in the chat. Says, good to hear Jay commentator, familiar voice from the UK. My biggest fan, Rob Shields from Team Mushroom, says hi.
Thanks for the common sense.
Team Mushroom, was that?
Yeah. They turn up to one of the biggest poker tournaments outside of Vegas every year in Coventry. They all dress up and they come and have some fun.
Okay, nice. Dress up as mushrooms, or?
They've got hoodies with mushrooms on them. They don't actually dress up with as mushrooms, although good little idea for this year, perhaps.
Maybe.
Back over to Onyx. Stay at Onyx, I should say. Very next hand. After that tiny little check raise with the ace-3. You can see why this man has amounted over 4 million in earnings. Just seems super aggro and
yeah, he's
never
getting after it now, isn't he?
Yeah, never afraid to get after it and just snap. Looks down at the ace-king.
That was a very, very quick open, that. Likes to get on with it, I think. Check the tanker. See if the big blind's got anything. Ooh.
Yeah,
Ace Jack playing 40.
Yeah,
just a call, isn't it? Yeah,
just call at 40. Colonius going to open every ace that we dominate. Ace 10 down to ace deuce. He's probably going to open every king the way he's playing as well. Even like king deuce off, all this stuff. Then it's like jack 7 suited, jack 9 off. A lot of stuff we just dominate.
Sure.
And not only that, he's the type when it comes like ace high as well to just barrel it off.
Just to do 3, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, 800k continue. Just south of Fern and Fowler with the ace jack here. Always call Warbs when we're this strong against button. And
I wouldn't say always, but I definitely prefer just call here.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to. Oh, he's going to go for check raise. Interesting. You want to obviously protect, don't you? The times you have the 9 and 3, and it's just such a strong hand. And oh my God, what?
The race is off.
No.
wow. No. Okay, I absolutely love check raises, Thaler. If we're going to induce this from Colonius, and what has gone on here? Just free bet sends the absolute cake into the middle.
Jay, the chips had barely hit the felt from the check raise, and he was just snap all in.
And now needs to find a 3-outer here.
This is a huge pot.
2 of diamonds, clean as you like for Thala.
42 million. Wow.
And a 2 on the river, and maybe a little bit of a misstep from Colonius there.
Yeah, that is a huge pot. Just the speed. The speed he went all in.
It
Was
just seemed like a mad moment, like a little bit of rush to the head. What you doing? Like, just didn't like being check raised, perhaps? Like, why are you check raising me? Have some of that. I'm all in.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Thaler, one of my picks as well, mate.
Wow, that just seems mental at this stage. Just sort of rifles off 40 bigs, and Thala.
Yeah, incredible.
What a dream situation to be in now as we head over to DTD Live.
He was sort of running that table as well, wasn't he?
was.
You know, everything was going his way, putting pressure on people, and just wow, incredible hand. We've seen a few of those now in the last couple of hours.
Ready here, going to find the free bet with the H-Jack off facing gun. Does become a bit sketchy with these two positions. Generally don't attack too much from small when the gun opens, and it's about here with 8s, and I feel like I'd just let these go at this stage, Warbs.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Gun open, small blind, 3-bet here. Yeah, I like the fold a lot there from Sabel, agree.
Yeah, nice.
But just back to that hand, I need a moment to breathe. Like, what's going on in his head? Like,
we were still deciding between check raise and call, and all went in.
yeah, Colonius, before we even had a chance to break the spot down, he was just rifled in the lot.
Yeah, he's got quite an easy peel as well, you know.
Yeah,
Still beat the 10-8, the Queen 10, King Queen, lots of hands. But yeah, he's still in. He's still got 11 million. But yeah, it does feel like a bit of a gift. And Thaler, who's grinded pretty hard last 2 days, has been rewarded.
Now, love this take from Mavromustakis, 15 bigs against the guy that we just seen potentially make a huge misstep. Maybe a bit of steam, maybe going to be opening slightly lighter, looking for these chips back straight away. And Mavromustakis once again takes a very tidy reshove spot, in my opinion.
Yeah, and is he still reeling a bit from that previous hand and might just gamble here with the 7-8 suited?
No chance. I can't see him spinning the wheel here.
He's asked for a count. You know, he's a pretty quick player in terms of, you know, if he's folding, he'll just muck it pretty fast. So I think asking for a count, he's not totally without the realms of possibility. He gets flicked in.
Δεν είδα ότι τα άνοιξες, νόμιζα τα βάζα small big. Δεν είδα ότι άνοιξες, νόμιζα τα βάζα small big. Εντάξει, όχι, είμαι top του range μου, ούτως άγιος. Ήσουν πίσω, σίγουρα.
Top εκείνου του range.
Όχι, όχι.
Μένα θα μου τα βάζες.
Ναι, θα σου τα βάζα, αλλά δεν είδα ότι άνοιξες, θα πήγαινα να μακάρω. Πάλι θα τα βάζα.
Translator to the feature table, please.
Αλλά δεν είδα ότι άνοιξες, πήγαινα να μακάρω. I didn't see.
When you say how much,
I will still shove.
it went from white to red.
So what they've said there is, I didn't see you open.
But I will still shove because my car was good enough, but I didn't see.
Right, okay.
I speak a bit of Greek. That was just a guess in the dark, but it seemed like that's what they were talking about.
Right, yeah, I think you're right.
I speak no Greek at all.
We're staying on Onyx. Another hand for Colonius. Open the A7 off, and Camphes has peeled the big with Queen 9 off. Not seen him since that 5-4 of clubs hand. Another incredible one from the past couple of hours. What's he thinking here?
Yeah, we got the power combo, I guess. The club diamond. 9 of diamonds in here, blocking some of the continue range of Colonius, and I guess just the advertisement last sort of half hour of Colonius, everyone was like, this guy's getting after it too much. He's c-betting c-betting 100% this board, and maybe Camp House just...
I guess, yeah. But
I wouldn't take it. I'd just check fold as Camp House, but
sure.
They're sat there, last 21, playing for a mil.
jams. I think half generation you guys are from.
It's just jams?
No, he called, I think he'd
Oh,
called,
okay,
yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
I thought he said all in. I heard a word come out of his mouth. Thought it was all in, but this is the only way we get to proceed. Does play cool.
Yeah, it's like a.
And loves to see that on the turn, just in case Kemp House does have one of these 8x holdings from the big blind.
Yeah, and you just assume now he's just totally done on
As
any
40s, like we are,
any run out, really.
Yeah. Soon we can play seniors tour.
I guess he does have a bit of showdown if somehow he did, you know, like
Jack
call
10
the
of diamonds,
sevens,
something
yeah,
like that.
Yeah.
Clean? That's messy, bro.
Just probably going to ask for it all. Here's Colonius, try and get the maximum against some 8x. Kemp House, once he check raises flop, it's going to be bluffs and 8x anyhow, so guess we just go for it all.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. Using the time back.
It's on him, yeah.
I mean, it is a little bit interesting. The guy that plays super fast is now taking a really long time in a spot like this, but you can read a bit too much into these things sometimes. But it's a little bit interesting for me just because he is a very, very quick player.
Kemp House can have much better calls than Queen High here. We get to the river with some 8x, so start eking these into calls. Queen High has to go into the mark, and Colonius gets a decent amount back.
Yeah, he's back to 16 million pretty quickly. There's the chip graph for you. Only 6 million worse off than he was before that hand.
I'm back.
I'm back indeed.
Two big hands here again. Again has opened under the gunners. He's just peeled the queens. We saw him just call with the jacks before. He made a small 3-bet with the 10s from the blinds, and now he's decided just to call the ladies from the big blind.
King 9-9. Seems like maybe get some bets. But once again, like offsuit 9x. Should be a lot in there from the big blind.
Yeah.
Let's just go for small. Just north of 20%, and Hossein with the ladies now we get here. Can only really proceed with call.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to play it. I wonder if it'll work out for him.
Interesting spot now for Medina, because like you probably range Hossein here. He's not going to lead, is he? He's not going to find an adventurous lead with the ladies.
Another man is hard to predict. He's gone small. He's not totally sure where he is, and has decided to take the lead. I wonder if Moderna's going to peel one off here and plan on bluffing some club rivers if check 2.
What do we make of this size? Because I'd probably make the assumption this is never a 9 with 2 flush draws present. Maybe feel like a 9 might size up here.
Yeah, it feels a bit like spade combo, club combo, maybe a weak king that he doesn't want to. Has he gone for the raise? He's gone for the raise on the turn.
Yeah, let's go Medina. Just pure exploit here. And
yeah, he's just reading it as weak, isn't he? As we said that.
Because I think I'd make exactly the same assumption in game. That a 9 just never goes this size. This type of opponent's going to go larger than a 9 with 2 flush draws present on a draw-heavy board. So
yeah, I'm with you. I think I would just call though, and just plan a lot of river bluffing.
Yeah.
Just to be a bit worried about, you know, if he has got a spade or a club combo, he could just rip it.
Maybe we'll even go into that realm, like we get value from a king on the turn that we fold out on the river, if that makes sense, like a king calls turn.
Sure.
And then won't call river as Hossein if we're making that assumption that he's never got a 9 for that size. Obviously, it's going to be wrong some of the time, but I do feel like on two-tone, if he is playing leads, he's going to be sizing up with his trip 9s here. So this look like something like a king 8, king 5 suited, somewhere around this realm.
The problem with the raises on the turn is exactly this, which I was trying to get in there quickly before he actually did it. Was if you just call the turn and it comes a spade and he checks, then you can. Do you know what I mean? It's you can just bet like whatever you want. You know, he doesn't have a 9 or a spade or whatever. Whereas if you raise and you call and the river comes a spade, you know he is some percentage of the time going to check a flush because you've raised the turn. So it's kind of a card you can't really bluff. So I do agree that raising the turn makes sense because it looks very weak, but I think you should peel there and then just bluff a ton of rivers.
Yeah, just on the exploit boat there, I think, from Modena.
Yeah.
Really trying to just target what he feels like, a cap range perhaps. Not working out on that occasion. As we pick up at DTD Live, blind on blind here. And Hedley setting Trickett chin for 17 here. And ace-5 suited at this stage for 17. Probably let this go. Like, it's one of these, we just never dominate any stuff, and the stuff we do dominate, we chop with a high percentage of the time, like the ace-4 for ace-deuce. When we're here as Trickett. Toughie for him at this stage. Maybe feels like Hedley never shoves ace-10, which I agree. Ace-10 for ace-king should be going for raise call, so therefore eradicates that, but still some of this like offsuit ace-7, ace-8 that wants to jam at this stack depth. So difficult with ace-5 suited. It's annoying having to fold this blind, not blind, but he is going to call it off. 18 BBs, blind on blind, he is in front. It's just always one of these that we never really have our opponent dominating, and when we are in front, it's 60% at best. It's one of those, isn't it?
Yeah, I get you. It's frustrating to have, you know, to not have maybe 3 or 4 big blinds less. I did think he was going to go with it though, and he has found himself in a 56-44 spot. But yeah, I completely get you, Jay. You never dominate anything, are you? Ooh.
Oh, the window.
Sweaty.
Looked good, but an ace followed closely by. We've seen some fierce runouts already. Is it going to occur again? Got some fading to do. Great card to see.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
Already robbed of the 10. So going to need a king or a queen. Oh, and once again, we see one of these runouts. River card's been brutal today.
Every card is changing, isn't it? Flop, turn, and river. Incredible.
And Trickett played terrific stuff over the last couple of days. Been a joy to watch, but unfortunately couldn't fade one more card. $35,500 for his trouble. And a king on the river for Hedley to cement a chip lead at this table once again.
Yeah, one of my picks there. He's been played really well over the last 2 days. Yeah, maybe you might regret that call. Not being results orientated, but yeah, for all the reasons you said, Jake. Hedley though, yeah, going to be a force now, isn't he?
Fella from +1 opening the ace-10. Jack 3 rainbow board. But like happy to see bet this one, decent frequency.
A little bit of history between these two, as we saw moments ago with the ace-jack, ace-king.
Yeah, whether history or not, there's no way Colonius continues 6 high here, I don't think. Like if we had like 6-5 of hearts, 6-5 of diamonds, can see it, but the 6-5 off is just outrageous.
I like it when you say this, Jay, when you say there's no way, and all I can think is, yeah, there is a way.
We're at merit.
Just never know. But yeah, I'm with you. There's much better candidates to the 6-5 off there. Back to the Luxon table. Like a 3-bet from Modena with the ladies from the small blind. Under the gun does decide to rip it.
Wow, just 4-bet sends the Jack 10 of diamonds. Gun versus small.
Yeah, it seems like quite an easy peel, doesn't it?
Even fold at this stage, Warbs. It's 8BB 3-bet here.
Yeah, sure.
And Cammy just takes the suited Broadway, rifles it into the middle, and Medina in an unbelievable spot here.
Listen, it's tough. You know, these are all high pressure situations, and sometimes your brain just doesn't do today what it would maybe this morning. So I decided just to go with it.
We've seen some filthy run-outs
Yeah,
already.
the Queen
but
would be pretty brutal.
This would be outrageous.
3 of diamonds. No, it's looking good for him. And Modena's going to be up to 55 million. Incredible.
Yes, he is. Nice, meaningless deuce on the river, and Cammy there. You seem to have played pretty solid the last few hours. Just maybe rush of blood there. Gun versus small. Not really the spot we're going to take too many 4-bet bluff jams.
I feel his pain. You can see it written all over his face. We've all been there.
But some of the stuff we've seen today, Warbs, it's just been it's almost like we're not 3 tables out for $1 million, and it's like we're at day one with unlimited re-entries and people are trying to build stacks.
Yeah, definitely. People respond to pressure in very, very different ways, and sometimes when there's more on the line, they're more likely to do things that you wouldn't expect.
Yeah, so just a little breather for us guys. It's been relentless, thick and fast with all 3 tables, action galore. We had a good hour so far this session. As we approach that final table, everyone locked up a decent bit of dough now. And it's slowly approaching 2 tables.
Yeah, it's nice. Nice. Everyone remaining from 24 is just on a feature table, so you're just seeing all the major hands from everyone.
Yeah, we say major hands, but it's all going on, and it's not like it's 1 or 2 people. It seems like 50% of this field that we got left in are all capable of just taking an outrageous line once in a while, and it's what we want. It's great for the stream. We don't really want all this raise and take c-bet fold. We want people battling.
Yeah, we could have an incredible FT, couldn't we?
Just go into war, left, right, centre. Everyone wanting to win every pot.
You love it, Jay, don't you?
I love it. I love
can
it.
hear it in your voice.
Just
so good to hear.
Like when you've done so much commentary on poker and you've seen final tables that can be boring and monotonous and you're just there, the day's dragging out. But when you're here at Merit and the entertainment and what's occurring at this stage of the tournament, when like in terms of like equity, everyone's stacked in the tournament's worth like 50k plus. And they're playing like they haven't even got anything locked up yet. It's
like they're in the home game.
It literally is like a home game. But we saw it the other day. It's not like we'll get to the final and it will calm down, go back to the 2k. The one that Ivan won in the end, it was just mental on that as well. It wasn't even like we were playing an FT. That was like a home game.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see. And you just know it's not going to change.
No, it's not. And we want more and more to come, as we will be heading back down to the feature tables shortly. Just grabbing a couple of minutes for ourselves in the booth. Obviously, action coming at us thick and fast as well. And we are loving it as we jump back over to the main stage at the Onyx table. And Spinella, close one here off a 10, whether to open or whether to shove either way. Doesn't make too much difference at 10. I feel like both going to eke out a similar amount of EV. So just jamming for 10.
I was maybe half expecting him to make it 2 million. Like he did before, but pretty sure that was a misclick, and he has run into it. Colonius here. He's definitely going to be in. I'm going to have another flip. Just a very easy jam here.
Lango should be getting out of here. Oh, and Mavromustakis here. Jacks in the big blind.
I'm not folding. I'll tell you that.
There we go.
Oh no.
Spinella hates to see it.
Yeah, but Colonius could be taking 2 out here.
Yeah, potential double knockout.
What the hell,
Looking for aces and kings. Spinella needing to find a 2-outer. And Mavromustakis just looking for some low boards, perhaps.
Yeah, it's a bit of a setup, this really, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Nothing anyone could do.
Just cold. And both Spinella and Mavromustakis on the feet, both at risk. A big spot in all three's tournament here with 19 left in this field.
These are the ones you got to win. See who's got luck on their side.
Looking good for the jacks of Mavromustakis here. The 10s do pick up a gut shot in the form of a 7.
Nobody roots.
You're quite happy with that with 10s, aren't you? After getting it pretty against these hands.
Oh my god, that was me.
Queen of Hearts on the turn, so going to be a little role reversal for the 10s. They are going to need an offsuit 7 or jack, and Colonius looking for an offsuit ace or king. Jack of Hearts playing for Mavromustakis.
Yeah, he's got a heart working for him. And the jacks hold.
9 of spades on the river, so a huge one for the Cypriot there. Up to over 30 mil, I believe. Oh no, it's going to be shallow. 29 mil. Only 5.1 mil of the 10 bigs. So Spinella, a huge one for Mavromustakis to win there. Colonius now down to just 6.5 bigs. But they're the ones you got to wing, Warps.
Yeah.
Defining tournament moments. Big old flips.
There's a lot of skill to this game, but hands like this just play themselves, and amazing how fast it can turn. Now all of a sudden you're 18 left, you've got 29 million. Because he's not done too much before this, has he? He's just sort of kept fairly quiet, and bam, there's your almost treble.
Couple of good reshove spots, like marginal ones, but he took verses, I think, both against Colonius, though, which he knew was opening wider than anyone else.
Shows you got to take those spots to keep yourself in it and hope for a situation like you've just seen there. Colonius has had just a mad last hour. Up, down, up, down.
Himalayas, isn't it? His chip graph at the moment.
Certainly not been boring, has it?
It hasn't.
Usually, like you say, it's very cagey. Everyone playing quite slow, lots of raise and take it. Lots of people turning down spots, but no, everyone's been in the mix. What's your chat box saying? You got any Romanian flags like before?
To be fair, after we lost, what was his name? The GG Pro, Romanian flag.
I know who you mean. I can't think of his name.
A few of them left said, good luck, we are off. Was supporting for their fellow countrymen, but still plenty watching on GG Poker and over at DTD Live. We are keeping close eyes on the chat bot, guys, so if we see anything, we will pick up with it. But picking up here, blind on blind.
Yeah, is this a limp pot or the open?
Limped, I believe. Has to be, yeah.
Let's check. Yeah, some big action, really.
Yeah, blind's up now, 600k, so it makes sense. And this is going to be problems for Larabi here, blind on blind against a more than capable player.
Yeah, especially if he opts for check raise.
It was covering. Thank you, chat box. There we go.
There you go. They're on your side. He does go with check call. Yeah, it's a bit of a cooler, this, isn't it? Ooh. I mean, you just love to see that.
Yeah.
It's already, you really do.
Yeah, and it's already here, like, no need to potentially play this one slow. We just want to play for all the chips. Plenty of flushes in there from the small blind range. They can still have the K6 as well, blind on blind. 10x isn't going to be folding just yet.
Yeah, this is almost a bit unfair, to be honest.
Well, it's Larabi goes for the lead here now.
Lead.
On the 6 of spades turn.
It's interesting.
And I said it's already probably just want to be betting.
Yeah, he's given himself more 6x, isn't he? Which, not too sure about that, but yeah, this is a very cruel run out. And what's he got? He's got just over pot.
What is
125%.
Yeah, a little bit more. It's pretty grim for Lorevi here once we get what we think is our Jim River rather than a 10.
Oh, he's checked.
And he's found a check here.
Wow.
And now, I don't think we're ever going to get to fold even against Jam once we check over here against a more than capable opponent.
Yeah.
And there is the Jam coming in here now. And we hate it as Lorevi. But once we check here, let's look at our range from our opponent's perspective. You're sat there as Haredi and you're met by check. You're just not going to assign a straight, a flush, or even a boat to our opponent. You just expect once they lead turn, they want to go for their own value on river here. So
yeah, agree. Let's just give Haredi a bit of credit for his sizing first before we get back to it. You know, I feel like a lot of players we've seen over the last couple of days, you know, have kind of just sort of sized down half pot, third pot, but he's sort of recognised here you can go over the pot. You totally bounce with some bluffs. And yeah, Jay, if you just want to carry on with what you're saying, I just wanted to give them, you know, a kind of little bit of credit first.
Cut me off whenever you feel need to.
But yeah, go on.
But I just don't see how we get to fold 10-7, especially 10-7. Like, if in an ideal world, we want 10-7, 7 of spades is probably the cleanest catch, but blocking some boats, we got a straight of our own. And the problem is we're so under rep once we lead turn and then check river. Like, doesn't look like we ever have a straight or better, like potentially go for small bet, like B40 perhaps with straights of our own.
Yeah.
Blind on blind when ranges should be significantly wider than any other positions at the table. I don't see how we get to fold here as Lorevi against a capable opponent. What we've seen from Haredi the last few hours, he's more than capable of finding it here. But then we've got to think of his bluffs and where they're going to come from. And I guess it's just all this. Jack X with a spade's going to be the main ones, but this guy throws on the cape and the hero fold comes in and the two fellow countrymen
he's showing him. Wow.
Lets him know. What a sick fold from Lorevi there.
He does jam the same hand as well, doesn't he? Just jam all 7.
Yeah, yeah, potentially, yeah.
Just an insane check fold as
yeah,
well.
Check fold. This is the thing. Like if he bet and got jammed on, it makes sense. Yeah, we probably fold if we bet and get jammed on. But the fact that we check and we're so under repped and doesn't look like we've ever got a straight or better from our opponent's perspective, blind on blind, sick fold, Lorevi, sir.
Yeah, incredible.
Take a bow with that one.
Incredible.
A lot of our people are heading straight to the cash desk. Top-notch fold from that lad. Love that. As we pick up back at the main stage on the Onyx table, and Colonius, who has been almost in every pot over here this session, finds the Queen 8 suited and 5 bigs, heads into the middle, and he's going to be getting looked up from Thala, the man that took most of the chips off him in the first place.
You do have to wonder in that hand we've just seen whether he is just overfolding because he is playing for $1 million and there's 18 left. You know, it is one of those. It is an incredible fold, 100% agree. But you do have to wonder. But yeah, it's one thing saying it, another thing doing it. Incredible folds. And yeah, back to this one. Thaler, the favourite now to knock out his man.
It always seems the way when you have these huge pots against someone. They always seem to find a hand to nick the rest off of you.
Yeah. That last one kind of reminded me a little bit of the Tim Chung hand before. You know, and the guy had the 7, like A7X.
Yep.
And he's folded the 7, and it feels like the 7 was kind of the nuts. And he's just kind of folded just to keep himself in, really, hasn't he?
Yeah, I feel like that's it sometimes.
Those, oh, there you go.
Well, that's a fun one for Colonius. Pair flush draw. Now we are flipping.
Proper flip now, yeah.
She likes action. Not anymore.
There. We have it. Forget the flip. We'll just lock it up on the turn as Colonius. And this guy, just up and down, up and down.
Himalayas, as you said.
Back to 12.5 bigs. Yeah, and just having a look at the chat box. Some saying there's a flush there, there's a boat there, it's an easy fold. Yeah, we can see the whole cards, but you've got to really think of the spot, guys. Blind on blind. Think of all the hands out there, blind on blind, when our opponent covers us.
Yeah.
He's got just relentless Jack X with a spade, Queen X with a spade, might turn like Jack 9, Jack of spades into a bluff. He's capable. What we can see in the last couple of hours.
Yeah, from the last 8 hours of play, you know, he's a more than capable player.
Exactly.
Who will have lots of bluffs there, as well as the same straight.
So easily to say, yeah, it's an easy fold when we can see the whole cards and the opponent sitting there with a full house. Of course, it's an easy fold when we can see it, but when you strip the spot down.
I think as well he's actually going to go for the bluff a lot more based on the line. You know,
yeah. When he checks river, this guy's never got a straight or a flush.
Yeah, and then check river.
So. That's a high level fold from Marabi. Like, I feel like maybe theoretically we never get to fold, but in game the fact he's found it and saved his tournament, hats off to the man.
Yeah, great.
Back to this one over at Luxon. Queen 5 deuce was gun open from Hossein. Christoforou made the call. And check through, I believe. Sorry, flop went check back call.
Yeah, check back call.
And then just a double barrel on the turn, just catching up with the action there, guys, as we join that hand on the turn.
Yep, nice pick up there from Christoforou.
Italian guy,
Colonius here is all in again, and he will be getting locked up. You're not loving this, but I think he does have to flip the ace jack in.
Yeah, for 13 against this man, Colonius, from what he's been up to the last few hours, I don't see how ace jack ever gets to fold.
Yeah, exactly. He's not got an image working for him to get someone to make a tight fold, really, has he?
I've been living in Larnaca for 7 years.
I'm sure Langer will work this out and put it in.
I don't recommend it at all. If you want to move here.
No, I lived here for 7 years.
I will leave. I thought
Doesn't seem super happy about it, though.
But what was your occupancy when you were in?
I was here?
Yes.
Well, actually interesting as well with 6 max now, so even more reason Forbes to get the ace jack in here.
Yeah, it's a good point.
3 tables of 6 remaining. Fella having a chat, didn't realise it's on him. Get me out of the way, Mavromustakis, 6s straight into the muck.
Easy fold for 6s there. And he has come to the right decision with the ace jack. Let's see if he can hold.
Not where again, it's like crazy. Not there. Like outside of there.
Aaron, basically, Langar's tournament here, he would have half a big blind back if he lost this one, but crucial moment in both these guys' tournaments. Colonius seems to have been involved in at least like 5 or 6 all-ins this session.
Yeah,
he's been amongst it for sure.
He's had a few lives, hasn't he?
He has.
I don't have the community, to be honest.
Will the chip graph continue? Climb the mountain?
Yeah.
Or will he be hitting the showers?
Really? Yeah. I just moved back to Austria, living in Vienna.
I want to move outside Vienna. Like imagine maybe.
Oh. Both players are motionless.
Well, at least we're blocking the straight flush one end, I guess.
Yeah.
Take some positives.
Just another day for Colonius.
A brick on the turn, so plenty of outs to get there for Colonius. A jack, a 6, a diamond.
Just one pull at it now, though, and he's gone.
GG.
Very aggressive player out the door. I'm sure the other players will be a bit relieved because tough guy to play against. 18th place, good for 35.5k.
If you give ace,
Enjoyed watching him.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe a bit erratic in spots and just trying to get after it too much, but was great entertainment. And always nice when someone's entertaining and fun to watch. There we go. So going to be 5-handed here now at the Onyx until we lose one more and go break to 2 tables. Langer, who's been fairly quiet We happy to have just shy of 30 now as we pick up over at Luxon with Tamazian.
Lose one more, Joe. We've got 16 left, which means you're one person away from your first ever brand new shirt.
I know.
Had a bet early with Jay. He's never ever worn or bought a shirt. And I said there'd be 16 left by the end of the day.
Sixth form, I said. School days. Since sixth form.
That doesn't count.
It does count.
That's forced. That's forced uniform, that. You can't have that. You got to promise to wear it, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, small blind here, Medina. Any ideas? And he is going to get aggressive here.
Yeah, I like it.
Really trying to attack. And when our stack's this big, agree, we do have the license to get after it. And going to work versus Tamzian's actual holding.
Yep, nice play. Nice to have all the chips. Fairly good candidate to use. Just put the pressure on and takes it down. These spots become more and more valuable the closer and closer you get to the FT, because people do want to make the final table.
And just to make everyone aware, we are going on the final break in 30 minutes time, but because we would have reached 12 hours of streaming for today, what we will need to do is reset the stream on YouTube. So if you are still tuned in whilst we go on break, that stream will stop. So you will come back and it will not be there. So you would have to go and find the new stream, which will be live after the break. We'll remind you of that before we go on break, but just bear that in mind, guys. When we return after the break, you'll need to find the new stream. Easy to do. If you subscribe to GG Poker DTD Player, it will be there on your YouTube channel in the live tab.
He's living in this area where you want to move to. Good. And he's a dog trainer.
As we up here at the river, 4 of Hearts rolls off, and we got top pair versus middle pair here, and 6.3 milli in the middle.
He's like living exactly in this area.
This went open from Kemp House. Call from Langer, check, flop, bet, call, turn, and now Langer going for another street, and Kemp House, after checking back middle pair and getting this clean run out, just sees a good price and has to call.
Yeah, difficult to fold river there. He's played.
Yeah, for sure. But it's not.
This is just a heads up for those that like to go and have a cup of tea, go for a jog, go to the gym for 15 minutes, whatever you do on your break. You will need to find the new stream on GG Poker and DTD Player after this session finishes. As we find the 9 of diamonds turn over at Luxon. Quickly checked the 10 of spades river, and as played, feel like going to be going for value of check 2 as This one checked all the way down, so we're going to hear about a queen or a 9 from the out of position Medina, so therefore our 10 just highly likely to be best hit.
Yeah, nice, he's found it. It's gone very small. I wonder if Dana might read this as
exactly what it is.
Yeah, exactly what it is, basically.
Check down to river, it just looks like a 10, doesn't it? But
he is.
Wow.
I love it. I love it.
But what have we got? What do we check 3 times out of position here? Like,
honestly, Jay, I don't think these spots matter. I think when you set someone all in here, you know, who's maybe not a high level thinking player, I think it's just so much pressure
that they don't ever call with a 10, and they don't think about your value range. They just think about their hand.
He's not really thought about that for that long. He's just thought, I don't want to call this off
for mid-tournament live second pair.
So fantastic play from Medina there.
Yeah, very nice from that man. Just a pure exploit, as you say, probably attacking someone that he feels is a weaker player and is just always got a 10 there and just expects him to fold range, which he is. If he gets to the river with only 10x, he just folds everything.
That's the beauty of these tournaments late on, playing for so much money. You know, you can just put so much pressure on people, which why having a huge chip stack is
so nice.
Amazing.
Yeah, so nice to just have 50 million. Though.
Yeah, it's incredible. Even if it goes wrong, it doesn't really matter, does it? It's great play.
And maybe just pick the right opponent that wouldn't be thinking about what his value range is once he checks 3 times out of position and only thinking about their hand, sort of level 1, level 2 thinking.
Yeah, I love it.
And Kemp House with the 4-5.
Yeah, he's just been pipped. Now going to lose another one.
Yeah, so Kemp House started the hand there with about 2.5 bigs, defended in the big, checked down to the river, and then there was bet, and just had to call it off getting that price.
Yeah, of course. He had 75k left, and he just takes 17th for 35.5k. Nice run. Played that great pot before with 5-4 of clubs. Really entertaining hand.
This goes now best value bet of all time.
Imagine. A raise.
Yeah.
Black 9s, nothing. Black 9s.
He could. Stupid bet, by the way. But,
So, 16 players left. Just going to have a couple of minutes, guys, while we get the 2 tables sorted. But it's just been thick and fast. Like, sometimes we get to this stage, we expect it to slow down and bust out like once every 45 minutes. Not many all-in and calls, and people tending to tighten up. But it's been the complete opposite. As we have a look at the 2 tables that remain, DTD Live, Daniel Haredi, top of the shop on that. Razvan Sabal, Garrick Tamizian, David Schmolka still going on okay with 28 bigs. Dmitry Katiev, Bernard Larabi, Munam Kadori, and Zorlu is going to be our DTE Live table with 2 tables remaining. Only got about 20 minutes left at the 300k, 600k. And then the main stage, the Onyx table, Italo Medina, Andreas Christoforou, Daniel Fella, Milad Langa, Andreas Mavromustakis, Hassan Hashim, Tim Chung, and Kongya Zhang. And look at this table, because it's kind of congested between second from bottom Tim and second in chips Andreas Christoforou. So interesting one for Medina to potentially take charge of when we head over to Onyx.
It's a really interesting table with only 1 short stack there with 14 big blinds, and the rest with more than playable stacks. Second shortest stack, 40 big blinds. So yeah, lots of play still to go. We reach that final table.
2 tables now. This is a real good chance for Medina to try and propel himself to victory tomorrow, build that stack. People should be playing pretty snug. Final table in their sights.
Yeah, and he'll take great confidence from those couple of hands where he's put people under it and they folded both times. This could be an interesting clash, though. Medina and Christoforou. Hashim's had some big pre-flop pocket pairs, hasn't he? We might have found one he's finally going to 3-bet, Jay, rather than call from the small blind. Is he going to go for the small size again, or?
Yeah,
he's gone 3.3.
Minuscule here, like probably want to be going around the 5 milli mark as Hashim, potentially more. Either way, Medina's hand can't really do anything, even getting this price. But Christoforou, I wouldn't write him out of this pot yet, getting this price with a suited ace in position.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Has been a bit too tight in these spots compared to some other spots. So I wouldn't be too surprised if he fold, but he should be peeling, as you said.
3-1 suited ace X. Like, even if we can see,
yeah, he's announced if you've got queens.
If you think he's got queens, you have to call.
Yeah,
think he's got kings, you have to call.
It's interesting, isn't it?
As long as he hasn't got aces, getting this price with position, only need 25% equity versus range here.
See, this is what I was saying to you probably about half an hour ago. In these spots, he is overly tight, and then these other spots, he's just wild. It's a very good read to know he's got queens, but as you said, Jay, if you think he's got queens, you are supposed to call them.
Of course.
So yeah, a bit of a weird one. And has finally gone with this one, playing only 5 big blinds. And he is in trouble. He's dominated by the ace-jack.
Yeah, it's about Queen 9 suited going to go into the mark. Had a nice sort of what seemed like half hour. Must have missed a couple of hands over on the table he was in when we were on 3 tables. Maybe some ongoings at the same time on other tables where we potentially missed the pots, but seems like has had a good 30 minutes. Going to be getting out of the way here and just leave room for Tamazian to call it off.
Yeah, running through the motions a bit here. The Queen 9 suit can't really do anything with Tamazian behind him. He's going to need a lot of help if he wants to stay in this, still compete for the million. Oh, the split screen. I like it. You get to see both players' reactions at once.
So, needing some help, not getting any there. Needing one of the 3 10s. But just dead on the turn, nut flush for Tamazian.
Yeah, that's going to do it for him, isn't it? 16th place.
Out in 16th. Good run from that man. Still a decent payday, $35,500. Everyone ladders to 42K with 15 remaining.
In the ladder.
It's all a great run. A quick look at the payouts, guys, for those wondering. 13th to 15th, as just said, everyone locked up $42,000 now. If we can outlast 3 more opponents, we will be good for $51,500 for 10th to 12th. And then the big dough, final table, 9th, $63,000, 8th, $80,000, 7th, $113K, 6th, $162, and then everyone looking at the top. 2nd for $635,000 and a $1 million going to the eventual champion at some point tomorrow evening. There's a Katiev with the 7s from gun opening.
Yeah, whoever makes that FTJ, I can almost guarantee it's going to be a good one.
Oh, it is. We've got some right characters left in this one, and
yeah, it's not going to be a timid one, is it? There's going to be a few ICM disasters, I feel.
Robbie here. King Jack suited. Potentially jams here.
Yeah, he could take this, couldn't he?
Yeah. Depends what he thinks of Katiev, and what we've seen of Katiev, I feel like it would be perfectly fine as Larabi to take this spot.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if they've been on... I think they were on different tables for most of the day, right?
Okay, so maybe...
Yeah, maybe he's not totally aware of...
Yeah. 2-table redraw just occurred, so if they haven't been playing much together, maybe
yeah,
a bit wary.
If he had have gone with it, he would have run into the 10 tip.
And this should be a squeeze from Cebu. We want to get this in versus Katiev's stack size. He starts the hand with 17 bigs and 10s.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake, just a flat.
Yeah, especially with the dead flat Larabi, like should never have traps here. And kind of an interesting stack to play peel off of anyhow, and feel like this is nice from Sabal.
Yeah, be surprised if it didn't go fold. Should be hand over. But you never know.
Both got to get out of the way now, and like as Larabi, if he did just take the reshove here, we would have been flipping for a potential double up plus more.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Now in this situation, the beautiful prospect of King Jack suited has to hit the mark.
Nice pickup for Sabai there. Not seen too much of him, have we, compared to some of the other players? Mr. Sabai.
Pick up here. over at the Onyx. Open from Gun from Mavro Mustakis, and a call from Medina on the button here. An interesting flop. Chip leader flopping the flush draw, and Mavro Mustakis checks the top pair out of position. Really like this. Nice one to check over. Probably the worst Queen X we have with the backdoor flush draw. Really good choice of combo. And we can just comfortably check call against the chick leader. Get him to start betting stuff like Jack 10 suited, King Jack, stuff that's drawing thin in terms of equity. Unfortunately for us, actually, with one of these high equity hands, has flopped the flush draw.
Yeah, when he wants to start putting some money in, and he has done with a 1.3 million bet. Lovely turn card.
It's now decision point here for Medina, whether to take a freebie and realize or potentially barrel here. Mavro Mustakis is going to have some like 8-7s. Like, I don't expect him to open 5-6s at this stage, but like blocking the 9s, the jacks, these type of stuff that we want to fold out. Maybe we just take a free one here. Guess there is some ace high stuff that calls once, like an ace jack, ace king, diamond.
Yeah, he can also have the ace 5 as well, can't he?
Yeah.
He is going to continue as chip leader.
Yeah, when we have got this many chips, never think it's a bad thing to apply a heat. But I feel like having a jack and a 9, not the best thing. Like jacks and 9s going to be some of the snap folds on the turn.
Yeah, and you'd think as well, you know, a lot of the continues are the backdoor spades.
Yes.
So maybe it would be quite a good spot just to check back here with the jack 9 of diamonds. But as you said, in these situations, 15 left, massive chip leader just wants to keep applying the pressure, doesn't he?
Yeah, and that's generally what you see. Lots of betting going on when we have like a hand that's never good at showdown and has decent equity. But Mavro Mustakis has been playing well, so should be aware that he is capable of like checking maybe all range out of position here, and just in case.
Oh, that's a perfect river.
A little bit of insurance here. And now over to Medina, who we've already seen is more than capable of aggression over multiple streets, and we've got Jack high, sir.
Yeah, 11.5 left, 13 in the middle. The stacks do seem perfect to go for it. It's just whether he thinks 10 of the hearts is a good card to do so.
Like there is, we just get called by King, Queen, Ace, Queen, never fold this spot once we go over multiple streets. But I guess there are some Ace X of spades that potentially could be in there. But what a well-timed check from Medina. Time to perfection. Finds aggression, it seems, when he's getting folds, but not finding it when he would have been snapped off.
Yeah, he does seem quite happy about that, even though he lost the pot. He's like, oof, thank God. Okay, I'm not sure if he should be going for it there, but he's found the check and seen the good news that he would have been snapped, as you said.
Spin over to a DTD Live and smoke up in the small blind. A couple of cowboys starting the hand like 27 effective here, and any clickety clicks from Katayev here. This is one that the solves like a lot. Blind on blind, ICM heavy, even covered here. Like could potentially just click this with the king deuce off the fold. Sounds outrageous, but it's like the prime one we like to use. Well, it doesn't just click. He goes for this option, goes for the jam.
Yeah, I was going to say, I actually don't mind it, Jay. Don't mind it. I feel like Smolker's a very good online boss, Picasso tells me. You know, King Deuce Soft doesn't play well post flop.
We were speaking about this spot earlier, weren't we? The Kings versus King Deuce,
yeah.
and it just appears a few hours later. Sim confirmed.
It's as bad as it gets. But I'm not sure this is as bad as maybe you might think.
I feel like it's just one that's just not all in, like in form of a click. Like,
yeah, I'm not saying that I'd have taken it with 15 left, but
that small cut has it locked up on the turn, and Katiev, who did hold the chip lead for a decent amount of this tournament, finally exits out in 15th place. Does get a little lad up for his troubles.
yeah, wild day for Katayev there. And when his friends ask him what his bust hand was, he will not be telling them it was King Deuce off. This is Kings.
I got it in the worst possible shape I can ever get it in pre-flop.
Not seen much of Tim Chunk.
Yeah, it's a bit quiet, Tim.
He has found the big slick suited here. Taylor does peel the small blind, and Christopher comes along. Potentially some fireworks if we see a couple of clubs. Tim kind of getting away with one before, wasn't he? That blind on blind. He raised on the A7 rag and jam turn and got the 7th fold.
Yeah, I feel like three-way here, small blind involved. We'll see a fair amount of checking from Tim with the ace king, but is gonna just try and use that range advantage. Still got all the strongest hands, 10s, queens, aces, kings that our opponent should not have.
Yeah, I think this is perfectly fine.
1.3.
Problem is that
I guess we're actually really deep here as well, aren't we? Just looking at stacks, Tim actually the effective stack.
Exactly, yeah.
Haven't really had many spots this session when
Blind.
we are this deep.
The check blind declared.
I wonder if Tim's watched any of the stream back from yesterday and some of the antics that Christopher was up to and knows that he could potentially be a spicy customer. 4 of spades on the turn, so now 2 times. If Tim is going to go for the double barrel here, expect a big size, but deciding against.
That's a nice river for Mr. Chung. Certainly won't be afraid to go for some value here.
Yeah, of course, especially against the big blind, just going to have Queen X, 10X. Potentially that throws on the cape. Just for 3.8 here.
Yeah, I was going to suggest about half pot. He's gone a little bit north of that. As you said, Jay, it's up to Christopher now whether he wants to put on the cape and make the hero call with the queen. He has called.
Does get
quite quickly.
A nice bit of value from Christopher, and Tim propels above 30 milli. Nice, healthy 50 big blind stack for him, approaching the final break of the day.
Yeah, he didn't really think too long about that one, Christopher.
Nice call.
Bet check bet. I'm sure there's too many bluffs. I guess maybe the small pairs he'd feel obliged to bluff the ace river. Christopher just deciding his hand was too good there.
Quick flip over to DTD Live as Larabi calls off the shove from Tamsian. 10 big blinds, blind on blind. Pretty standard stuff. This sends the king 5 and ace 9 suited a fist pump call. Good clean start for Larabi. Just fading the 6 outer at the moment, and there is the 5 on the turn. Dagger for Larabi. Needs an ace or 9 and does not find it.
It's painful. It's painful. 14 left. And there you go. 14th place, 42k. Played some great poker over the last couple of days.
This man been on the move, stacking nicely.
Yeah.
Get him chipped up on the break. Tamazian, been a fantastic session for him as we head over to the Onyx table. This is an open from Langer in the hijack. Christopher with the 7s calls the button, and Tim Chung finds a spot to squeeze it up to 4.9 million, and Langer punished for the loose open.
Yeah, he's all over this, Tim. I really like it. It's a good candidate. Christopher calling the button is, you know, he's more incentivized to do it. Just putting them both in a tough spot. Langer has no decision, and I don't expect Christopher to necessarily always fold, but it's like I was saying before, he is quite tight in these spots. But I do feel like he does have some sort of blow in him. And he didn't look like folding there, did he? just how much snap peel. And we've got a pot here, Jay. There's 12 million in the middle already.
I think we changed the 25.
Potential fireworks here.
I think so.
If we have quite a low flop.
You want to buy it?
You can see Cristoforo getting a bit sticky. As it turns out, it's a great flop for Tim.
A beautiful sight to see for Tim. Catches top pair here. Board that I feel like we are going to have a lot of small bets on in a free bet coup after we squeeze.
Yeah, they can be such big swings, these pots, you know, with 12 mil in the middle. You know, let's say it came something like 9-4 deuce and there's a c-bet and sevens go off and win. You know, it's a big swing for Tim.
You buying?
1.2.
That's got the favourable flop and goes 10th pot. Cristoforo feels obliged to call, getting such a good price.
Yeah, still have to take sevens off the diamond, still ahead of some suited ace-X, ace-queen, ace-10. Tim more than capable of finding enough bluffs from the small blind in the form of a squeeze.
No, I took the fives. It's chip up.
Kind of interesting now for Tim. Should be aware once we elect for that really small size, we are going to keep a lot of hands in. So it does knuckle it over to Cristoforo, who quickly checks behind as we approach break. 5 of hearts river, and nice spot to go for some value now as Tim.
Yeah, especially versus speed of check there as well.
Yeah, that spot on. Like if he's got king queen suited, like he at least has a think about probing turn.
Of course.
King jack's another one that at least has a thing, and always bets anyway with 2 pair with what's in the middle. So king 10 just always the nuts here.
You can also be sure he doesn't really have diamonds very often because that's going to consider it. So it does look like he has some showdown. Maybe he was checking so fast because he wanted to get straight to his break.
Yeah, well, there you go. Going on a 25-minute break, guys. And just to make everyone aware, there will be a new stream link up for day 3 for its conclusion. We've reached a 12-hour stream limit on YouTube. So make sure, if you're watching on GGG Poker, if you're watching on DTD Player, make sure that you look for the new stream because this one will be cut short during the break. So find the link, join us over there, and we will be seeing you in 25 minutes as we quickly have a look at the tables. Onyx table, Italo Medina, lots of aggression from the Italian, rightly at the top of the pack with 92 bigs. Kongya Zhang, not seen much of her the last session. She's going to need a spin up in the final session of the day in the DTD live table. David Schmoker, more than capable, now leading the way there with 60 bigs. Razvan Sabel, good session for him with a good last hour. North of 50, Daniel Heredi with the same stack. And then bottom 3, Garik Tamzian, Andres Mavromustakis, and Munim Kadori completes the lineup at the DTD live table. So just last time, guys, join us in 25. But remember, new stream, find the link. We will see you shortly.